The first and second prizes for the photo contest were $100,000 and $50,000 respectively. Erica won both for her entries, so the money was immediately transferred to her bank account. The certificates were also sent to the ZL group. Matthew received them, but he couldn't celebrate her victory with her. It had been 1 month and 10 days since Erica left. Chantel received a call from Gifford. Before she could get the chance to greet him, he immediately asked, "You were with Rika for 2 days before she went to Cass, right?" "Yes." "Why?" she answered. Her voice was a little shaky, as if afraid of something. "Did she tell you anything about her plans, like where she wanted to go?" he asked again. She heaved a sigh of relief first before she answered calmly, "No, she didn't." It was true. She knew that Erica was going to run away from home, but the latter didn't tell her exactly where she was going. "Really?" He sounded unconvinced. If only he wasn't busy today, he would go back home to ask Chantel in person. "Yes, really." There was a moment of silence from the other end of the line before he spoke again. "If she contacts you, let me know immediately." "Okay." But Erica had not contacted her yet since she left. Then Gifford hung up the phone. Chantel was in a daze as she stared at her phone. All of a sudden, her heart felt empty. It was as if she lost something important. Meanwhile, in the slum located in the opposite direction to Cass, a skinny woman in plain clothes carried a bowl of freshly cooked noodles into a shabby small room. She then said to the other woman, "Irma, I bought eggs and tomatoes to make these noodles. Eat them while they are still hot." Irma was currently 6 months pregnant, but her belly was so big that some people thought she was about to give birth. She was Erica. When she came to this slum, she decided to change her name into Irma Huo, so people wouldn't recognize her. Without minding the shabby surroundings, she took the bowl of noodles and wolfed them down. The woman who made the noodles for her was Tessie. Looking at her dirty face with a smile, she asked, "Are you leaving tonight?" Erica stopped eating and nodded. "Yes." "And you will go with me," she answered. Tessie was stunned. "But Mr. Huo won't allow me to go anywhere." Deep in her heart, she was hoping that Matthew would allow her to go back to Y City after she had been behaving well. "Don't worry about it. As long as you help me now, I will personally take you back to Y City someday." Matthew won. Fishy. Erica was about to give birth soon, but they still hadn't heard anything from her. Anger surged in Gifford's heart as he thought inwardly, "Rika is too thoughtless. If she doesn't want to tell us where she is, she should have at least called Mom and Dad from time to time to tell them she is all right. But anyway, never mind. She is old enough to know the right thing to do. Instead of thinking about her, I better focus my attention on my son." Finally, it dawned on him that he was now a father. The next day, Gifford brought his son to his work. When they came back, the baby boy's chubby face was full of saliva, and his pockets were full of red envelopes. 2 days later, he finally got the address where Chantel was training. He went to see her, but he was stopped by the security guard at the entrance. He was told that outsiders were not allowed to enter the building. He didn't force the security to let him in. Instead, he stayed at the entrance, smoked 2 sticks of cigarettes, and left. 3 years had passed by so quickly. The results of the 20th International Photography Competition were already announced. A participant named Nian won both the first and the second prizes. The photo that won the first prize was called Childhood in Toh Village. In the picture was a calm river surrounded by green trees and plants. There was a swing in one of the trees, and 4 boys were seated, showing only their backs. The second prize was called A Nanny in Toh Village. It was a black and white picture that emphasized the sweat and wrinkles on an old lady's smiling face. She was holding a tray in her hands, and there was a very eye-catching ancient porcelain bottle on it. The money award for the first prize was $500,000, and the second was $300,000. After the competition, Irma immediately bought 5 air tickets to Y City using her money award. Since she bought first-class tickets, she spent around $300,000. 2 days later at Y City Airport, a video of a woman advertising a name-brand dress appeared on the huge screen. She had a perfect figure and a beautiful face that attracted many people's attention. An old man with gray hair walked out of the VIP corridor. Looking at the woman on the screen, he nodded with satisfaction. He then muttered to himself, Wesley's daughter-in-law is indeed excellent. In just 2 years she has become an international superstar. Alas, it's been 3 years, but I still don't know where Erica and my 2 grandchildren are. It's so disappointing. The old man was none other than Carlos. He put on his sunglasses and continued to walk towards the gate of the airport. A few moments later, several kids passed by the same corridor. They stopped for a while and stood there, enjoying the advertisement on the big screen. Aunt Chantel has become so popular in the past 2 years, hasn't she? Remarked one of them. Yes, that's right. I can see her everywhere, another boy said. Have you seen the movie Youth in Yesterday? She is the lead actress in that movie. Of course I have. Her acting skill is so good that she can beat anyone else in the same movie. All right, that's enough. Let's go. If we are late, we won't be able to catch up to Grandpa. While the children were walking and talking, they also attracted many people's attention. Wow, they look exactly the same. Yes, their clothes and faces are exactly the same. They are so handsome. They are too small to travel by themselves. I think they are only about 4 or 5 years old. Why is there no adult with them? At this moment, the boys that they were talking about ran to the exit hand in hand and stopped an old man. A black limo halted in front of Carlos outside the exit. He was about to get in the car when suddenly, some cute little boys rushed to him while calling out loudly, Grandpa! Grandpa! Carlos turned around and saw some handsome boys in black t-shirts and jeans running towards him. Before he could react, everyone wondered what had happened to make their cold CEO so excited. Carlos held one of his grandsons in his arm and said with a broad smile, Your sons are here. My sons? Is Rika back? Excitement wrapped his handsome face at the thought of Erica coming back. But when he realized where he was and that there were more than 10 pairs of eyes staring at him, he adjusted his mood and suppressed the mixed emotions that rose in his heart. Soon enough, he regained his usual calm. Why do I need to bring 3 cars? He asked. His mind was occupied by the thoughts that the woman he had been looking for more than 3 years had finally appeared. Because you have so many sons, Carlos answered excitedly. Matthew motioned for his subordinates to continue the meeting as he walked towards the door with his phone without saying anything. I have 2 sons, right? He asked again. No. Listen, I will count them for you. 1, 2, 3, 4. They are quadruplets. And there is also the 5th one. The Huo family have so many grandsons now, Carlos thought happily while counting the kids. He was already imagining the manor being turned upside down by these kids soon. Matthew was dumbfounded. My sons are quadruplets and not twins? And what does Dad mean there is a 5th one? He had a lot of questions in his mind, but eventually he asked Carlos the question he had wanted to ask the most. Is Rika there? Carlos took off his sunglasses and looked at the exit of the airport for a long time. Then he answered, She isn't here. Matthew had always been the type of man who could calmly accept anything thrown his way. However, it took him a while to take in Carlos' words this time. My sons have shown up and there are 4 of them, or maybe 5, and there is still no sign of that woman? Humph! She had the nerve to get her sons back here, but she's going to remain gone. As Matthew's cars were on their way to the airport, Carlos took the opportunity to chat some more with the children. Kids, how many sons have your mother actually given birth to in total? One of the quadruplets answered quickly. 4. The black kid was adopted halfway. Carlos nodded, feeling relieved for his son. And what are your names? Grandpa, I'm Atkins Huo, the eldest child. Grandpa, I'm Boswell Huo, and I'm the 2nd child. Grandpa, I'm the 3rd child. My name is Coleman Huo.
Grandpa, I'm Damian Huo.
I'm the 4th child. When it came to the black boy's turn, he looked at Carlos with his eyes wide open. Then he introduced himself, but his Chinese wasn't so fluent. Grandpa, my name has 15 characters. For your convenience, you may just call me Kenny. A minute later, Carlos was confused again. He looked at the 4 children and still couldn't tell them apart. But how could he? They all looked exactly the same. Learning their names didn't prove to be much useful either. Noticing their grandpa's confusion, Huo told him a secret. "Grandpa, look at our clothes. They are embroidered with numbers. Aunt Tessie did them in order to distinguish us." Tessie? The name sounded familiar to Carlos. "Yes, Aunt Tessie helped our mom to raise us," Huo answered. It suddenly occurred to Carlos that Tessie was the youngest daughter of the Su family, who Matthew had sent to the slum. "Okay, I see." Carlos nodded. Getting to know their grandfather now, the kids had no idea this would be happening to them one day ago. Their mother had simply taken them by surprise when she came home the day before, waving 5 airline tickets in their faces. "Children, I have to be honest with you. I can't afford to support you anymore. You will have to live with your father from now on. He's a very handsome and rich man. NDS exactly like Erica's," Matthew realized. Squatting down, he picked him up. The little boy immediately wrapped his short arms around his neck and shouted excitedly, "Daddy! Daddy!" Matthew couldn't help laughing. Even the boy's character was the same as that woman's. Ashamed of his younger brother, Atkins pulled a long face and said, "Coleman, can you come down? That man just said that we need to get a paternity test first." Matthew raised his eyebrows at the angry boy, trying hard to suppress his smile. "That man? Didn't you say I'm your dad?" While Matthew talked to their sons, Carlos kept observing the children thoroughly. There was no doubt that the eldest child was the one who resembled Matthew's personality the most. The next moment, Atkins cast a cold glance at Matthew and asked, "Aren't you contradicting yourself now? Didn't you say we need a paternity test?" Completely ignoring the confrontation between his brother and his father, Damien took 2 steps forward and looked up at the giant and fearless man. "Dad, I want you to hug me too." For a long time, he had wanted to feel his father's embrace. Matthew promptly held him up with his free hand, and now he had 1 son on each arm. Boswell looked at his father carrying his 2 brothers and thought for a while before he said, "Dad, I don't want to take a paternity test." "But aren't you sure that I'm your father? Then why don't you want to do the paternity test?" Matthew deliberately asked. "I think it's disrespect to our mom," Boswell said as he shook his little head disapprovingly. Then he added, "How about this? If you don't take us to do the paternity test, I'll tell you where our mother is." Carlos and Matthew raised their eyebrows at the same time. "This boy sure knows how to negotiate at such a young age," they both thought. But of course Matthew was interested in his proposal. He pointed at Kenny with his chin and said, "Tell me about this foreign boy first, then you won't have to do the paternity test." "If I tell you about Kenny, then I don't have to tell you where our mother is, do I? There can only be one condition for one question." Indeed, Boswell had the mind of a real businessman. He knew that everything must be exchanged for something of equal value. Matthew nodded and said, "Okay." After all, his children had already appeared. It wouldn't take long before Erica showed up to see their sons. "We picked Kenny up from the street 1.5 years ago. We haven't found his parents yet, so he came to Y City with us." Since Matthew was his father, Boswell didn't hesitate to give a lengthy explanation. "I see. Good thing Erica didn't cheat on me," Matthew thought, feeling relieved. He put the 2 children down, put his hands in his pockets and said slowly, "Get in the car now. You are going home with me." The 5 kids walked towards the 5 cars that had been waiting for them. Although it would be their first time to ride a luxury car worth more than $10 million, everyone stayed calm. When they were about to get into the cars at the same time, Matthew spoke from behind. "Who will go with me?" He wanted one of the kids to ride his car so that he could ask about Erica on their way home. The 5 kids turned to look at him simultaneously. "I'll go with you," Boswell volunteered. Matthew raised an eyebrow. It seemed that this little boy had a lot of conditions to exchange with him. Atkins hurriedly stopped him and said with a frown, "Boswell, you can't betray Mom." "I won't betray Mom. But do you want her and Aunt Tessie to live in Toe Village forever?" Boswell was worried about Erica, who was left in the village. Upon hearing what he said, Atkins got in the car without saying anything more. Matthew and Boswell sat side by side inside Matthew's car. As he was observing the kids since he arrived earlier, he could tell that both Atkins and Boswell were more mature than their age. The way they talked and thought was not like the usual 3-year-old kids. On the Andy, all of us are good. Please don't cry. Grandma, we can be together every day from now on, Boswell said. Grandma Mom said that every girl's tears are precious. You shouldn't cry, Coleman said with a sweet smile. Damien echoed, Yes, Grandma. And as long as you don't mind us eating too much, we won't leave you again. Carlos and Matthew looked at Debbie with envy in their eyes. Why are the 4 boys more sensible and considerate in front of her? They wondered. Atkins took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped Debbie's tears. She actually cried because she was thrilled to have 4 grandchildren all of a sudden. But when she saw how considerate they were, she couldn't help bursting into tears again. When Coleman made faces to make her laugh, she got amused and eventually stopped crying. Later that day, the Tang and Fan couples rushed to the manor with their children. Joshua and Taralin's second child was also a boy, but he was only 2 years old. In an instant, the manor was filled with 9 children, including Kenny. And among them, Gwyn was the only girl. The atmosphere became so lively. And since the 8 boys were quite naughty, the whole manor was almost turned upside down. Carlos, who always preferred girls to boys, didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Matthew was his only son, but he gave him 4 grandsons at one go. He couldn't help wondering if this was his kind of revenge on him. Never mind. I'm sure Matthew has a worse headache than me, Carlos laughed in his mind. Fortunately, both the Huo family's manor and Matthew's villa were large enough to accommodate a group of children. Each of them could have their own bedroom in both houses. The next day, Wesley and Blair brought Hugo to the Huo family's manor to meet their grandsons. Now there were 10 children in the manor. Everyone was laughing and talking, and there was so much love that the scene was spectacular. The Huo family and the Li family were prosperous not only in the success of their business, but also because of their growing families. In a village of K country, as the night grew darker and darker, the village became quieter. Soon, only the sound of chickens crowing and dogs barking could be heard. A woman in tight black clothes with a camera around her neck slipped along the wall and quickly rushed forward. She had completely integrated herself into the darkness. Finally, she stopped at the gate of an old yard, where a few men were drinking, eating meat, and talking about disgusting topics. She quietly went to a corner, tied the rope that hung from her waist to the big tree beside the wall, and began to climb up nimbly. But, woof woof woof. Suddenly a dog began to bark. Oh crap! She had not expected that a nearby dog would discover her and ruin her plans. The woman was so frightened when she heard the sound that she almost fell from the wall. As suspected, the noise attracted the attention of the men who were drinking and eating meat inside the yard. They dropped their chopsticks and ran toward the sound. Her heart thudded in her chest as she grabbed the rope and slid down. Before the men caught up with her, she retrieved and coiled the rope, and then ran into the safety of the darkness. Pike! Someone is over there. Hurry up. Let's go. The woman ran through the village with ease. At last, she climbed over a low wall and entered a courtyard without being noticed. The first thing she did after entering her room was to hide her camera in a box. Then she took off her clothes, threw them under the bed, and climbed under the quilt, half naked. Barely had she settled her wildly beating heart, a loud crash dispelled the silence in the house. The men had kicked open the front door to the courtyard. A split second later, they were pounding on the door to her room. Irma Hua, open the door. A man's rough voice came from outside. The woman in the bed scattered her hair, grabbed a nightgown and put it on. After tying it around her waist, she walked toward the door. She swung open the door and pretended to stifle a yawn. Who is it? Oh, it's you, Pike. Barked. Erica explained. Her tone was indifferent as she walked back into her room, found her camera, and locked it in the cabinet. Tessie sighed. Well, they have suspected you for a long time. I'm worried that they will kill you one of these days. You need to lie low for a while. No, I can't. We just need some evidence to expose their crimes. Erica shook her head. She couldn't give up now. If only she could take a few incriminating photos of them, her mission would be over. They have been hiding in this village for more than 10 years. With your ability, do you think you can root them out easily? Erica, it's not that I underestimate your capabilities. Please understand that I feel this is too dangerous. Tessie tried to rationalize with her. Pike and the others hadn't gotten any evidence to prove that there was something suspicious about Erica. Once they had the evidence, they would definitely kill her. There were at least 1,000 people in Pike's gang, and they were spread across several nearby villages as well. There would be no way for her to escape them all. Considering tonight's incident, it seemed challenging for Erica to get pictures of them without being found out. Erica gave her friend a reassuring smile and patted her on the shoulder. Go back and rest. I won't let Pike find any clues. Tessie had no choice but to return to her room. She knew there was no point in persuading Erica. She had been stubborn and determined ever since her sons were born. In a basement of a house in the village, regardless of his injuries, Pike reported to a man, "Boss, we still haven't found the evidence." Half of the man's face was obscured by his face mask. He looked middle-aged, maybe 40 years old. He held a woman in his arms. Hearing what Pike said, he kicked him and cursed, "You idiot! You can't even handle one skinny bitch. I'm running low on patience. Bring her here tomorrow. I'll interrogate her myself. I'll show you how it's done." He believed he had what it took to make her spill the beans. Pike swallowed his anger and nodded to his boss. "Yes, sir." After Pike left with his men, the woman in the masked man's arms said the most vicious words in the gentlest voice. "Kirk, it's just 2 women. Why not just kill them?" Kirk Chin thought on this for a while, muscles dancing in his face, jaw set in fierce determination. "We'll soon find out if Irma Huo is really a cop. I'll break her, but it might take some ahem doing. If she still won't talk after that, then there's no reason to keep her alive." Irma's skin was fair and tender, and she was more beautiful than any other woman in the surrounding villages. All men were attracted to her. It was no secret what he wanted to be doing. Seeing the lust in his eyes, the woman stopped talking and carefully served him. At dawn, Erica awoke and decided to put her plan into action. She placed a box in the hole on the ground, covered it with a wooden board, and covered that with a layer of soil. She moved the table on top of all that. After making sure the box was essentially invisible, she went to the sink to wash her hands, watching the dirt turn to mud and slide down the drain. Finally, she opened the door of her room. As soon as she did that, she saw a glint of metal flash toward her. Someone was trying to stab her with a dagger. She dodged, and her attacker ducked behind her, intending to slice her throat open. She spun and dug her elbow into her attacker's ribs. Then, shaking from adrenaline, she took in what was going on outside her room. There were at least 20 people standing in the old yard. Tessie there too, tied up. Her mouth was covered with tape and she could only make muffled sounds. Pike laughed wildly. "Good morning, little widow. Your friend is in our hands. I advise you to surrender, or I can't guarantee her safety." Erica leaned against the dew. An ordinary salesman. Kirk Chin exhaled a mouthful of smoke and was dubious about her words. "Since your children aren't here anymore, when are you leaving?" "I'm waiting for my husband to come pick me up. How else would I get back?" She didn't want to take a carriage from the village to the town, take a ship in the neighboring town to the city, and then take a train to the airport. "When's he coming?" "I don't know. Whenever he misses me enough." Kirk Chin went quiet for a time. After a while he looked into Erica's eyes and asked, "A few days ago, dozens of my men were arrested by the police. Did you know that?" Erica was unsurprised. "Oh yeah, I knew that. Who wouldn't? Everyone in the village knew it. If she said she didn't know, she was either lying or stupid." Cigarette smoldering in his fingers, Kirk Chin stared at the woman and asked, "Who tipped them off?" The woman replied with a question. "Who? I don't know. I want to know too." The man stepped out his cigarette on the ground. You'll have some time to think about it. About 12 hours. If you still won't tell me. The warning in his tone made Erica shiver. Then she was left alone in the yard. Well, not quite alone since there were 10 other guards there. Night fell quickly. Erica was still bored. He took her phone, so she had nothing else to do than to play with a few blades of grass. When it was completely dark, she knew that her time had come. It was easy to do what she wanted under cover of night. Erica shouted at the men who were watching her. Hey, I want to go to the bathroom. We will accompany you, one of the men replied casually. He nodded at the man standing nearby. The sound of footsteps echoed in the otherwise quiet yard as both men approached her. Disgust reflected in her expression at the thought. She shook her head and spat out. I won't use your bathroom. I'm going to my house. Bitch, are you looking for trouble? If this bathroom sickens you, don't go at all. One of the men yelled. Fury coursed through Erica, and she slammed her hand on the table. Who the hell are you to call me bitch? Do you believe that you can stop me? I don't care what you think or say. I'm going to the bathroom in my house now. A screeching sound filled the room as Erica pushed her chair back and stood. Without giving the men a chance to respond, she marched toward the door. The commotion alerted Pike, who rushed into the yard. His brows shot up in astonishment and he shouted, What are you doing? The man who was about to hit Erica replied at once. Pike, this woman is making trouble. She insists on going to the bathroom in her house. That's not worth all this noise. You 5 can go with her and make sure she stays out of trouble. Pike ordered impatiently. Yes, sir. With a victorious smirk, Erica walked out of the yard. The 5 ruffians hustled to keep pace with her as she headed for her home. A few moments later, they passed a dark alley. Erica, who was ahead of the men, suddenly turned, pointed in a direction and exclaimed, Hey, look! What is that? Reflexively, everyone looked in the direction where she had pointed. What? When the men didn't see anything unusual, they frowned and turned to question Erica. However, she was gone. With widened eyes, they searched for her. Someone yelled when they saw a figure run into a nearby alley. One of the 5 men, who was bald, cursed. Damn it! You 2 go back and report to Kirk. The rest of us will chase her. Yes. Erica's heart beat wildly in her chest as she sprinted through the alley, scaled a wall, and disappeared into the darkness. Before long, chaos erupted in the quiet village. Several people led by Pike separated into different groups to search for the woman. At the entrance to Toe Village, 2 black Bentleys sped down the access road to the village. As soon as the cars stopped, a well-dressed man got out of the first car and jogged to the back door of the second car. When the window of the back seat rolled down, he said, Mr. Huo, we have reached. The man in the second car took advantage of the moonlight to examine He knew that it was better to give them some privacy, so he agreed, Let's all go. He wasn't worried about leaving the couple alone as no one from this village was a threat to Matthew. Hearing the assistant's words, the men Matthew had brought along immediately dispersed. In the quiet night, Erica gritted her teeth and pulled away. Her cheeks were flaming from the emotions coursing through her. She blushed and said, Matthew, stop. This is not the right place. How could Matthew want to sleep with me here? She cried in her mind. Despite her objections, Erica was so excited that she couldn't stand it. The man didn't seem to hear her protest and continued his advances. They hadn't seen each other for over 3 years, and he had already thought of all the ways he would punish his woman hundreds of times in his mind. Now that he had finally found her, how could he let her go? Even if it were daytime now, it wouldn't stop him from making love to her. In this way, the couple who hadn't seen each other for so long released their longing for each other. Before Erica could recover from the shock, she was silently punished by the man. After a long time, Matthew carried the woman into the car and tidied her up. Without saying a word to her, he got out of the car and called Owen. Come back. Soon, Owen and the bodyguards returned with some food. Mr. Huo. Matthew, who was smoking in front of the car door, ordered without raising his head. Let's leave. Yes, Mr. Huo. Leave. Erica snapped out of the daze that had fogged her brain. She immediately opened the door and staggered out of the car. I won't go. Matthew glanced at her coldly and said to her the first sentence since they met again. Are you insane?
No, no.
I mean, I can't leave now. Erica shook her head like a rattle drum. She just couldn't leave the village without finishing her mission. Are you sure? Matthew asked with a frown. He couldn't fathom what was preventing her from wanting to leave this place. Yes, I'm certain. He put out the cigarette. Silence descended as the couple glared at each other. They had seemingly reached a stalemate. Owen stepped forward and said boldly, Mr. Huo, it's late. Why don't we rest here tonight and talk about it tomorrow? Talk about it tomorrow? Matthew cast a cold glance at Owen and then at the woman who was clinging to the car door. Lead the way, he ordered gruffly. Erica gritted her teeth and quickly straightened up. Okay. She thought that Matthew would sit in the car and follow her, but he didn't. The man strolled behind her, shadowed by his bodyguards. The drivers trailed behind them in the vehicles. When she reached home, Pike's men were waiting for her at the door. She ignored them and walked forward to open the door to the courtyard. Pike and his men didn't have time to catch Erica even though she was right in front of them. Their hearts thumped when they saw the man trailing her. Where did this rich and powerful man come from? After the door opened, she stepped aside and addressed Matthew with a smile. Mr. Huo, this way, please. Like Erica, Matthew didn't bother with the stunned people at the door. At her invitation, he reluctantly stepped into her yard. While the couple could just ignore Pike and his gangsters, Owen couldn't. He winked at the two bodyguards and ordered, Get rid of them. Yes, sir. After inviting the CEO, who didn't fit in here, to her room, Erica remembered something important. Make yourself comfortable. I need to step out to do something. The man who had been surveying her house, which was less than 30 square meters in size, frowned. Confusion coursed through him, and he turned to glare at her, expecting an explanation. After a pause, she clarified, I asked Tessie to hide outside. She doesn't know that I have returned. I need to find her. Tessie. He frowned. Yes. The woman blinked innocently. The man's eyes lingered on her for a moment, and then he realized. Hildren in these past few years. She had helped Erica during her recovery from childbirth. Once Erica became busy with shooting and other things, Tessie looked after the children. As for Chantel, she had signed a contract with the Global Entertainment and started her career soon after the closed-door training. With the Lee family backing her and Matthew's aid, she became famous shortly after her debut. Once she became a big star, Chantel flew around the world and participated in all kinds of activities and programs. Every time Erica went to a new place, she would contact Chantel. Therefore, except Tessie, who had been her companion all this time, Chantel was the only other person who knew of the mother and son's whereabouts. Chantel would also transfer a large amount of living expenses to them every month so that they could live comfortably. However, Erica needed money for other things too, so it was never enough. In the end, she sent the 4 children to Matthew. Erica, please help me. I'd rather stay here than go back to the slum. That place had given Tessie enough nightmares to last her a lifetime. Erica waved her hand and said, Don't worry. You can stay wherever I am from now on. The kids have run away, and no one can help me. I'm counting on you. Erica needed an assistant to help her with simple tasks, such as carrying the camera and other equipment. Okay. Tessie caved. She knew that Erica wouldn't lie to her. So with a sigh of resignation, she followed her back home. When Tessie and Erica returned, Owen was sitting in the dimly lit yard and playing on his cell phone. When he saw them, he stood and greeted them. Erica had wanted Tessie to meet Matthew, but she was afraid of the man. And so, after much insistence, Erica let her friend retire to her room. She figured it might be better if the two met each other the next morning. After bidding Tessie good night, she walked to the door to her bedroom and pushed it open. Matthew was sitting on the chair in her room waiting for her. When he saw his wife enter, the worry niggling at his heart gradually disappeared. Erica ran forward and hugged the man who was sitting upright. Matthew, why haven't you slept yet? He sat motionless and let her hold him, but he did not respond. Erica didn't mind his attitude. After all, she hadn't seen him in years. And he had just saved her from Pike and his men. She glanced at him and asked, "How about we go to bed now?" It was late, and after all the events that had transpired, she was exhausted. However, Matthew said flatly, "I'm hungry." "What?" she exclaimed. She scratched the back of her head. It was late at night, and her kitchen was quite bare. What was she going to feed her husband? Finally, she stuttered, I can cook noodles. Is that okay?" "She can cook noodles?" Matthew shook his head. "I'm afraid your cooking will poison me." "Okay, then perhaps I can ask Tessie to cook for you. She is good. Your sons always enjoy meals prepared by her," Erica offered. She had volunteered to make him a bowl of noodles, but he didn't seem to trust her culinary abilities. "Let Tessie do it?" "Never." The man pinched the bridge of his nose and ordered, "You can make the noodles." "Me." Erica was stunned with how quickly Matthew had changed his mind. "Aren't you afraid of getting poisoned? Cut the crap and do as I say." Whatever little patience Matthew had left seemed to have disappeared. He glared at his wife as he waited for her reaction. Okay, I'll do it right now." Erica ignored his tantrum, turned and ran out of the room. Their kitchen was small, but it was spotless and orderly because Tessie would clean it every day. Erica placed the water to boil before hunting for dried noodles in the cupboard. Then, guided by the beam of her flashlight, she scoured the corner of the yard for some vegetables. On the way back, she found a few mushrooms that Tessie had placed on the shelf to dry. Curious, Owen followed her into the kitchen. After looking around the small shabby space, he couldn't help asking, "Mrs. Huo, why?" He was just a neat freak. There was a tap outside the house, and it was connected to a pipe that was fed by cold spring water. When Erica came here, there hadn't been such a tap in the village, and every household had to fetch their water from the river. She had paid someone to install this tap. She quickly fetched a basin of water and put it in front of him. "Wash your hands," she said. The weather was neither hot nor freezing. The spring water was cool, but it could be used to wash hands. After Matthew finished, Erica handed him a yellow towel and said, "This is Atkins' towel. This little guy is also a neat freak like you, so his towel is the cleanest one. You can use your son's things." Now that she had cared for 4 boys, Erica had become good at taking care of people. She carefully wiped the water on Matthew's hands. She guessed that Matthew liked the noodles she had cooked. After all, he ate in silence till all the noodles were finished. Just like the 4 little guys. They never said a word from beginning to end while eating the noodles made by their mother. In the kitchen, Owen picked up some noodles and asked Tessie, who had quietly come out to clean the kitchen, "How often does Mrs. Huo cook? And have you tried her noodles before?" Tessie glanced at him and answered briefly, "Yes." "What do you think about them?" Owen asked cautiously. He didn't say that the noodles tasted awful. Tessie didn't say anything. Instead, she busied herself with cleaning the kitchen. Since she stayed silent, Owen got her point. Did the 4 boys grow up by eating these noodles? That would be miserable. To be honest, he had never eaten such terrible noodles before. He really felt bad for the boys. "No, I can cook. I am the one who usually cooks for the boys," said Tessie. She couldn't help smiling as she thought of how the 4 kids would gobble up her food every time she'd cook for them. Although they were only 3 years old, they were so sensitive and understanding as if they were teenagers. "That's good to hear." Owen nodded his head with a smile that indicated his sense of relief. Even he could understand that it wasn't easy for the 2 women to take care of 4 children. As he mulled over their situation bitterly, Owen wondered if Matthew would be able to carry on with his original plan. Although Owen was just an outsider, he couldn't help sympathizing with the wife and children of his boss because the living conditions in this place were deplorable. And yet Matthew was planning on leaving his wife here so that he could teach her a lesson. "I don't think Mr. Huo has the heart to go through with it," he thought to himself. At night, Matthew wanted to wash his feet, so Erica got Atkins' plastic basin and filled it with warm water. When Matthew said he wanted to brush his teeth and wash his face, Erica knocked at the door of a nearby shop in the middle of the night and bought him a set of toothbrush. Matthew had a lot of demands, and Erica did everything for him without any hesitation, just as how he had willingly taken care of her a long time ago. After Erica made sure that Matthew's needs were met with, she took Owen to the village head's house and woke him up so he could help arrange a place for Matthew's men to stay for the night. By the time Erica came back, it was almost midnight and Matthew was sitting on the bed with his legs crossed. Erica stretched her slightly cramped muscles, but she wasn't ready for sleep just yet. "Why don't you go ahead and sleep? I'll come to bed later." She had an important thing to do today. The man's confused eyes watched Erica as she quickly locked the door and took out her treasure box from the hole on the ground. She unlocked it and flipped it open, revealing a camera and a few developed photos. There was a look of melancholy on her face after she turned the camera on and looked through all the photos she had taken that day. Erica had failed to gather evidence on the crimes of Kirk and Pike because of the dog. It seemed as though she needed to work harder. All the while, the man who had been sitting on the bed without uttering a word finally got up and walked towards her to see what Or's procedures together. "So how did they get a divorce while she was away?" "Sorry, Mrs. Huo. It's your husband who forced me to say this." Owen sighed in his heart. "It's true. Mr. Huo has already divorced you," he said flatly. Erica's heart sank. They hadn't seen each other in over 3 years, and now she just found out that they were already divorced. "But how did you?" "Well, thanks to my connections, it was easy for me to divorce you without you being around," Matthew explained calmly, paying attention to her every reaction. The look of shock and sadness on her face gave Matthew satisfaction. Erica held back her tears and asked, "Then, why did you sleep with me yesterday?" Matthew had slept with her the moment they met. Owen took a few steps back as soon as he heard that. After all, their private matters were something that did not concern him. Matthew looked into Erica's eyes and said indifferently, "It's normal for a man to sleep with a woman. So what he did yesterday was just what a man would do to a woman without any emotions involved." She wondered. "Come on, it's been over 3 years. You can't tell me you didn't want to have sex with me as much as I did with you?" He continued to ask. Even if Erica had wanted to, she was too embarrassed to admit the truth.
No, no.
A hint of playfulness flashed through the man's eyes. "I think you were also very enthusiastic last night." Matthew gave her a sly smirk. "Jerk!" she cursed inwardly. Before Matthew was about to leave, Erica stopped him and said, "I know what you mean. Take good care of our sons from now on. I will go to see them when I'm free." "If you know what I mean, what is it then?" Matthew thought she wouldn't understand what he meant. Thinking about the letter she left to him 3 years ago, Erica sniffed and said, "Have you met a very excellent woman?" That was the only reason she could think of. Why he divorced and abandoned her. She guessed it wrong, and he had already expected that she wouldn't really understand what he wanted to say. But since she was not willing to go back with him, he thought it would be useless to explain it. So instead of answering her, he just gave her an extremely cold look, turned around and strode to his car. Matthew's car left Tow Village immediately. But at the gate of Erica's house, a lot of curious villagers still stood. They enjoyed what they had witnessed just now, so they didn't leave the place. Holding back the tears that were about to fall, she went back to the yard, closed the gate, and washed her face quietly. Tessie, who had been in the room when Erica and Matthew talked, heard everything. After making sure that Matthew had left, she came to Erica and comforted her. "Erica, are you okay?" Erica turned around and replied with a smile, "Yeah, I'm fine." She then finished washing her face and began brushing her teeth. "I think Mr. Huo still has feelings for you. After all, he flew thousands of kilometers just to see you." "Don't overthink things," Tessie said. Y City was more than 3,000 kilometers away from the nearest airport to Tow Village. All in all, Matthew had traveled over 6,000 kilometers back and forth. Erica stopped brushing her teeth upon realizing that Tessie made sense. She took the toothbrush out of her mouth and said, "He must still be angry at me for leaving without saying a word 3 years ago." And yesterday, when he asked me if I would go back to Y City with him, I said no. Well, since you left Y City just like that, leaving only a letter, even your parents must be angry. You can't blame Mr. Huo, said Tessie. Erica nodded and replied, that's actually one of the reasons why I don't want to go back. I'm afraid that my father will skin me alive as soon as he sees me. Because of what she said, Tessie persuaded her. You better go back as soon as possible. Don't wait for your dad to come here, or else the consequences will be dire. You are right. Erica made up her mind. She would go back to Y City as soon as possible after she had dealt with everything. So what if Matthew has a new woman by his side now? I believe I can also drive her away like what I did to Phoebe and CA. Lauren, this box. Coleman raised his hand in an instant and replied, it's me, Grandma. Why did you catch it? She asked in confusion. Taking the box from her hands, he explained, I used to raise caterpillars when we were in Tow Village. Many people bullied us before, so I scared them by throwing caterpillars into their clothes. They all rolled to the ground in fright. Ah! As they got reminded of the funny faces of those who bullied them before, the four boys burst into laughter. Matthew got curious, so he asked, why were you bullied? After looking at each other, the three boys looked at Atkins in tacit agreement. Understanding their gazes, Atkins explained instantly, people are saying that Mom is a bad woman because we don't have a father. Someone has even sneaked into our house. Sneaked into your house? Why? Matthew interrupted. A bad feeling rose in his heart. Since the kids didn't want to hide anything from their father, Coleman was the one who answered next. With eyes wide open, he said, an uncle asked Mom to abandon us. He said that if Mom married him and left us, he would give her $100,000. Debbie was shocked to hear such revelation from the little boy. With a darkened expression, Matthew asked, what did your mom say? Boswell's eyes filled with admiration upon thinking about Erica as he answered, Mom didn't say anything. She just picked up the stick next to her and beat him up. Damien then added with a smile, yes, that's right. Then Coleman put a caterpillar on that man's neck. He was so scared that he almost pissed his pants. Ah! The four little boys laughed again as they remembered the man's embarrassed look. But Matthew and Debbie didn't find the boys' story funny. Debbie, who felt sorry for what they had gone through, held Coleman in her arms and asked Matthew, didn't you go to find Rika? Why is she not with you? Give her some time. Matthew wanted Erica to come back to him willingly and never leave him again. Why do we have to wait? Debbie gave him a confused look and added, didn't you coax her enough? Didn't she want to come back with you? Coleman suddenly cut in, no, Grandma. Mommy can't come back now. Maybe because she hasn't finished her task yet. Task? What task? Debbie got more confused. Coleman blinked and hesitated for a moment. Grandma, I will tell you, but don't tell anyone. Okay, go ahead. Mom has promised the police to find evidence of the crimes made by Kirk Cheen and his men. That's what we only know. Mom didn't tell us the details. And when she sent us back here, she hasn't gotten the most important evidence yet. Matthew and Debbie looked at each other. Then Matthew turned to Atkins and asked with a frown, does your mom do this kind of task often? Atkins nodded first but then shook his head afterward. We don't know. Sometimes Mom doesn't tell us. I understand. You can go and play now, he said. Okay. The four boys ran upstairs and went back to the games they were playing before Matthew arrived. Debbie watched them running upstairs and sighed. Although these children grew up in such a poor place, they don't have any bad habits. I admire Rika for raising them well. It must have been difficult and tiresome for her to take care of them even though Tessie is there to help her. Matthew didn't say anything. But deep in his heart, he knew that Debbie was right. So he promised himself that he would never let Erica suffer again. Before going upstairs, Debbie reminded him, get Rika back as soon as possible. Don't let her suffer more outside. I will. He would definitely take her back. It was only a matter of time. As night fell, Matthew stayed in his study, looking at the photos taken by EM. Her first winning entry had photos shot 3 years ago. It was a collection of 5 photos called Different Childhood. In the first picture was a thin girl who was about 6 or 7 years old. Dressed in patched clothes, she was pulling a rope on her back. The rope was connected to a wooden cart behind her that was full of dried wood. Since the cart, Matthew everything he knew. Chantel. Surprise was written all over his face when he asked the little boy for confirmation. Yes, Aunt Chantel is awesome. As an innocent child, Coleman didn't know the matters between adults. In his eyes, his father was a great man, so he told him everything he knew. Matthew was rendered speechless. He didn't expect that Chantel knew where Erica was all these years. It was all Gifford's fault. He and Chantel hadn't seen each other for years because they were both busy in their careers. Wesley and Blair were the ones who took care of Hugo. The couple would only go back and accompany their son whenever they were free. If Gifford had paid even just a little attention to Chantel, he would definitely found out something about Erica. When Matthew remained quiet, Coleman couldn't help saying, "Dad, I have something to ask you." His voice brought Matthew back to his senses, so he said, "Okay, go ahead. Uncle Sheffield said that you are good at network technology. I want to learn from you." Because of the kind of life they had in the village, Coleman had never gotten the chance to use a computer. One day when he saw Carlos playing on the computer, he immediately got fascinated by it. Coincidentally, Sheffield also came to them at that time. Looking at how the little boy got himself immersed in playing with the computer, he knew that he was interested in network technology. So he told the little boy that Matthew was very good at it, and he could learn from him. Matthew was amused. His 4 3-year-old sons were surely interested in learning many things. First, Boswell had told Matthew that he wanted to learn about business. Now, Coleman was telling him that he wanted to learn about network technology. He couldn't help pondering in his mind. Should I be happy that my sons are all geniuses? Dad, can't I? Coleman evoked him. The little boy began to feel slightly disappointed because his dad didn't respond for quite a while. Matthew shook his head and was about to say it was fine with him. But Coleman misunderstood his gesture and thought that he didn't agree, so he immediately bargained. "If you teach me, I'll tell you Mom's secret." "Well, what secret?" Coleman sat on his lap and said in a low voice. When Mom was taking photos in the nursing home, a paralyzed old woman who was bedridden wanted to express her gratitude to Mom for saving them. So she gave Mom a string of bracelet called Divine Bone Sherpa bracelet. This bracelet has a long history, and it seems to have come from the royal family of K Country. The story was a bit complicated, but it was said that the bracelet could mobilize the royal army of K Country. The royal family of K Country? Matthew repeated in his mind. Coleman was narrating the story mysteriously, and he couldn't help raising an eyebrow. As far as I know, this kind of bracelet is not made from precious materials. I think it's impossible to belong to the royal family. And you said it could mobilize the royal army. If it weren't for the fact that Coleman was still too young to understand many things, although he knew quite a lot of words, Matthew would have doubted if the boy had read too many novels to create such a story. Or perhaps the old woman just remembered it wrongly and told a different story to Erica. If the bracelet was really that powerful, why would the old woman stay in a nursing home and allow the staff to abuse the elderly? It sounded so inconceivable. Seeing the dubious look on Matthew's face, Coleman got a little anxious. "Dad, it's true. When some criminals took us away last time, Mom asked help from the royal army. It was they who found and saved us. Mom has been living in K Country since we were born. Although she has moved to several villages, she never left K Country. It's because the royal army there can protect us as long as she has the bracelet." Matthew fell silent. He still didn't believe it. For all the men to immediately notice the fire in the kitchen, Erica picked up a few burning sticks and threw them under the door where the men were having a good time. Soon enough, one of them seemed to have realized that something was wrong. As he craned his head, he saw that the door behind them was already burning. "Fire!" he shouted. All the men who were eating and drinking stood up in an instant. 2 of them rushed to the door to check. But before they could even put out the fire, they found out that the kitchen was also on fire. The rest of them ran out to see what was going on. At this time, Erica had already sneaked inside the room quietly. While everyone's attention was on the burning kitchen, she poured a few drops of the drug on each of the men's glasses. She initially planned to put the drug directly into the bottle of wine, but since the bottle was sealed, she couldn't open it. The fire in the kitchen wasn't that big, and it only made the wall a little charred. After splashing a few buckets of water on it, the fire was all put out. When the group of men returned to the room, Erica quickly found a place to hide. She waited as the men sat down and continued to drink while talking about how the fire could have started. 5 minutes later, they all fell unconscious one after another. Some lay on the ground while some bent over the table. The only one who remained conscious was the man who didn't drink, because he was allergic to alcohol. "Guys, wake up. What happened to all of you?" he asked in shock. Erica quietly walked out from behind the cabinet and approached the man. She acted quickly and accurately. When the man heard a noise, he turned around and was greeted by Erica as she sprayed him 3 or 4 times in the face. Before the drug could take effect, though, he shouted, "It's you, Huo." The next moment, he took out the cell phone from his pocket to notify the others about what was happening. At the same time, Erica reached out trying to grab the phone, but the man kept his grip so tight around the device that she wasn't able to snatch it from him. Luckily, the drug soon began to take effect as he loosened his grip. With his eyes already closed, his body slid down from the chair until it was on the ground. Erica heaved a sigh of relief and turned off his phone before throwing it aside. Then the room was finally on the clear for her to look into it. On the surface, there didn't seem to be anything special about the house, but since it was guarded by more than 10 people every day, there must be something hidden inside it. Erica suddenly regretted drugging that last man. If she had thought about it earlier, she would have threatened and forced him to tell her what the secret they kept in the house was instead. Yet she didn't have much time to think about it now. The effect of the drug wouldn't last long, so she had to continue to inspect the room before they woke up. A couple of minutes later, as Erica was fumbling around one of the cabinets, her hand accidentally bumped into something, causing the seemingly fixed furniture to start moving. Carefully, she took 2 steps back while she watched the cabinet rotating 180 degrees. When it finally stopped moving, she strode forward and noticed a square-shaped hole on the ground. Taking a closer look at it, she realized there was a way down to a basement. She was immediately led to believe that all of Kirk and Pike's secrets should be hidden in that basement. Erica briefly looked back at the group of people still asleep behind her, and then went down the hole without hesitation. At first glance, she noticed the place was quite spacious. On the long table at the center, there were all kinds of bottles at disposal. 2 people had their backs to her, and they didn't seem to have heard her coming down. Anyway, she had no clear sight of what they were doing so intently. When Erica took her final step down, the cabinet restored to its original place, sealing the basement and it. Then they both laughed at one another. Kirk then crooked his finger at her and said hoarsely, "Come here and let me have a look at you." Suppressing the sick feeling in her stomach, Erica took 2 steps forward. Everyone present was instantaneously watchful of her every move. Kirk stared at her for a long time until he finally nodded. "Good. I'll give you 2 choices. The first one is to be my woman, and the second is to die here." As she had found out their secret, there was no way they could keep this woman alive. "Be your woman? Do you honestly think you deserve me? Screw you." Erica smiled, pretending to be amused by the offer. However, she was indeed cursing the man inwardly the whole time. The gun was right next to her now. As long as she was fast enough, she would be able to reach it out. Yet she couldn't fool Kirk. Seeming to understand her intentions, he stretched out his hand to get the gun. Erica gave him a quick kick on the wrist before she moved to grab the weapon. However, as soon as she reached out for it, one of the other men beside the table raised his dagger and stabbed her hand, forcing her to retreat and give up on the idea altogether. Immediately, she had to come up with a new plan. So she turned around and rushed to the door. But all she could find was a closed door. At the same time, someone came and attacked her from behind. In order to protect herself, she had no choice but to deal with these people first. Huo, if you move again, I'll shoot you. Kirk's face was still pale after the kick he got. Yet, with his uninjured left hand, he raised the gun and aimed at the woman at the door. Damn it! I'm trapped now. Erica raised her hands above her head and surrendered obediently. She slowly turned around to confirm her predicament. Yes, Kirk was pointing a gun at her. Kirk stood up from his seat and grabbed the dagger from the hand of his goon. He stalked toward Erica brandishing the knife, his expression dangerous like a jungle cat. Hey Kirk, what are you doing? Let's not be hasty here. Didn't you ask me to be your woman? Erica couldn't laugh anymore, seeing the gun and dagger in his hands. She was almost hysterical, so she forced herself to try and calm down. Kirk pressed the tip of the dagger against her chest and slowly moved up. At last, he pressed it against her smooth chin. With an evil smile on his face, he said, I could cut your garments to ribbons. I might even cut you in the process. Should we do this here, or maybe go somewhere more private? Damn it! You bastard! Erica couldn't help cursing in her heart. You've gone too far this time. Try it, try anything, and I'll make you a eunuch. Of course. Before she could finish her words, someone kicked in the door behind her. Fortunately, she had already backed away. Otherwise, the door would have flattened her. A group of bodyguards in suits and leather shoes polished to perfection rapidly filed in, forming two rows once they got inside. They cornered Kirk's men, having unholstered their guns before they came in. The bodyguards spooked the goons into silence. All eyes turned to look at the tall man who strode in last. Even if they couldn't see him clearly, everyone felt his noble aura. Even Kirk was astonished by the man's imposing manner. He strolled over to Kirk and kicked the gun from the man's hand. As Kirk dug into his jacket for another weapon, the other man already had a Glock 19 Gen 5 pointed at Kirk's temple. He knew exactly what he was doing, since he'd clearly customized the frame size with backstraps and removed the finger grooves from the grip. The man was efficient yet smooth, all actions taking place without missing a beat. Erica was charmed by how cool he looked. She looked at the man, eyes full of affection. It was obvious she was very much in love. Kirk's gun had landed near a bodyguard place and then tried to put her arms around him. Matthew pushed her away. He stared at her in disgust and said, Go take a shower. The woman lowered her head and took a look. Then she realized she was all covered in dirt. She was filthy. Okay. But before she went to shower, she ran to him and kissed him on the cheek happily. The man's disgusted eyes gradually turned gentle as he watched her scamper off. By the time she had taken her shower, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Matthew sat on the edge of the bed, engrossed in a phone call. She shooed him off the bed so she could put down fresh sheets and blankets. Not long after that, he hung up the phone. She couldn't wait to ask, Why are you here again? Matthew was speechless. What else could I do? Because you haven't left yet. He sighed inwardly. Besides, he had already guessed that it would be dangerous for her to stay here, so he came here with a group of bodyguards, intending to leave the bodyguards here to protect her. However, as soon as they arrived at the Toe village, Tessie told them that Erica had gone to Kirk's place. So he hurried there to help her. Matthew didn't answer but asked, So you're a widow? Did she mean I am dead? Erica didn't expect him to bring up this topic at all. Seeing the warning in the man's eyes, she smiled awkwardly, held his head in her arms and tried to muddle through. I don't know. They were just talking bullshit. By the way, how are our kids doing? Matthew grabbed her wrist and pressed her against the bed. You can stay here if you want from now on. I only came here to sleep with you. Whether the children are doing well or not has nothing to do with you anymore. Oh really? Didn't you say that you already divorced me? Then why do you have to come and sleep with me? Erica asked. He must have lied to me about the divorce. Since he keeps on coming here to see me again and again, he must still love me. As these thoughts came to her mind, she wrapped her arms around his neck happily and waited for his answer. She wasn't aware that her natural fragrance had already turned him on. Do I need a reason to sleep with a woman? It's either you are a masochist or you have a quirk. There are so many beautiful women in Y City, but you came all the way to Toe Village just to sleep with me. Matthew, are you still in love with me? They both knew very well the distance between Toe Village and Y City. Instead of answering her question, he lowered his head to kiss her on the lips to hide his embarrassment. She was overjoyed. His actions clearly implied that he still loved her, and it wasn't true that he divorced her. The next morning, while Erica was still asleep, an earth-shaking event happened in the village. The sirens of the police cars had awakened her. As she turned over in the bed, she found out that the man who made love to her the whole night wasn't there anymore. Upon realizing that she was the only one in the room again, she abruptly sat up on the bed. She put on her pajamas casually and got out of bed in a hurry to look for Matthew. However, as soon as she stood up, her legs felt very weak that she sank back into bed. "Oh my God!" she exclaimed silently, wincing in pain. She clearly knew that Matthew had come to her with anger for the second time. He had surely given her a hard time. Looking down at the marks on her body, she couldn't help but frown. Oh, how humiliating. Never mind. I'll just change my clothes first. After putting on a set of clothes that hid her hickeys, she went out of the room. In the yard, she saw a man and a woman staring at each other with Owen expressionlessly standing next to them. Chantel, who was in a cold sweat, finally felt a little relaxed upon seeing Erica coming out of the house. But since Matthew's cold eyes were still on her, she cowled. Lean white hand on the ground a few times, then rubbed her soiled hand to her face. In an instant she looked like a different person. Seeing her dirted face, Kirk recognized her at a glance. His memory immediately traveled back to 3 years ago. He had an illegal transaction in Quan City at that time, but the police discovered him. To avoid being arrested, he casually pulled a pregnant woman who happened to be standing next to him and made her a scapegoat. But he remembered that the woman was not put in jail. Instead, the police arrested another man. Knowing what he was thinking, Erica nodded and said, "Yes, I was not arrested at that time. Instead, my good friend Orange shouldered the consequences of your evilness." Orange was one of the members of the Idol Group FC. She met him in a hotel when she was on a business trip with Matthew back then. Then what happened to him? Kirk asked eagerly. Hatred flashed across Erica's eyes as she said, "He died." Yes, Orange had a heart attack and died inside the prison. During that incident, he happened to be with her. She was about to give birth at that time, so her belly was already very big. He couldn't afford to watch his pregnant friend being held by a group of people holding daggers against her neck, so he went out and took the blame for them. At first, they thought that he wouldn't stay long in jail. After all, he was innocent. The police wouldn't be able to find any evidence against him, so he would definitely be released immediately. However, something happened to him before he could be released. Kirk was surprised to hear that Orange died in jail, so he couldn't help asking, "How did he die?" Erica stared at him and said, "You don't need to know. After all, it has nothing to do with your case now. Since you and Pike are already arrested, do you think the person behind you can still continue to hide?" He was rendered speechless. She then said, "How about this? If you tell me who the person behind you is, I will help you minimize your sentence." Kirk's group had members scattered in several nearby villages, so Erica believed that there must be a powerful leader behind them that controlled everything. She had long sworn to avenge Orange. If it was not for helping her, he wouldn't end up in jail and die. He would have been very popular in the entertainment industry now. This group of people had ruined the bright future that awaited him. Kirk shook his head and said, "I don't know who he is. I haven't met him either." Even Kirk has never seen him? She wondered. That person must be excellent in hiding himself. But then she tried if he would slip. Then how do you contact each other? He didn't answer. Erica didn't force him. Instead, she glanced at the police, who were still busy taking all the evidence out of the basement, turned around and left. Not long after, the police took the group of ruffians to the station. Later that day, the incident was reported on the news. Erica was right. The things that they were making in the basement were all poisonous. The contraband that weighed more than 2 tons worth millions of dollars, so the news instantly caused a sensation in the whole K country. As soon as they got back to Erica's house, the 3 of them entered her room. Chantel closed the door and turned to look at Erica, who was lost in thought. Rika, if it's true that even Kirkchin has never met the big boss, he must be someone not easy to deal with. We can't rush things. Erica nodded. She felt a little disappointed, but she knew it was useless to be anxious. Tessie then said, "Now that the police have arrested Kirk and Pike, and they would probably stay in jail for decades, what are you going to do next?" Resting her chin in her hands, Erica answered unhesitatingly, "I will go back home because I need to deal with things between Matthew and me. But of course, I will continue to find the person behind Kirkchin. In the past few years, so she wasn't that confident. What if I meet with Gifford? He will ask for a divorce." Erica pounded the table and stood up. "If he dares to divorce you, I will break his legs." This time Tessie couldn't help butting in. She asked, "Erica, do you think you can do that?" Chantel didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. She pulled Erica back to her seat and said, "Calm down. I only said, what if? Don't worry. I'm calm. But you are my only sister-in-law, and no one can ever replace you. If my brother dares to divorce you, I will make sure that he won't have a chance to get married again. I will beat those women up until he comes back to you." Chantel had helped her and her sons a lot in the past 3 years. She might not even be able to pay her back for the rest of her life. Tears welled up in Chantel's eyes when she heard her words. With all sincerity, she said, "Thank you, Rika. Being a part of the Lee family was the best thing that ever happened in her life." "Thank you for what? And what are those tears for? I have never seen such a sister-in-law like you who is silly enough to give 80% of her paycheck to my sons and me." Erica laughed heartily while looking at her tear-filled eyes. Chantel glared at her and said, "Don't you ever call me silly. You are actually the silly one. Imagine you run away with 4 babies in your belly? You are the boldest pregnant woman in the world." No wonder she was labeled as Wesley and Blair's naughtiest daughter. Any parents with a daughter like her would definitely have a headache. Erica felt a bit guilty upon hearing what Chantel had said. "To be honest, if I had known that I had 4 babies in my belly when I was still in Y City, I wouldn't have run away from home no matter what," she said. But when she had found that she was pregnant with 4 babies, she had already left Y City, so there was no turning back anymore. Left with no choice, she had to bite the bullet and move on. Since the other 2 babies, who were Coleman and Damien now, were too small to be seen in the ultrasound, she was already 6 months pregnant when they were detected. No wonder her belly at that time was unusually big. She even wondered if her babies were giant. It turned out there were 4 of them inside her belly. When Coleman and Damien were born, the doctors needed to incubate them for half a month. Coleman's health then relatively improved, but Damien took a longer time. Among the 4 of them, he had the weakest physical health. Fortunately, it's all over now. "Erica, don't ever run away from home again," Tessie said with a sigh. She couldn't help wondering, if all of Erica's sufferings were rewarded, how about her? The whole Sioux family had left Y City for good. If she returned, where would she go? She knew that Erica wouldn't need her to take care of the 4 children anymore, because they were all doing well with Matthew's parents. "No, I won't ever run away from home again. I don't want to live in an old-fashioned village that has no internet access. I even have to fight with other people here most of the time. Life in this village sucks. I want to have my life back in Y City. I will find a stable job, be a good wife to my husband, and a kind mother to my children." She giggled in excitement as she imagined the kind of new life she would have with her family. It was such a beautiful life that everyone was yearning. Looking at her daydreaming, Chantel chuckled and shook her head helplessly. 2 days later, what Erica had been afraid to happen came. Since Erica was afraid that she would never have the chance to come back to Toe Village again, she ran around to take photos of the whole place. On the second day, she came home to have dinner with Tessie. She excitedly put a mouthful of noodles into her mouth and chewed them leisurely. But before she could even swallow them, she heard a loud noise outside.
Bang!
Someone kicked their wooden gate from the outside. The force was strong enough to leave the gate lying on the ground. He guarded with his water gun. When the boy heard the sound of the car, he looked over and put away his water gun immediately. With a smile on his face, he ran over happily and called out, "Grandpa!" Erica knew that the boy was Hugo, Chantel's son. She had seen his pictures on her phone countless times. Her tied hands excitedly patted Wesley's shoulder as she exclaimed, "Dad, that's my nephew Hugo." Wesley didn't even bother to look at her when he replied, "I'm not blind." Of course, he knew that it was his grandson, Hugo, who grew up with them. "I'm not blind either. It's my first time to see my nephew in person. Can't I be excited?" she complained inwardly. The car stopped just right in time that Blair, who fetched a glass of water for Hugo inside the villa, walked out. When she saw the car, her eyes filled with joy. She knew that Wesley would bring Erica back. That was the reason why she kept the door of the villa open, and she stayed outside with Hugo. She had been eagerly waiting for her daughter to come back. "Grandma, is Aunt Rika back?" Hugo asked. Although he hadn't seen Erica personally, he had heard about her many times. "Yes," Blair answered. Her face showed complicated emotions. She was angry that Erica had run away for too long, but she couldn't also help feeling happy now that she finally came back. Even if Blair was angry, Erica was still her daughter. Besides, Erica was now a mother to 4 kids. Wesley got out of the car first and opened the back door for Erica. Without minding her tied hands, Erica immediately ran out of the car and threw herself into Blair's arms. "Mom, I'm back." The moment Blair heard her daughter's voice, her heart softened. She held back tears and gritted her teeth, refusing to look at Erica. Knowing that her mother was enraged, Erica felt bad for the trouble she'd caused. She turned and told Wesley, "I'm home now. I won't run away. Let me go." Wesley snorted and ignored her. Erica hung her head, and her mood turned gloomy, rather than defiant. Hugo lifted his head and said, "I got this. Here you go, Aunt Rika." Erica then remembered her dear nephew was also here. She half squatted down and looked at him in the eye.
Hugo.
"So you know I'm your aunt?" she asked gently. He drew himself up to his full height. The boy looked more and more like Chantel every day. He nodded and said, "Grandma said Grandpa was gonna pick you up, so she must be his aunt." Erica was amused by him. "You're so smart, Hugo." Hugo's eyes fell on the rope around her wrists. Noticing his gaze, Erica looked at Wesley helplessly and explained, "Grandpa tied me up. He's good with knots and other people can't undo them. So I'm stuck. Wait. What?" To everyone's surprise, Hugo grabbed the knot and undid it quickly, while Erica was still talking. The rope hung loosely, and she let it drop to her feet. Everyone was gobsmacked. They had another genius in the family. When she was free, Erica kissed the boy again and again in surprise. "Thank you, little one. You're definitely my nephew, Hugo. You are so smart." Hugo gave her a smug smile and said, "I'm happy if you are." Wesley, however, rained on his daughter's parade. "Hugo's smart, but that's not your doing. He got it from your brother or Chantel. Maybe both of them. Don't flatter yourself. Dad, it's been more than 3 years. You can't say you didn't miss me." She didn't give up and asked the same question she had asked many times on the way here. "Miss you? It's been quieter without you around. I brought you back just to teach you a good lesson. I'll send you back to the Huo family after you learn to behave," said Wesley. And he felt justified as her father. She was still finding new ways to act out. Time to nip this in the bud. Never mind. I better just be nice to them. Focus on one at a time, Erica thought to herself. She stood up and hugged Blair. "Our time these years she's been gone. I don't think she really has anything more to learn. If you're still angry with her, punish me instead. Whatever you feel is right." Erica gritted her teeth and refused. "No thanks. If my dad didn't beat me today, he wouldn't let it go. Just get up, Tessie. None of this is your fault. Tessie couldn't bear to see her being punished, but seeing that Wesley was about to get angry, she had to stand up and step aside. Wesley cast a cold glance at his daughter and snapped, "Do you know what you did wrong?" "I know, Dad." Erica's attitude was so good. "So what did you do?" "I shouldn't have run away from home and made you worry," she answered. "Kneel until I'm satisfied. Your brother will be back tomorrow. You obviously haven't learned after all these years, so some time training with him in seclusion will help you. 2 weeks, maybe." Hearing this, Erica widened her eyes. 2 weeks. Gifford's men went through a grueling training regimen. That wasn't for beginners. She could hurt herself or worse, get herself killed. This was not cool. "Yes. In fact, why don't we make it 15 days? Wesley asked rhetorically. He had to teach Erica well before sending her back to the Huo family. Otherwise, the Huo family would keep worrying she'd pull the same tricks. With a sad face, Erica sat on her feet. "Dad, I promise I'll never run away from home again, okay? I can write a letter guaranteeing this. Please don't send me to train with Gifford's men." "I don't need your guarantee. One more word, and you will train a month with them," Wesley ordered. Erica didn't say anything at first, but after a while she replied, "Okay. As long as it makes you happy, Dad, I'll go. Don't try to fool me. You'll go tomorrow." "Okay." Erica nodded helplessly. For nearly an hour, she knelt on the living room floor. When Remus and Yvette came over, they found her still on her knees. Both tried to put in a good word for Erica, but Wesley didn't buy it. After 2 hours, Wesley still wouldn't let Erica stand up. Feeling sorry for her sister, Yvette secretly sent a message to Matthew on WeChat. "Matthew, Dad ordered Erica to stay on her knees on the floor, but she's been there for hours now." It took 2 minutes after that for Wesley's phone to ring. When he looked at the caller ID, he didn't pick up the phone immediately. Instead, he looked around the living room. Erica and Tessie didn't have their cell phones, so it couldn't have been them who informed Matthew. As for Remus, he had been answering a call beside him the whole time he was there, and Blair had been playing games with Hugo upstairs. However, he had no idea where Yvette was. "Yvette!" he shouted. "Just a minute, Dad." Yvette's voice came from the bathroom. After she washed her hands, Yvette showed up in the living room. "Dad, your phone has been ringing. Why aren't you answering it?" she asked. Wesley squinted at her. "You called Matthew?" Erica's eyes lit up once she realized Matthew was the one calling. Now she knew she was going to be saved. She couldn't help but remember that a long time ago when Blair had wanted to beat her, it was Matthew who came to her rescue. Now it shouldn't be any different. "I didn't," Yvette answered. It wasn't a lie since she didn't really call him. "Did you send him a message?" Wesley asked again. "Oh, Dad is so clever." Looking into her father's stern eyes, Yvette reluctantly nodded. Wesley glared at her before he walked away from the room to answer Matthew's call. This way he wouldn't be able to hear anything Erica might say from this side of the line. "Matthew, what's wrong?" Wesley asked. "Dad, are you busy now?"
No.
"I'm playing with Hugo." "Aren't you busy?" Both father-in-law and son-in-law were beating around the bush. "But Ford nodded. "Yes, you passed the training." Harry Zhang was even more confused after hearing that. "Then why are we being punished into cleaning the bathroom?" Gifford looked back at him and asked, "Do you really want to know why?" Harry Zhang nodded. "I'll tell you after you clean the bathroom for a month. Oh, and don't forget you also have to clean the offices on the 3rd floor." Gifford patted him on the shoulder before he turned around and left. Harry Zhang stood there dumbfounded. Later, at dinner, all the Lee family members gathered around the table except for Gifford and Chantel. It felt like ages since Erica had such a nourishing meal. She was so excited that she ended up eating 2 bowls of rice. After everyone finished their meal, Tessie helped the maid clean the table. Erica was playing with Hugo when someone opened the villa's door from the outside. A woman came in wearing a black bucket hat and a long light blue coat over a white lace dress. Her black high-heeled shoes clicked on the floor as she waltzed in. From her simple yet fashionable clothes, It became evident that she had undergone a tremendous change from the girl who had come to the Lee family a few years ago to the woman she was now. With her designer handbag in one hand, she held many gift bags in the other. As soon as she took off her sunglasses, Hugo ran to her excitedly. "Mommy, Mommy! Chantel is back!" Walking up to her with a big smile on her face, Blair seemed even happier to see Chantel now than she was when she saw Erica. Erica was crestfallen when she saw how her mother behaved around Chantel. Whenever her parents saw Chantel or even Yvette, they seemed like they were very glad to see them. Enthusiasm, hugs, and cries of joy. But this wasn't the case with poor Erica. Chantel picked up the 3-year-old boy with difficulty. "Hugo, Mommy's back," she said happily. Then she greeted the people in the living room one by one. Wesley, Blair, Yvette, Remus and Erica all got smiles, greetings, and acknowledgments. Wesley nodded at her. "Hugo's heavier than ever. Don't hold him too long." Chantel echoed with a smile. "Yeah, he is. And taller too." Yvette didn't see Chantel in person often. More often than not, she had to content herself with seeing Chantel on TV. As did everyone else. She came over and took Chantel to the living room. "How long have you been back? Did you just get back from the airport? Sit down and relax." "Yeah. Glad to be back home again." Chantel didn't refuse and sat next to Erica with a smile. Erica immediately leaned over and whispered in her ear. "Why are you back so soon? Was it because of me?" Chantel nodded, but it was not convenient to say something with the others around. It was impolite to whisper around the elders, so she just gave her a smile. Gifford was home early too. He wasn't due until tomorrow. Chantel and Gifford eventually retired to their room. After Hugo was born, Blair asked the maids to move Chantel's stuff into Gifford's room. Sharing a room just made sense with the baby and all. The two hadn't seen each other for several years, but they weren't sure how to be themselves around each other. Things had changed and were a little awkward. Chantel had just donned her pajamas and was about to take a shower. When she saw Gifford walk in the room, she was taken aback. Caught off guard, she was not mentally prepared to meet him like this. As soon as Chantel came to her senses, she remembered something. Before Gifford could say a word, she ran to the table, took something from her bag and handed it to him. "I didn't expect to see you. I was just going to leave this here, but you're here now. I can't stay long, but could you sign this?" she said. "When?" He immediately slipped off the bed and ran over to him, holding his leg. "Daddy! Hug!" Gifford held up his son with one hand and pinched his chubby face with the other. "Hi, little guy. Your mom and I have something to talk about now. Go on and play with your aunties." "Okay." The little boy nodded obediently. Chantel put on her slippers. When she was about to leave, Erica held her hand and snickered. "So when am I going to get a niece? Make my brother work for it." Chantel blushed and looked at the man at the door subconsciously. Of course, she caught the man looking at her, which made her face even redder. She stuttered to explain to Erica, "No, we have something else to talk about." With an expression of understanding, Erica said, "Oh, I got it. Go ahead." Chantel sighed. Erica didn't understand at all. It was obvious that she was making fun of her. Chantel shook her head helplessly and said, "I'll settle accounts with you later." Unexpectedly, Erica said to the man at the door, "Gifford, if Chantel has the energy to talk to me later, then you're a loser." Every time she slept with Matthew, she had no strength to do anything else. "We'll see whether I'm a loser or not," Gifford said without hesitation. Tessie and Yvette burst into laughter. Yvette pushed the blushing woman to the door and said, "Hurry up. Hugo will sleep with us tonight. He won't disturb you." Chantel was confused. Something was wrong, but she didn't know what it was. Gifford and Chantel returned to their bedroom. As soon as he closed the door, he said, "Didn't I tell you not to go anywhere? Why did you run away?" "What? I just went to Rika's room." "Was that already running away for you?" she asked in disbelief. "Wow. After we haven't seen each other for a long time. I didn't know that you already learned to talk back," he snapped. Chantel was rendered speechless. Was she talking back? But her silence made Gifford feel guilty. He felt like he was bullying her. Forget it. Come here, he said in a soft tone. What? She hesitated for a moment. I came back today to remind you that you are already a married woman. From now on, you have to behave properly in public. Although he refused to admit it, he was jealous when he saw her holding another man's arm while walking on the red carpet. He even wanted to rush over and beat that male star to death. What he said didn't sound pleasant in her ears, so she couldn't help retorting, I've always kept a low profile since I entered the entertainment industry. I have never messed around with anyone. Ever since they had gotten their marriage licenses, Chantel had never forgotten that she was a married woman. That was the reason why she had always been careful when she was with other male celebrities. She didn't mess around with anyone. 2 years ago, she guested in a variety show with a male actor, and they played a game together. That man even hugged her on screen. Then at the end of that year, she attended an award ceremony. She walked on the red carpet with a male actor holding her waist. At the beginning of last year, she made a romantic movie where the leading man held her in his arms many times. When she attended a reality show in the middle of last year, a male star took her hand, and they ran fast on the street. And at the end of last year, Gifford could clearly remember all those scenes he saw on TV. He was not sure if any other things were happening behind the screen. Trying to shake off those memories out of his mind, he looked her in the eye, put his thumb at the corner of her mouth and pressed it upward. Chantel was forced to smile, but she didn't know what he was thinking and why he did such a strange thing. Taking a step back to dodge his thumb, she said, "Well, how about we talk another day? I want to take a rest, so I'll go back to my room now." She then turned around and asked, "Don't you want a little sister?" "Yes, I do," he answered, nodding excitedly. "I wish to have a sister as lovely as Wendy." Wendy was Remus and Yvette's daughter, who was about to turn 2 this year. She was taken by Remus' mother back to her hometown, which was why she wasn't with the Lee family. Since the little boy mentioned her, Erica remembered to ask Yvette, "Hey, when will Wendy come back?" She hadn't seen her little niece yet. Remus was the one who answered the question for his wife. "Maybe she will be back the day after tomorrow." She nodded at him and turned to Wesley, who was eating his breakfast silently. "Dad, Gifford won't go back to the base today. Can I stay here until Wendy comes back?" she asked. "No way," Wesley replied unhesitatingly. "When Wendy is already here, you can come back anytime to see her."
Fine.
"You're such a cruel dad," she thought inwardly. Since she abandoned the Lee family for more than 3 years, her status in the family had dramatically declined after she came back. It was very evident that she was the least favored now. She felt so miserable that she wanted to cry. All of a sudden, she wanted to go back to Y City. She missed Carlos and Debbie, Matthew, and her 4 sons. After breakfast, Wesley took Erica to Gifford's base. She didn't even get the chance to call Matthew. Gifford didn't come with them because he wanted to spend more time with his son and wife first. But it didn't matter. With or without his presence, Wesley knew a lot of people in the base who could train Erica. He even chose the strictest leader as her trainer. Tessie also came with Erica to Gifford's base. She had already told Wesley ahead of time that she wanted to train with Erica so that they could take care of each other. Wesley didn't turn down her request. In the afternoon, Gifford brought Chantel to the base. At that time, Erica and Tessie were already practicing some military postures with the other newcomers. He first observed Erica, then walked silently to the drill master and said, pointing at her, "Look at her posture. Are you sure you won't punish her a 5-kilometer run?" The drill master scratched his head in embarrassment and replied, "These 2 women look so fragile. I don't have the heart to punish them." Besides, he knew that Erica was Matthew's wife. He didn't dare to treat her the way he handled the other men, or else Matthew would teach him a lesson. Gifford crossed his arms in front of his chest and reminded him casually, "If my dad finds out that you are too lenient on her, you're dead." The drill master was at a loss for words. If only he could cry. Then an idea came to his mind, so he said, Your men are also training currently, right? Why don't you let Erica join them so you can personally train her? The drill master didn't want Erica to be in his team at all. He didn't want to offend Wesley or Matthew. I'm on leave, Gifford answered nonchalantly. So why are you here now? Asked the drill master. Well, Gifford looked at Chantel first, who was standing next to Erica, before he smiled unfathomably and replied, Harry and the others are cleaning the bathroom now. They don't know why I let them do it, and think I'm just punishing them unreasonably. Now they will know why I punished them. The drill master followed his gaze. As soon as he saw the beautiful woman beside Erica, he moved closer to Gifford. With a serious expression on his face, he said in a flirtatious tone, The woman with you looks familiar. I think I heard some soldiers talking about her. They mentioned her name, but I can't remember. Is she your girlfriend? Finally, you found yourself a girlfriend. I thought you were going to stay single for the rest of your life. Gifford glanced at him and smiled, revealing his white teeth. She is. What seemed unacceptable to them. Chantel was their goddess. How could they take that she was their chief's wife? Is this really his reward to us? I don't think so. Obviously, he brought his wife here to make us suffer more, thought Harry inwardly. The next moment shocked them more. Gifford pulled Chantel into his arm, lowered his head, and kissed her on the lips. It once again caused an uproar in everyone. At the sight of the different expressions on their faces, his mouth curved into a complacent smile. Yes, she is my wife. We have been married for several years now. And now that you know that she is my wife, stop drooling over her again. The sad expression on Harry's and the rest of the soldiers' faces showed that their hearts were aching. They had finally understood why Gifford punished them by letting them clean the bathroom. No man would want other men to covet his wife. They all felt they didn't deserve it. After all, they didn't know beforehand that Chantel was Gifford's wife. Everyone in the base now knew that Gifford was married to Chantel, but no one dared to discuss it on the internet. Thus, except for the soldiers, no one still knew that the popular actress Chantel was married. Meanwhile, everyone in Erica and Tessie's training ground was having fun. Since it was their break time, many soldiers came to chat with the two women. Erica was easy to get along with, so she became good friends with the men in just a short time. Their first day of training went smoothly, but Erica and Tessie were both exhausted. Wesley had specially arranged a room for them and asked them to follow the schedule of the other soldiers. As soon as Erica saw the bed, she immediately climbed into it without even washing her face and feet. When her back touched the soft mattress, she fell asleep in a second. Watching Erica sleeping soundly, Tessie shook her head helplessly. She had managed to wash her face first before going to bed. The next morning, Gifford came to the military base again, but this time he was alone. As soon as he arrived, he first looked for Erica, who was currently doing some sit-ups. Come with me, he ordered. To his surprise, she refused. Shaking her head, she said unhesitatingly, No, I won't go with you. I'm already doing well here. Her training officer wasn't strict with her, and she could be lazy sometimes. Moreover, she was enjoying the company of the other soldiers in this squad. If she followed Gifford to his squad, her life would be miserable. Gifford had been indifferent to her since she returned, so she knew that he was still angry with her. If she joined his squad, he might vent his anger at her through their training activities. She wouldn't let him make her training experiences miserable. Gifford looked at her discontentedly and said, Why are you disobeying me? Just follow my command. Inside this base, you are not in the position to refuse. No way. I've already adapted to the training here. If you want to go, go by yourself. She could hardly imagine her life being trained by him for half a month. Of course, Gifford knew what was in her mind. She knows that no one else can train her strictly other than me. She sure wants to train indolently, he thought. The group of soldiers who was doing push-ups not too far away was stealing glances at them from time to time, and it didn't escape the sharp-witted Gifford. When their eyes met his, they immediately looked away and continued doing their push-ups. Suddenly, Gifford thought of something. Matthew had already known that Erica was training here. and he was on his way here. Okay, you can stay here if you want. He thought that she wanted without minding all the people around them. Witnessing such a scene made the dozens of soldiers not far away feel envious. Even Gifford, who was standing next to them, couldn't help feeling envious too. He wondered if Chantel would also treat him like this one of these days. Matthew, I miss you so much. After taking advantage of Matthew's lips, Erica wrapped her arms around his neck again and pressed her head against his cheek. Despite his anger, he couldn't resist her enthusiasm and passion. She was like a bright sun that suddenly lightened up his mood. The fury in his eyes turned into sweetness in an instant. Not far away, the soldiers who were training with Erica just now gathered and discussed among themselves. What is the meaning of this? Why is Erica hugging him like that? And she kissed him too. Do you think she is doing this on purpose to make single men like us jealous? Erica said that her husband was very nice to her, and I believe her now. Look, they have been hugging for so long, but he still has no intention of putting her down. They are really showing off to us. Oh no, I can't watch them anymore. My heart is now full of envy. Matthew could feel the people's envy from their stares. But before he could say anything, Gifford glared at Erica and said, "Get down now. This is not a place for you to show off. Many people are watching you right now. Don't you feel ashamed? Go home if you two want to make out." Gifford, what are you playing at? You're really clueless, you know that. Instead of getting down from Matthew, Erica held him even more tightly. Her head cocked to one side, she retorted. Besides, you kissed Chantel in front of your soldiers. Everyone knows that. Why can't I share a public display of affection with my own husband? I think you're jealous of me because I have someone. But Chantel's too far away to hold. Her words made Matthew laugh. Gifford wanted to say something back, but he couldn't think of anything sharp enough. Erica was too good with the comebacks, and her words often stung. He had to threaten her. You shut up. Did you forget where you are? This is a military installation. I'm in command here. What if I order you to run 20 kilometers with a 5-kilo pack? Could you do it? Matthew held the woman in his arms tightly and told Gifford in a calm voice, You're right. Rick has been a bad girl. But between you and me, we were supposed to teach her how to behave. We're responsible for this. So maybe we should be punished together. Together. Gifford was not afraid of the 20-kilometer run. He was afraid Matthew had spoiled Erica and never set any boundaries. You gave her everything she wanted, and how did she thank you? She ran off for more than 3 years without so much as a word. Next time might be even worse. You sure you still want to spoil her without a care in the world? He was afraid that if Matthew continued to mollycoddle her like that, this woman would really become a problem. Erica glared at her brother. It was obvious what he was trying to do. Gifford, you are such a dick. If I hadn't asked Chantel to come back, where would you be now? But now, when you see me with my husband, you start stirring up shit. See if I do anything for you again. Matthew scooped her up into his arms and said slowly, You're right, of course. I won't make the same mistake twice. What? She was so sad. Gifford suddenly felt a little guilty. Did he really drive a wedge between them? However, what the man said next blew Gifford away again. But you all have to spoil her. I'm the only one who can rein her in. Anyone tries, then they're going to have to go through me. Then his eyes. Ed Mannon asked, Where is Owen going? Matthew looked up at her and asked instead, How's your training going? I guess it's going okay. It's just so boring. Because she had learned some martial arts in the past and was used to exercising, they didn't wear her out too much. In addition, the training officer was kind to her, so she didn't have to do the grueling regimen the others were subjected to. That's good. As he said those words, he pulled her into his arms with his right hand. Then she was pressed against the back seat, and he was on top of her. She blinked and looked at her husband. She knew exactly what he had in mind, and it didn't matter whether she was in the mood or not. I thought we were stopping for lunch? What's going on? We are stopping for lunch. And you're on the menu. He lowered his head and kissed her red lips. Erica was dumbfounded. What kind of lunch is this? Erica had already thrown the camouflage cap aside. Now with her hair separated into 2 braids, she looked as young as a teenager. This made him feel a bit guilty about having sex with her. Gritting his teeth, Matthew grabbed her camouflage cap and pulled it down over her face. The guilt in his heart diminished some. They made love for a long time. When he finally was finished, she opened one of her eyes and looked at the man who was busy mopping up the mess. She tried to say something to him, but her voice was a hoarse whisper. Matthew Huo, you're crazy. Although Matthew wanted Erica to stay away from other men, she had been training with several male soldiers. Therefore, how could she do as he asked? Besides, it was Wesley who insisted that she should train among the soldiers. Why didn't he just go to Dad? Why did he come here to teach me a lesson instead? What a jerk! Erica thought, doing her best to roll her eyes discreetly. Putting his hand on her waist, Matthew asked sternly, Do you still want to argue? She shook her head immediately. No, no, no. He had come to her with an invitation to take her to lunch. But despite his words, he had brought her to this place so they could have sex. Now she had missed lunchtime in the base. At that moment, Matthew regained his usual and elegant image as he dressed neatly again. Afterward, he got out of the car and lit a cigarette. Leaning against the car window, Erica smoothed her messy hair and called the man smoking outside. Hey Matthew.
I'm hungry.
Let's go and have lunch. Matthew breathed out a mouthful of smoke before he looked at the flushed woman in front of him. However, she soon became blurry through the haze. Come with me, he offered. Come with him. Back to Y City? She wondered.
No, no.
I haven't met Wendy yet. I've promised to see her before leaving for Y City. Why don't you wait for me so that we can go back together? She asked. She didn't want to break her promise. She planned to return to Y City after she met Wendy, and then her 2 best friends, Hyatt and Rhea. Upon hearing her answer, Matthew didn't say anything back. He stubbed out the cigarette and called Owen, to whom he ordered, Let's go. More than 10 minutes later, the luxury car dropped her off at the base. With a hat in her hand, the woman stood in front of the gate in shock as she watched the luxury car driving away again. How could Matthew, my husband, do such a thing to me? He said he was going to take me to lunch, yet he took me to the wilderness to have sex with me. And then he sent me back with an empty stomach. What a jerk. As it was already past lunchtime, Erica didn't find the canteen's door open, so she went to the snack bar and bought a box of instant noodles along with some other snacks. Then she slowly made her way back, trying to balance the snacks and the box of noodles in her hands when a soldier she had never seen before walked towards her with a big smile. Aren't you Gifford's sister? After all, she did grow up in a country. As soon as she saw the car heading to the downtown area, she couldn't hide her excitement any longer. Dad, you're so kind. I love you. Wesley snorted. Sit still. Careful for Erica not to see it, he couldn't help but raise one of the corners of his mouth. Poor Wesley. His 2 daughters had always been the apple of his eye. He just didn't have the heart to beat or scold them no matter what they did. Yvette at least didn't cause him any trouble. But Erica was the definition of a troublemaker. His blood pressure would often skyrocket because of her. Yet whenever he saw her annoying face, his rage would instantaneously fade. Poor Wesley was indeed at the mercy of his wife and 2 daughters for the rest of his life. When they got to the store, Erica bought her and Tessie the latest smartphones released by ZL Group. While she picked a white device for herself, she gave Tessie a black one. After they settled everything, Erica asked Wesley to take her and Tessie to the mall, so she could also pick up gifts for Hugo and Wendy. As their aunt, she didn't think it was appropriate to see her nephew and niece without any gifts. 2 days ago she had an excuse. She had just come back home in a hurry and didn't have the time to buy Hugo his gift. Today she was going to make it up for it. Then after she met Wendy, Hyatt and Rhea, she would go back to Y City and be reunited with her husband and children. As for the moment, Erica couldn't wait to send Matthew a message. Therefore, as soon as she got her new phone, she typed, "Honey, it's me, your lovely wife." About half an hour later, Matthew saw Erica's message. He only replied, okay, what does that mean?" Erica stared at the screen of her phone and pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. She was so annoyed that she closed her WeChat. "Well, I'll ask him about it when I get back. Not long now. I can't wait." After dinner, when Erica was going back to her room, she heard voices from Gifford's room. It sounded like Gifford and Chantel fighting inside. Chantel's voice was soft when she said, "Look, we're shooting now. I was supposed to leave tonight, but I put it off until the day after tomorrow. But I've got a fan signing tomorrow. I need to take off." "So you think I'm not busy?" asked Gifford in a cold voice. "Of course you are," Chantel answered. She knew that well. They both were. As a star, she did grueling 15-hour shoots. As a soldier, he might work from 6:30 a.m. to 5 p.m., grab a quick dinner, and go prep for a jump at midnight. He was in command too, which meant he was higher in rank. Higher rank meant more pay and more hours. He was a high-ranking military officer. How could she possibly compete with that? "Yes, I'm super busy, and yet I can spare a few days to take care of Hugo. Whatever work you have, put it off." "That's an order," he demanded. Chantel remained silent. She wondered if he knew the cost of what he was asking. Erica took a peek in their room. One of them sat on the bed, the other stood by the window, and Hugo was playing with his toys on the sofa. She poked her head in, waved at the little boy and whispered, "Come to Auntie." Although she lowered her voice, all three people in the room heard it and looked at her. Erica grinned and said to Chantel, "Looks like you guys are busy talking. I'll set Hugo up in a video chat with Atkins and the other kids. Oh, and Hugo can sleep with me tonight. Say goodnight to Daddy and Mommy, Hugo." "Good night, Daddy, Mommy," said Hugo, who had already run over to Erica and was now hugging her legs. Gifford nodded and watched them leave. Erica shot the two one last grin and closed the door behind her. There were only two people left in the room. Standing in front of Chantel, Gifford put his hands on his hips and asked, "Have you made up your mind?" This time she didn't complain. As long as he was happy, she would do as he said. "Ooh, that's kind of creepy when we're in bed together. Let's make some babies," he said firmly. It was a waste of time for them to talk about Erica when they were alone. Huh? Is he really Rika's brother? Besides, he is over 36 years old now. How could he be so horny? She thought to herself. Soon the room was filled with their scents and sounds. Meanwhile, Erica made a video call to Matthew. When the video call was connected, Matthew's expressionless face appeared on the screen. Erica greeted him with an ear-to-ear grin. "Hi, my hubby. Home so soon." Hugo leaned over and greeted Matthew. Good evening, Uncle Matthew." He stumbled over some words simply because he was so young. When Matthew saw Hugo, he nodded and said, "Good evening, Hugo." The next moment, before Erica could say anything, Matthew's phone spun violently and his face could not be seen anymore. What could be seen was four little heads huddling together. "Mommy! Mommy!" The four children's voices were sweet, almost artificially so, which made Matthew frown. Except for Coleman, none of the kids acted like spoiled brats when he was around. When they saw Erica, they all seemed to have changed into totally different people. "Ah, you're adorable. I miss you much, guys." Damien kissed the phone. "We miss you. When will you be back?" "It's been a long time." "Yeah, there are some bad ants who want to be our mommy. Hurry or Dad's gonna bring them here." Coleman echoed. "Bad ants." Erica's heart skipped a beat. She had never heard that before. "Yes, but Mommy, don't worry. We will help you keep an eye on Daddy before you come back." Atkins calmly assured Erica that he and his brothers wouldn't allow those bad ants to succeed in seducing their father. Erica glanced at the man beside the boys, but his face didn't reveal anything. No reaction.
No emotion.
Instead, his eyes remained focused on something else as if he was deep in thought. Does his silence mean yes? What a jerk. She thought about confronting him, but ultimately decided to comfort her sons. It doesn't matter. Mommy will be back soon. You'll probably see me in 2 days. She wondered if Matthew would come and pick her up then. Next, the boys chatted some more with Hugo before they reluctantly ended the video call. Matthew didn't say a word to Erica after all, and she sighed all night about it. Didn't he say that he loved me very much? Why didn't he say anything to me just now? We've slept together earlier, haven't we? Why is he still mad at me then? She thought unhappily. Later, as planned, Erica got to meet her niece, Wendy. The little toddler in pink casual clothes had her hair tied up in a ponytail, revealing the whole extent of her round and soft cheeks. She was the cutest girl Erica had ever seen. Although Erica already had her 4 sons, she couldn't help loving Wendy so much that she didn't want to stop holding or kissing her. Well, I changed my mind. I know I have 4 sons, but I would love to give birth to a beautiful little girl like Wendy for Matthew in the future, she thought to herself. Wendy was shy around strangers, so Erica wanted to break the ice and spend more time with her. In the evening, she asked Yvette if she could take the little girl to her bedroom, which her sister agreed. Soon after, they fell asleep together. 2 days passed, and Erica was still at the Lee family's house. Concerned about it, Wesley found his daughter eating durian when he came over to ask her, "Since you're not training in the base anymore, when will you leave for Y City? Your in-laws have called you several times already. Do you want them to come and pick you up again?" Wesley disliked the smell of durian, so he kept himself a few meters away from Erica. She shook her head and swallowed a piece of durian before answering, "I've booked a flight back to Y City tomorrow afternoon, but please don't tell them. I want to surprise Matthew." Surprise him? Is it really necessary? Wesley mocked. You're an old man and understa is our CEO's wife. From now on, you should treat Mrs. Huo with the same respect you treat our CEO. Understood. Paige's words laid a solid foundation for Erica among the special assistants. Immediately, several of them stood up and greeted her in unison. Hello, Mrs. Huo. Erica gave them a big smile. Hey guys. After exchanging greetings, Erica pointed at the closed office door and asked Paige, Is he inside? Paige turned to look at the door behind her and shook her head. Mr. Huo is going to attend an important party tonight. He left about 10 minutes ago. Seriously? What a shame. Paige thought for a while and said, Why don't you call Mr. Huo and ask him to come back? Or maybe you could go after him. Tonight's party is really a big deal. If you're free, you could go and meet him there. Honestly, Paige hoped that Erica went to the party and showed everyone that Mrs. Huo was back. The longer she was away, the more women would approach Matthew in order to seduce him. But if Erica exhibited their love to the public, she would be able to get rid of the other women who had been surrounding Matthew since she left. The sudden appearance of the 4 boys had already been the cause of much envy among all the socialite divas in Y City. They were shocked to find out that the Huo family wasn't just wealthy and powerful, but also the bearers of incredibly good genes. From the daughter of the mayor to the international superstar, all of them were eager to put their claws into Matthew and become the next Mrs. Huo. Surely Erica was puzzled by Paige's words. If the party is so important, why should I, an irrelevant person, attend it? Paige smiled mysteriously and whispered in Erica's ear. Aren't you afraid someone's going to steal Mr. Huo from you? You know, I take his office clothes to the cleaners on a regular basis. They always smell like women's perfume, so we need to get that taken care of. Mr. Huo never cheated on you. But he gets plenty of women approaching him, asking his hand in marriage, and women who want to have his baby. Not to mention those women who just want him because he's hot. Don't you want to go to the party and deal with them yourself? Oh. It suddenly occurred to Erica that even her sons told her that Matthew was surrounded by women who wanted him. Then she finally committed to it. Of course I'll go. I'm free now. I can have a little fun too, right? Paige breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, Mrs. Huo was still the same as before. With Erica around, she didn't have to watch Matthew like a hawk. Erica would do that for her. After getting the address of where the party was going to happen, Erica was about to leave, but Paige put a hand on her shoulder to stop her. She looked Erica's dress up and down. Even Erica's everyday clothes were stylish, but definitely not suitable for a large banquet. Mrs. Huo, maybe a makeover might be in order. I can pull strings at a salon. You can have your makeup and hair done by a professional stylist, she offered. Erica looked down at her own clothing. That was probably a good idea. Okay, she agreed. Later, when she was in the salon, Erica got a call from Chantel. Hey Rika. I'm in Y City. Where are you? Erica looked at the makeup artist in the mirror, who was applying liquid foundation on her face, and answered, Back in the city. I just got here. What's up? There's a party tonight. On the Princess cruise ship. I guess Matthew's coming. Wanna go together? We'll show those guys how it's done. Chantel just flew from another city and was on the way to the cruise ship. The Princess? That was the ship Paige told her about. With a smile gracing her lips, Erica answered, Of course. I'm coming too. Okay, see you there. Chantel was happy to have Erica there. At least that was someone she'd know. Okay, bye. It was getting dark. Many luxury cars adorned the marina parking lot. Men and women in formal clothes began to line up, waiting to board the P. Makeup. She'd gotten a tan while training, and her skin was red now. It had gotten that way in the 2 days she was there. Her full red lips shone with lip gloss, which glistened under the stage lights. She sported a necklace and bracelet fashioned of crystals and black diamonds. She was also wearing a similar themed anklet. She looked every inch the wife of a CEO. She looked mature and lovely. Standing in the light, she shone like a sun. Her beauty overshadowed every woman there. The woman standing next to Matthew was the focus of tonight's party. But now the focus changed thanks to Erica. She was a being from heaven who chose to grace them with her presence. Even if she was late, she didn't feel embarrassed. When she saw the man in the crowd she missed the most, she smiled playfully and walked elegantly towards Matthew, the most dazzling man there tonight. With every step she took, more and more people recognized her. Wow! Isn't that Erica Lee, Miss Troublemaker? She's back. Yes, it's her. Why does she look so hot? Oh my God. The necklace, bracelet, and anklet, that's Black Angel, right? Black Angel. You mean the set that sold for $1.8 billion? She's wearing that? Am I dreaming? No, you're not. It's that jewelry set, no doubt about it. I like it so much, but I didn't have money to buy it. Miss Troublemaker's back. She's a tough nut to crack. I think Noreen Xia's in trouble now. She thinks she's Mr. Huo's girlfriend. She keeps hyping her relationship with the guy. She's just asking for a slap in the face. When they referred to Noreen, they were referring to the woman cozying up to Matthew, treating him like her boyfriend. She was a famous star like Chantel. She had a fan base, and to them she was impossibly beautiful and elegant, a goddess if you will. And her fans were primarily male. Today, she wore a wine-red deep V-neck evening dress, and a collar manufactured by Mikimoto Jewelers. It was an amalgam of South Sea pearls, pink conch pearls, Tahitian pearls, white pearls, and so on. All of them cultured and set in various metals like gold and platinum, along with diamonds. This particularly pricey piece was on loan, meant to show off the line. Her wavy blonde hair fell over her left shoulder, revealing the long drop earring dangling from her right ear, a graceful rainbow pearl suspended by an 18K golden chain. As Erica approached, Noreen clung harder to Matthew's arm, trying to get herself even closer to the man. And just like everyone else, Matthew's eyes had never left Erica's lithe form. She was a thing of beauty, radiant and nearly unattainable. Especially today. The voluminous skirt of the red bubble dress parted to reveal her shapely legs. She looked like a princess. Matthew had a slight smile on his face, an enigmatic thing that was sometimes not there when you looked for it. Noreen thought it was for her. She was wrong. Erica continued making her way through the guests. Before she could say anything, more people began commenting. Mr. Huo's wife is here. What does Noreen think she's doing? Doesn't she know she should stay away from Mr. Huo? Maybe she doesn't know Erica is Mrs. Huo? After all, Erica hasn't been in Y City for a while now. Maybe. I don't know. It was almost as if Erica couldn't see the woman with Matthew. She quickened her pace when she was about to reach him. Finally, she gave him a hug in front of everyone and said in a sweet voice, "Hi, honey." As soon as Erica put her arms around the man, Noreen went red with embarrassment. Her face almost matched the red of her dress. Matthew and Erica were husband and wife. She knew that and had to step back. She was merely his escort. Erica was his wife. Noreen released his arm. But she stood still, as if she didn't want to leave. The man's big palm stroked Erica's face, and his expression was unfathomable. Finally, he said in a soft voice, "You're so bad. She came here without telling him. Wouldn't that make her a bad girl?" Erica giggled and names of the three men. Matthew stopped in his tracks. The woman on his arm was taken aback and had to work not to stumble over her heels. He stood frozen watching his wife hug the three men politely. What was more, there were many male celebrities clustered around FC at the moment. His wife was so happy that she practically drooled over them like an anthomaniac. Matthew felt jealous. She'd learned a lot in those 3 years she spent on the run. His wife seemed to have gotten better at attracting the opposite sex. Seeing Matthew's dour expression, Noreen didn't say anything, let alone urge him to meet Mr. Lee. She didn't want to tempt his wrath. Fortunately, Matthew made the decision for her, and they went to meet Mr. Lee. Thanks to Orange, Erica had a good relationship with the other 3 members of FC. After Matthew left, Yellow reminded her in a low voice, "I'd keep an eye on those 2 if I were you. Noreen could hold a masterclass on seduction. I think she has a crush on your hubby. I'd hate to see you lose him, Irma." Yellow was used to calling Erica Irma. That was the alias she took after she left Y City. Erica didn't follow Matthew because she wanted to find a good way to punish Noreen, and being around them was making her blood boil. Now she was cooling down and could think more clearly. Agreed. But I'm handling it, trust me. Her guts were telling her that this woman was going to compete with her for her husband. It was not easy for Chantel to shed her hangers-on and find Erica. Rika. As soon as Chantel called her name, Erica fell into a familiar embrace before she could react. The man's breath felt fresh and clear against her skin. Erica didn't need to look back to know who the man holding her from behind was. Before she could turn around to validate her guess, however, the people around them began to greet him. "Hello, Mr. Huo. Hello, Mr. Huo, Miss Xia." At this moment, she understood that both Matthew and Noreen were behind her. Erica smiled. Her husband had barely left her for 3 minutes and was already back so soon. Why was that? It seems he still cares for me, she thought, giggling. She then greeted Chantel with a wink and turned around to look up at the man holding her. He didn't look much friendly. "Honey, have you brought the checkbook?" Erica asked. "Yes." "Why?" Matthew looked away as he spoke lightly. Erica stretched out her hand and demanded, "Write me $100 check." $100 check? What is she planning? Even though he had no idea what she was going to do with it, he still took out the checkbook with no hesitation and wrote the number before handing the check to Erica. A second later, Erica waved the check in front of Noreen and said, "Thank you for accompanying my husband while I wasn't here. This your tip. I know this isn't much money and I apologize beforehand. But as you all know, my husband and I have 4 sons to raise. Our family has got to save every little penny we can now. But please take it." The tip of $100 was a straight insult to the famous actress, Noreen Xia. However, the mention of Erica's 4 sons was what felt like the real slap in her face. Noreen didn't make a move to take the check. But regardless of the actress's livid face, Erica folded the check in 2 before she stuck it into her dress. It was impossible not to associate the scene with a rich man putting his money into a stripper's bra. Immediately, everyone who had already wanted to laugh at Noreen wasn't able to hold back any longer. Noreen, on the other hand, was furious to get humiliated in front of all those people, but she had to refrain from lashing out at Erica no matter how mad she was. Chantel shook her head helplessly. Erica was naughty, but she didn't mind giving her a hand. "Rika, isn't the jewelry set you are wearing now the same one purchased at $1.8 billion a few days ago? I bet Mr. Huo bought it for you. How generous of." get humiliated. Many of them had had their opportunities robbed by Noreen at some point in their careers. Amused, they began to laugh at her openly. I didn't come here expecting that Noreen would have such a day. That's right. She's the #1 star in the entertainment industry. Not in my wildest dreams did I imagine that the first lady in the financial business would be the one to teach her a lesson. Mrs. Huo, you're awesome. Thank you for doing something that we wanted but never dared to do. Noreen gritted her teeth once she heard what everyone had to say about her. She then looked at the man beside her. He was still discussing business with others as if nothing was going on around him. Mr. Huo, I came to the party with you. Will you allow your wife to bully me like this? Won't you do anything about it? Only then did Matthew cast a glance at her. What do you want me to do? Discipline Erica. Yes. Not only did she insult me, but she also pushed me. He settled for 3 simple words and answered, I wouldn't dare. He was afraid that if he taught Erica a lesson again, she would run away from him for another 3 or 4 years. But then, to everyone's surprise, a malicious look flashed across Matthew's face as he stared at Noreen and asked, Do you want to frame me? Noreen was confused. Mr. Huo, what are you talking about? Matthew's voice grew colder. If I discipline my wife in favor of another woman, she will get mad. What if she decides to leave me after that? I would be alone. Are you trying to frame me then? Erica didn't know whether to cry or to laugh at his words. It almost seemed like Matthew was scared of his wife, but there was no way that was true. Erica was afraid of him. How could the reverse be possible? As soon as the bodyguard helped Noreen up from the floor, she heard Erica mollifying Matthew. Honey, don't worry. I won't run away anymore. I want to be with you forever. Good girl. I'll hold you to that. The man lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead, which made everyone jealous. Then Matthew switched gears effortlessly, dropping into shop talk as if nothing had happened. Leaning on her bodyguard, Noreen shot Chantel a vicious look before leaving. This woman was responsible for her humiliation. If she hadn't said anything, Erica wouldn't have knocked Noreen to the floor. Erica noticed the look in her eyes. She knew that Noreen considered Chantel her enemy now. As soon as Noreen left, the onlookers at the scene also dispersed. Erica excused herself, getting away from Matthew for a moment. She said she needed to talk to Chantel. After a moment's consultation, the 2 girls left the hall together. They decided to follow Noreen. Not a bad idea. If she was stirring up trouble, it would be better to know about now. Their destination was a lounge. The door was not shut entirely, and Noreen's voice drifted out. Why was Erica here? And how could Chantel bully me like that? Find that bitch. I'll make her pay for what happened today. Then she stretched out the check and tore it to bits, as if she had done the same to Chantel and Erica. Yes, Miss Xia, a man said. Good news. You can stay put. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Chantel? Erica's voice suddenly came. She guessed right. She knew that this woman was planning something else. She just headed that off at the pass. She'd learned well from Camille and Phoebe. Shut them down immediately, or face more trouble in the future. So Erica did just that. Since she got Chantel in some hot water, she figured it was her job to get her out of it. When she saw the 2 women at the door, Noreen shivered and asked, Why are you following me? She was in the middle of smashing things in her room. Next up, a lamp that was the latest target of her anger. Thought you were looking for Chantel. Well, here she is. Erica leaned against the door and answered lazily. Wanted to make trouble for her. Immediately nixed the idea. They didn't want to anger Matthew or Mrs. Huo, and they would include Chantel in their plans if they had any. Matthew was still talking about work with a group of his peers, and it took less than 2 minutes for Erica's eyes to glaze over. She whispered to Chantel, Let's grab a bite to eat. Okay. Chantel didn't like social engagements either, so the 2 women went to the dessert table. Unfortunately, the world was full of fools. They thought if Matthew couldn't see them, they'd have a chance to mess with Erica. For example, at this moment, a woman bent her elbow slightly. She knocked over her glass of juice by accident. and the green kiwi fruit juice spilled all over the table, spreading over the tablecloth, and dripping on anything underneath. Standing next to the kiwi fruit juice, Erica and Chantel were eating the waffles on their plates, talking and laughing. They didn't notice what the woman was doing. When Chantel bent over to laugh wildly at one of Erica's jokes, she happened to see the liquid flowing down from the table to the ground. Some of the liquid had already dripped onto Erica's beautiful dress. "Rika, be careful." Chantel pulled her away. Wearing high-heeled shoes, Erica took 2 quick steps back and almost fell. If it weren't for Chantel holding her up, she would have hit the floor. Everyone in the crowd approached the 2 women to see what was happening. Only a woman in a black evening dress made a point of moving away. Chantel noticed her and called out, "You stop." Everyone looked at the woman Chantel called out to. But the woman continued walking like she hadn't heard a thing. Finally, someone told the woman, "Miss Zhu, I think Miss Yi is trying to get your attention." Panic flashed in the woman's eyes, but she took a moment to get a hold of herself before she turned to see. Chantel was busy mopping Erica's dress. The woman smiled at her and asked, "Yeah? And what do you need?" The green juice had created an angry dark stain on the red dress. It was painfully obvious and had ruined the dress, hopefully just for the evening. Pointing at the stain, Chantel asked, "Did you knock that glass of juice over?" Her tone told everyone she was furious. "This is just too much. We dealt with someone earlier, and now another person decides to mess with Rika. Do they really think she's such a pushover?" Chantel thought in exasperation. Before the woman could say anything, someone else piped up. "It must be her. I saw her drinking the same kind of juice before it happened. Come to think of it, you're right. I think she did it on purpose." A woman approached Erica and whispered in her ear, "That's Lucia Zhu, a local model. At another party she was at, she made a point of falling so that Mr. Huo would catch her. She laughed it off like she was drunk, but she was so obvious. Fell so Matthew would catch her?" Erica's anger flared. She was already pretty heated because of the stain on her dress, and the fact that someone might have done that intentionally. When Paige had sent dozens of dresses for her to pick from, she chose this one immediately. That was the one she wanted. No matter how beautiful and expensive the other dresses were, she didn't even bother trying them on. Erica had come here to build prestige as Mrs. Huo, to establish once and for all that Matthew was her husband, and he was off the market. So she wasn't going to take this from anyone, particularly someone who had designs on Matthew. Seeing that there was no way out of this, Lucia Zhu decided to apologize. "I'm so sorry, Mrs. Huo. I didn't mean to do that. Maybe my dress brushed the glass of juice and knocked it over by accident. How about this? I'll pay to have it cleaned, and then have it sent to you." "How does?" "He was drunk." The man thought for a while and nodded. "On purpose?" "I don't know. I did make sure she didn't fall." But he hadn't thought about it after that. Only then did he see the stains on Erica's dress. Matthew frowned and asked, "What's wrong with your dress?" "She tipped over a glass of green juice on purpose and it spilled on my dress." Erica changed her attitude and leaned against his chest, acting like a spoiled child. "Honey, Paige found a bunch of dresses, but this was the only one I liked. This woman stained it deliberately. I hope it's not ruined." Matthew's face gradually turned gloomy. He wrapped his arms around his wife's waist and gave Lucia Zhu death glare. He said coldly, "This is ridiculous. Why won't you leave my wife alone? Guards, take her to the top deck. Tie her to a chair and keep her there for 3 days and nights." Although he didn't deal with Noreen Xia himself just now, it didn't mean he didn't care. And now there was someone else trying the same shit. What were they trying to do? And why choose his wife? He could turn a blind eye when the Lee family punished Erica, because they were their elders. But these other 2 women, they were nothing to him. And yet they were ballsy enough to try and mess with his wife. They needed to be taught a lesson. His words made everyone gasp. That long? If she dies of exposure, will he be held accountable? I sure wouldn't want to piss him off. You mess with the best, die like the rest, they all thought. Matthew's words sent Lucia to the floor on her knees and she begged, Mr. Huo, I'm sorry. I promise that it will never happen again. I know that it was my fault, but... The man didn't seem to care about the woman's pleading, and he ruthlessly watched her get taken away. There were over 1,000 people in the cruise ship, but not one person dared to speak for her. Matthew whispered in Erica's ear. The ship is heading back. We'll go straight home when it reaches the shore. Okay. She nodded in response. I'll have someone bring you a fresh set of clothes first. Thanks, but that won't be necessary. I've cleaned up most of the stains with wet tissues. We'll be home soon, so don't bother. Fine. Matthew didn't force her. For the remainder of the party, there wasn't a single man or woman who dared to provoke Erica. When Chantel was in the bathroom, Erica took the chance to call Gifford. Gifford, I think that Chantel has offended someone she shouldn't have because of me. You have to keep her safe. Are you serious? What kind of trouble have you gotten Chantel into now? You've already made every member of the Lee family suffer. Just make trouble for the Huo family if you have nothing better to do. Erica stuck out her tongue and goaded him deliberately. I didn't mean to get her in trouble. Are you going to help her or not? If you don't, I'll find someone to protect her. Who said I wasn't going to help her? I know how to take care of my wife. I don't need your help. You'd better worry about having to coax your husband. Erica answered proudly. My husband is not angry with me anymore. Just now he punished a bad woman for hitting on him in front of everyone. Humph, you think too simply of your husband. Just because he is looking out for you doesn't mean he isn't angry with you. I bet he was just being nice in front of everyone. Wait till you get home. That's when you'll have to apologize to him. Any good man would look out for his wife in front of others, but it didn't mean that Matthew wasn't angry at Erica. It doesn't matter. At least my husband has shown me enough respect in front of people. I don't mind apologizing to him later when we go home. After returning home, Erica was planning on, as about to give birth. What did her pregnancy with 4 babies have anything to do with the water from the river? Besides, Chantel had been to Toh Village more than 10 times, but she had never heard of such stories. Mrs. Huo, please give us the specific location of that river. Yes, Mrs. Huo. We will remember your kindness for the rest of our lives. Erica pretended to be baffled. Okay. Meanwhile, Matthew, who had been keeping an eye on Erica all this time, thought that Erica was being bullied by someone again. So he strode over, leaving his business partners behind. He only heard the woman's last words. It's at the entrance of Toh Village. There is only one entrance and the other 3 paths are surrounded by mountains. The spring water comes down from the mountain. If you can live there and drink the water for a few months, you'll be sure to be pregnant with at least a set of twins. If you are lucky enough, giving birth to 4 babies like me will be a piece of cake. Wow. Thank you so much, Mrs. Huo. Mrs. Huo, you're so kind. You're an angel. You're welcome. We're friends. Glad to be of help, said Erica with a bright smile on her face. Not real friends at all, she sneered in her mind. Yes, yes. Matthew stood still and he couldn't help but shake his head as he listened to their conversation. Just another group of brainless women. The only reason why Erica was able to give birth to 4 babies was because of me. Was there any other reason? If you all want to believe in Erica's nonsense, don't come to me when you realize you've been fooled. I'm not going to punish my wife for these stupid women. Matthew thought to himself. The group of women celebrated excitedly for some time. Only when their state of awe began to fade, they came to notice the man standing behind them. Having got what they wanted, the women surrounding Erica dispersed and freed the way for Matthew. Erica looked at the man walking towards her and grabbed a cherry, waving it in front of him. Come on, eat it. Matthew shook his head and stated, We're leaving. Oh, okay. She was actually glad to go home. Regardless of where she was, Erica stretched her body. Then she turned to Chantel and asked, What about you? Come to our place with us. Chantel showed her the phone in her hand. A notification from a recent missed call from her assistant displayed on the screen. No thanks. My assistant is waiting for me at the hotel. I'm going abroad tomorrow morning. You can go home first. Okay, we are leaving now. Erica intertwined her fingers with her husband's. His big palm was still as warm as she remembered. Felt so good to get back together with him. Okay, bye. Chantel watched the couple go before she answered the phone, which was already ringing in her hand again. Hello, it's me. Chantel, there are several bodyguards at the hotel now. They said Mr. Lee sent them. Do you know what happened? What? Mr. Lee. Did Gifford send them? She wondered. Yes. How is everything with you there? Can you come back now? Asked the assistant. Chantel glanced at the lively cabin full of people before she answered. Well, I'll talk to Mr. Lee first. If I can leave earlier, I'll go back to the hotel immediately. Okay. Outside, Matthew and Erica had barely left the cabin when she began to stir uncomfortably beside him. Holding his arm, she stood still and didn't let go of him. My feet hurt, she said in a soft voice. The man glanced at her but didn't move. Ignoring his silence, Erica tightened her grip on his arm and added, You should carry me to the car. It's the first time in years that I had to wear high heels for so many hours. I can't walk when my feet hurt so badly. No one could blame her for being in pain. We hadn't seen each other for over 3 years, but she got more and more sensitive, didn't she? The man pretended to be impatient. No one ever dared to ained over and kissed her sultry red lips as he pulled the hem of her dress up her thighs. When he was about to take off her dress, Erica grasped his hand and said out of breath, Wait a minute, honey. There's something I want to talk to you about. Kissing her on the neck, he whispered, Just say it. I can't say it with you acting like this. Matthew, you don't want to listen to me, do you? No, I don't. He just wanted to make love to her as much as possible. After all, he had been deprived of having sex for the past few years. Depressed, Erica complained. You will listen to me whether you want to or not. Would you always hang out with other women while I was away? If I hadn't come back tonight, would it have been Noreen in this bed with you now? Ouch. Why did you bite me there? I'm not kidding. She brought a hand to where he had just bitten her and rubbed it. He did it on purpose. Matthew's eyes flicked over the woman rubbing herself, and his pupils dilated. He found Erica so attractive. Pushing the man who had been watching her, she ordered, Say something. Matthew held her hands over her head and asked, What do you want me to say? To begin with, he had never brought another woman back home. And even if he had, he wouldn't have been so stupid to do it when he knew that his wife was about to return. Did she really think that he was so clueless? Her flight number, her boarding time, her time of arrival, the time she went to ZL Group. He knew everything. There weren't so many coincidences in this world. But there was a man who orchestrated it all behind the curtains, and that man was Matthew. Teaming up with Paige in the company offices, the party tonight on the cruise ship, the evening dress and expensive jewelry. Matthew had arranged every bit of that. Not her fits of pique, of course, but everything else, surely. He couldn't help but shake his head. How naive she is. If Paige hadn't gone through me first, would she have even dared to lay a finger on such an expensive jewelry set? Of course not. She knew on which side her bread was buttered. Matthew had made a bet inwardly. It was a private bet, and no one else was in on it. The only payout would be how right he was about how things played out. He laid odds Erica would head to the office looking for him, particularly if she found he wasn't home. He figured she would come to him first, even though she knew the 4 boys were at the Huo family manor. The CEO knew how jealous she got, so he had Paige imply that he would be at the party with another woman. That was all the impetus Erica needed to show up at the party. Not only would she attend, but she would make sure everyone there knew that he was hers and hers alone. Turned out he was right. She did show up, and she did humiliate these other women. But she had made one error in judgment. She hadn't noticed that Sheffield and Evelyn weren't there. Why would they skip a party like that? And why would Matthew go to a party that a playboy like Sheffield didn't care about? The only reason so many business bigwigs were there was so they could schmooze with Matthew. Many of them had never met the man before, and they figured it was just good business to go. Erica had no clue this was all arranged. She figured she was doing what came naturally, and was unaware of Matthew's machinations. My wife is still so adorable. Thinking of this, Matthew smiled. Seeing his smile, Erica was shocked and snapped. You're even smiling about it. So is it true?
No.
Huh. I'm not smiling, and you don't know the half of it. Erica pinched his face heavily until it was deformed. You are smiling, but you won't admit it. Looking at the woman in front of him, Matthew didn't say anything. I love how power and money haven't changed her. She's the same old Erica. Erica thought he was unhappy, so she loosened her grip on his face and stammered. Well, it's fine if you don't want to tell me.
Boo.
Marriage. That Carlos had forced him to marry Erica. But they were wrong. He'd had his eye on her for a while. If he hadn't wanted to marry her, even his dad couldn't make him. If he didn't love her, he wouldn't have missed her day and night. Every single hour of those 3 years was sheer torture. I love you, Erica. From now until forever. No matter how many ups and downs we go through. The only woman in my heart is you. It's always been you, he said inwardly. Meanwhile, on the cruise ship, all the guests heard the screaming and pleading from the top deck as they disembarked. Help! Help me! Mr. Huo! Mrs. Huo! I was wrong. I don't want to be here. There were some who were naturally curious, so they climbed the stairs to take a look. Lucia was tied to one of the cell towers, bound tightly. The wind and rain lashed her in the cold, dark night. A few bodyguards stood beside her, making sure she wouldn't break free. Not only that, they were there to stop anyone from rescuing her. They weren't heartless. They got her whatever she wanted to eat or drink. Not like she had much of an appetite. But they would be the ones to blame if she died on their watch. The party had been over for a long while, and everyone was still talking about it. Obviously, the guests enjoyed themselves. And they got an extra floor show. Tonight, Erica had dealt with 2 women who had designs on Matthew. That was fun to watch. After everyone got off the cruise ship, the news spread like wildfire through the city. No one wanted to anger Miss Troublemaker. Erica's actions at the party had gone viral. It wasn't just the guests on the cruise ship who knew this. Everyone knew that Matthew and Erica loved each other very much. Those women who wanted Matthew for themselves were quiet, at least for now. Late at night, Erica sat up from the bed, stretching, feeling her muscles protest. She quietly got out of bed, trying not to disturb the man lying next to her. As soon as she opened the door and left the bedroom, the man she left behind opened his eyes. He picked up his phone and looked at the time. It was 3:30 in the morning. He rolled out of bed, put on his pajamas and followed the woman out. Downstairs, Erica opened the walk-in freezer and walked in. The fruit in the freezer was already washed. She stuffed a few cherry tomatoes into her mouth and continued to paw through the contents of the freezer. A few minutes later, she came out with some veggies and frozen shrimp. Ah! Erica practically jumped in fright when she walked out of the freezer. There was a man standing in the kitchen. She almost choked on the cherry tomato in her mouth. Glancing at what she was holding, Matthew asked, "What are you doing?" Actually, he knew very well what she was up to. The woman wore a thin nightgown, and when she shook her head, her hair swept aside briefly to reveal the love bites on her neck. Swallowing the cherry tomato in her mouth, she answered unhappily, "It's all your fault. You can't seem to keep your hands off me. I can't get dinner, so now I'm hungry." Matthew's mind was blown. Well, it was indeed his fault. He neglected that she didn't have dinner tonight. And yeah, it was his fault. They had made love past dinner time, and he forgot to get her anything to eat. He took the vegetables and frozen shrimp from her hands and asked helplessly, "What do you want?" "How about some noodles with veggies and shrimp?" she answered. "That's it?" he asked in disbelief. Erica popped another cherry tomato in her mouth and nodded. "Yes." Thinking of the mess she had made of the noodles in Toe Village, he sighed helplessly. The man tilted his head toward living room and said, "You go and watch TV. Maybe they'll replay one of those palace dramas you love so much." The woman's eyes lit up. "So you'll cook it for me?" She hadn't eaten the noodles cooked by him in a long time. She missed the way he cooked them so much. "Of course." Let her cook the noodles? No way. She messed that up last time. Since Erica had come back, and trying her best to smile. It's been more than 3 years since you made anything for me. I love the fact that I get to taste your cooking again. It means so much to me that I broke down. That's why I cried. Frowning, Matthew asked, Did you cry just because of this? Of course. What else? Erica asked him in reply. I'm back where I belong with my husband and kids. Why would I be sad? Well, the only thing that she felt sad about was she hadn't avenged Orange yet. But she knew that she couldn't get too cocky. She needed to take her time and plan. The man let her hand go and softened his voice as he said, As long as you don't run away again, you'll get a meal made by yours truly every day. Erica went to hug him and buried her face in his arm. She took a deep breath and said, Of course I won't run away. You are so nice to me. I would be a fool if I ran away again. Matthew breathed a sigh of relief silently. Then he took a good look at her. Hey, go clean up, will ya? Look at my clothes. Sure enough, there was a large black stain on his light gray pajamas. Erica was dumbfounded. She immediately shook off the man's hands and ran into the bathroom. I didn't mean to.
Sorry.
Watching her running away, the disgust in Matthew's eyes had already turned to tenderness. He loved looking at her regardless of what condition his clothes were in. As long as she came back and stayed with him, everything would be fine. The noodles with seafood he cooked still tasted the same. When she was full, she took the empty bowl to the kitchen and dutifully put the bowl and chopsticks into the sink. She turned on the tap and began to wash the dishes. Sitting across from her, Matthew had a clear view of what Erica was doing and did nothing to stop her. On the contrary, he just quietly observed as she washed the bowl and chopsticks she had used. After a while he suddenly asked, When did you learn that? Learn what? Confused, Erica took a cloth and wiped the water she accidentally splashed near the sink. Washing the dishes. Before she left him, she wouldn't even get near the dishes, let alone wash them. Erica thought about it for a moment before answering casually, Well, Tessie couldn't handle everything on her own, especially after the children were born. So I had to help her, right? I learned a lot while I was away. At that time, she soon realized that she wasn't really unable to do the housework. Given no other choice, she had to learn how to get by on her own, and so she did. No matter how foolish she was, she could do some simple housework without any maids at her disposal. Once she finished cleaning up the kitchen, Erica turned off the lights and stretched out her hand to the man who was still at the table. Let's go upstairs and have some sleep. Matthew looked at her hand. It used to be so smooth, but now it had some calluses that weren't there before. He met her eyes again and couldn't help getting a little angry. In a cold voice he said, Erica Lee. What? Picking up on his anger, Erica was confused. Why did he suddenly get so mad to the point of calling her by her full name? Rudely, he grabbed her hand and raised it to her eye level. Look at your hand. It wasn't like this when you left me. Look at those calluses. I demand that you take care of your hands and have them healed in a month. Erica rubbed her hands together. She didn't notice that indeed they were covered with calluses until now. Even if I don't do the housework, I still have to use my camera, she answered dully. She couldn't get rid of her camera. She took pictures almost every day with it. Then don't take any pictures for the time being. And don't do any housework. Not until you get your smooth hands back, he ordered. For Erica, his overbearing behavior was a sign of the love he had for her. So holding his neck, she coaxed him. Okay, I'll do as you say. But don't be angry. It's just that the living conditions in Toe Village are not that good. I'll be fine now that I'm home. Since you are, for half a month, to care of. You know what? Never mind. I'm relieved now that you're with Mr. Huo. Chantel had become used to reminding Erica to take care of herself. But now that she was back with Matthew, she didn't need to do it any longer. Got it. Erica yawned again. Then take care of yourself. Call me if you need anything. Okay, bye. After hanging up the phone, Erica lay back down in the bed. As soon as her head hit the pillow, she felt the weight of a heavy arm on her waist. She quietly glanced back at Matthew and found that he still had his eyes closed. Unconcerned, she opened Weibo and began to browse the news of the day. Wait! It's already 8 o'clock. Why is Matthew still asleep? He would always get up at 5 or 6 at the latest. Has he developed the habit of sleeping late in the past few years? She thought. Before Erica could think it further, however, the word hot displayed on the screen and quickly grabbed her interest. The topic, Mrs. Huo came back with her 4 sons, was followed by the word hot all in red. Below she found the topic named Erica and Noreen, also followed by the word hot. And although this time the word hot didn't follow it, the topic Erica and Lucia could also be found on the list of the hottest news. A reporter had also photographed Erica in her red evening dress on the ship. Erica was glad to see that the photo had been filtered before it was posted. That woman in the photo looked much more attractive than she was in real life. Once she realized this, she hid beneath the quilt and snickered. According to the article, someone had asked ZL Group about Erica's whereabouts a long time ago. But ZL Group had merely stated that she had gone abroad to wait to give birth to her children. Now everyone could finally see Erica and her 4 sons on the internet. In fact, countless people were praising Erica online with comments as such that as the mother of 4 children, she looked as young as a teenage girl. Reading it, Erica began to think that someone must have spent a lot of money on those people to flatter her online. The news about Noreen regarded the conflict between the 2 of them on the cruise ship. It said, "The real Mrs. Huo teaches the most popular female celebrity a lesson in public, and the latter ends up locked up with bees." The so-called most popular female celebrity was yet to comment on this matter. The next news about Lucia was similar to Noreen's, but Erica didn't find the photo of Lucia being tied to the cruise ship. Now she wasn't sure if it had been deleted, or if anyone had even taken the picture at all. In the comments section, everyone was on Erica's side. For all it seemed, Noreen's and Lucia's reputations had been ruined overnight. Is it so funny? Matthew's low voice came from behind her. Erica nodded, still not daring to laugh out loud. Yes, I never knew I could look so beautiful. Although she was a photographer, she had never taken a selfie of her own. A bit narcissistic of you, isn't it? There was a hint of helplessness in the man's voice. By hearing that, Erica finally came to her senses and turned over to face her husband. Ah, you're awake? Yeah. He had been up for a while now. In fact, he woke up much earlier than when Chantel called. Besides, he had already checked that day's trending news. Hey, look at this photo. Isn't your wife beautiful in it? Erica handed him her phone. Matthew looked back and forth between the picture and her face before he answered seriously. You're way more beautiful in person than in this photo. What? Why? I thought this dress suited me so well. The woman was confused. She had just woken up and hadn't washed her face or combed her hair yet. How could Matthew think she looked any beautiful right now? Yet his next words caught her by surprise. I think you're the most beautiful when you're naked. Blushing, Erica turned away from him and scolded. Matthew Huo, you're such a jerk. The smile on Matthew's. Neither Blair nor I have a naughty bone in our bodies. Oh, maybe she takes it after Niles. He is the naughtiest person in the Lee family after all. At that moment, Niles, who was teaching his grandson a lesson in a country, sneezed all of a sudden. Rubbing his nose, he wondered who was thinking about him. After they hung up the phone, Erica decided to get out of bed with Matthew since she had already woken up anyway. She had the day already planned in her head. First, she would go to the Huo family's manor to visit Carlos and Debbie, and then she would wait for her sons to get back from school. But as soon as she finished her breakfast, the few hours of sleep she had during the night were no longer able to keep her up. As her eyelids started to get heavier, she went upstairs to catch up on her sleep after Matthew left. As a result, she ended up waking up much past her lunchtime at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When she looked at the time, she rose into a sitting position and sent a desperate message to Matthew. I'm done. I overslept. I just woke up. I promised to visit Mom and Dad. What should I do? It doesn't matter. Come and pick me up. Let's go there together, he replied. Okay. To make up for her late visit, She decided to buy some gifts for her in-laws and the kids. But first she would pick Matthew up. By the time Erica came to ZL Group, she happened to bump into a middle-aged man as he walked out of Matthew's office. The man was about 50 years old. He was still at the door when he greeted Erica as a perfect gentleman. "Mrs. Huo, nice to meet you. Are you here for Mr. Huo?" Erica had a clear look of surprise on her face and she said, "Have we met before?" The man was extremely tall and lanky with dark, heavy bags under his eyes. If it weren't for the wrinkles on his face, Erica would have thought him to be 20 or 30 years old. But she was almost certain that she had never seen this man before. He was very polite, well-mannered and respectful. The man smiled brightly, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose and said, "Everyone in Y City knows you, Mrs. Huo." "Oh, well, it is nice to meet you, sir." The two shook hands gently and exchanged pleasantries before the man left. When she entered Matthew's office, he was completely absorbed in his own work, meticulously going over a signed contract. When he saw her come in, he said, "Please give me 5 minutes." "Sure, take your time. Who was that just now?" "Your client." "He was very polite and charming," she said. Matthew explained briefly. "He is Michelle Wang. He just moved the headquarters of Wang Group to Y City last year." "Oh, okay. Please carry on with your work." Erica hadn't been inside his office in a long time. The decoration and furnishings of the office had changed a lot. She looked around for a while and then finally opened the door to his private lounge. The gray bedsheet was replaced by a new one with a lighter shade of brown. His clothes were neatly hung in the wardrobe. Strangely enough, the number of clothes he had here were no less than the ones he had at home. It seemed as though he had spent a lot of time in the office. When Matthew went inside a few minutes later, he found the woman lying on the bed and playing with her phone. Without a change in his expression, he blankly said, "Let's go. Aren't we going to the shopping mall?" "Yes, we are." Erica got up from the bed, pranced to him and held his arm. "Do you have time to go shopping with me? What do you think?" Since Matthew was finished with work, he could keep her company even until tomorrow morning. Erica grinned and cheerfully said, "Let's go." After all, she couldn't wait to see her boys. Knowing that they would come today, Debbie called Sheffield and Joshua early in the morning, asking them to bring "Er child with my sister if you want." Sheffield raised his hands and shrugged his shoulders. Forget it. Besides, he didn't want his wife to experience the excruciating pain of childbirth again. When they entered the living room, Gwyneth saw Erica as soon as she came downstairs. She hopped the rest of the way down and ran towards Erica. "Aunt." Erica let Godfrey and Damien down gently and hugged the girl as tight as she could. "Gwyn," she called out. "Aunt, where have you been? We've missed you so much." Erica smiled sheepishly. "Oh really? I was just out to have some fun. But I'm back now." Gwyneth nodded her head and smiled broadly. Erica looked her up and down and said, "Gwyn, you've grown up. You're almost as tall as me now." Softly patting her daughter's head, Evelyn said, "She is a junior high school student now." Gwyneth nodded with a smile. "Aunt, I was still in primary school when you left, and now I'm a junior high school student." Meanwhile, Damien, who was holding a toy gun in his hand, proudly said, "Mom, we are all in the preparatory class." "What? When did that happen? How could these little 3-year-old boys be in preparatory class, looking to start primary school next year?" Atkins explained, "It's not like you don't know that your sons are geniuses. Staying in the kindergarten is a waste of time for us." Coleman echoed, "Yes. Life is too short for a man like me. We can't waste our precious time on this earth." Coleman's words amused the adults around him. Erica rolled her eyes at her smug son and said, "Since when are you a man? You're just a weaned child. Don't pretend to be mature." Holding Coleman in her arms, Debbie smiled at Erica as she pointed out, "This little guy resembles you a lot. Now Atkins, he's most like Matthew, a little Mr. Huo in our family. I think he will be taking over the CEO position in the future." None of the children agreed with Debbie, but Atkins was the one to first express his opinion. "Grandma, I'm not interested in Dad's company. As a matter of fact, I want to run for public office when I grow up. I'll be the most powerful leader in Y City, and then I'll be able to protect my mom and brothers." The elders exchanged glances with each other. This little guy didn't seem to be joking. On the contrary, he looked dead serious. Matthew was sitting quietly aside as he observed the scene. After listening to Adkins' words, he crossed his legs with great interest and looked straight to his son. Being the most powerful leader in Y City is not a big ideal. How about being the most powerful leader of our country? In his steady voice, Matthew prompted Adkins. Knowing the characters of both father and son, everyone was shocked by the turn their conversation took. Neither Matthew nor Adkins were playful people. They always meant what they said. Therefore, if Adkins would take his father's words seriously and become the most powerful leader in country in the future, that meant he would be the president of the country? That was most definitely an ambitious goal. Carlos suddenly burst into laughter before he added, "From my grandfather to Matthew, we've never had anyone who had run for public office in the past generations. The Huo family has always engaged in business. So I give all my support to Adkins' dream." Sheffield gave Adkins a little pat in the head and said seriously, "Boy, as long as you have a dream in your life, everything is possible. Go for it. Just don't forget to share your glory with your Uncle Sheffield here, once you become rich and powerful in the future." Terilyn, on the other hand, had some reservations about the matter. But politics are also full of intrigues. "I can't help being afraid for Adkins." There were so many people with different and hidden interests in politics that she worried about someone who could set Adkins up at some point in his career. MABCD, and he didn't like it. "Doesn't he have a name?" Erica responded nonchalantly. "C is easier." Matthew was speechless. With a smile that revealed the two dimples on each side of his cheeks, Coleman trotted over and announced, "Mom, I'm here. Tell everyone about your dream. What are you going to do when you grow up?" Erica had heard Coleman talking about his dream before, but since the chefs hadn't finished cooking their dinner, they could still carry on with their casual conversation. "My dream." Coleman's eyes lit up as he thought of his own dream. "I want to buy 100 sports cars, open 100 artisanal wineries, and start 100 modeling agencies." Erica asked in confusion, "Why 100 of each? Besides, didn't he want to join the Navy in the past? When did his dream change?" she wondered. Patting his chest, he voiced out loud his greatest wish. "Because I'll marry 100 women when I grow up." Puff! Erica burst into laughter. The others were at a loss for words, in doubt of whether they should laugh or cry. How could a 3-year-old boy say that he wanted to have 100 wives? Carlos snorted. "You're impressive, little one. Because your father is already greedy, but you are greedier than him." Matthew retorted calmly, "What about you, Dad? Isn't he greedier than you too?" As the more experienced in the room, Carlos was unfazed when he snapped back, "I'm not greedy. I've never cared about any of those things. I never even wanted a wife. Only after I met Debbie, I realized how wonderful it is to share a life with a loved one." Debbie's cheeks blushed red at his words. "Go away. The kids are all here. What are you talking about?" Love was in the air and everyone was amused by the adorable couple. Erica bent down in front of Coleman and sternly explained, "Son, I want you to become a good man when you grow up. If you have 100 wives, you will be nothing more than a jerk. You should be like Grandpa and marry only one person. You only need to be good to one girl all your life." Erica was always envious of the love between Carlos and Debbie, as well as the love between her own parents. Matthew, however, seemed a bit agitated by her words. Why would she ask our son to learn from his grandpa? Is she implying that I am not good enough to be a role model? Coleman scratched his head and he seemed quite confused. "But Uncle Sheffield said that I could have as many wives as I wanted and I could drive them around in sport cars. They could also help me manage the wineries and the companies." After the entire room burst into laughter, Erica playfully squeezed the boy's cheeks and followed it with a kiss. As it turned out, the little boy's idea of an ideal wife was his mother who could take care of everything for him. As soon as Evelyn pinched Sheffield, He immediately corrected the boy without wasting another second. Coleman, you're such a good listener. But I was just kidding. Sure, we can buy as many cars as we want, but when it comes to having a wife, you should remember what your mother said, one wife is enough. Look at me. The only woman I need in my life is your Aunt Evelyn. Sheffield pulled Evelyn into his arms. Evelyn's face blushed red and she hid her embarrassment behind a fake smile. The kids are watching us. Let go of me, she whispered between clenched teeth. However, Sheffield didn't comply and the two of them remained stuck to each other endearingly. Coleman nodded, even though he was still a bit confused. All right. I'll marry a beautiful and lovely girl like my mother. Erica's heart melted almost instantly and she winked at him, giving him the thumps of approval. Wow, that's my good boy. Matthew raised his eyebrows. Beautiful and lovely? This woman is truly narcissistic. Then it was Damien's turn. He was the youngest of the 4 children, but the most sensible one. Somehow, having expected what Erica was going to ask him, he didn't answer but instead asked, Mom, what do you want me to do when I grow up? Well, honey, that will depend on you, but Manon said, don't you think you're being too annoying today? Just drink by yourself if you want to drink wine. Why did you have to involve Rika? Sheffield raised an eyebrow and snickered at Matthew. This is a family reunion and everyone is happy. A little bit of wine won't hurt anybody. I was speaking out of kindness, okay? Perhaps a bit of wine would do wonders for Matthew and Rika later in bed, Sheffield thought. Erica smiled at Evelyn. It doesn't matter, Evelyn. My brother-in-law is right. A little wine could help to show my sincerity. Then she picked up the glass of wine in front of Matthew. There was still half of Matthew's liquor left in the glass. When Carlos tried to dissuade her, she refilled the glass with more liquor and looked at her parents-in-law again.
Dad, Mom, I'm sorry.
It will never happen again. Then she gulped down the remainder of the wine. Sheffield clapped his hands in amazement and said, Wow, you're something else, Rika. Meanwhile, as the confused little boy watched Sheffield clapping his hands, Jeffrey, who didn't know what else to do, started clapping his hands. Wow, Aunt Erica is awesome. Ah. The others were completely smitten by this little boy. Carlos gave Erica a simple nod. Well, it's okay. Please sit down and finish your dinner. We both understand what you mean. Since it was you who chose to leave, I'll blame Matthew's failure to look after you. From now on, I hope that he will pay more attention to the needs of his wife. As she took a sip of tea, Erica rushed to explain.
No, Dad.
This time it was really my fault. Matthew has been nothing but a kind husband to me. Matthew quietly glanced at the woman whose face was gradually turning red. Matthew, you see? Rika is so kind to you. Remember to treat her well in the future. Understood. Carlos was a firm believer that it was mostly the man's fault when something went wrong in the marriage. Matthew rarely did not oppose his father. But this time he simply nodded in agreement and said, I understand. In shock, Erica looked back at the man beside her and said in a low voice, But it's all my fault. Pouring her some tea, he answered lightly. It takes 2 to quarrel. It was my fault too. Erica didn't know how to react to his behavior. However, that was not the time or place to voice out her concerns. So, for the time being, she suppressed her anxiety and forced herself to continue to eat. 2 hours later, the dinner was over. As the kids had school in the morning, Erica and Matthew decided to bid everyone farewell. The elders wanted the 4 kids to stay in the manor, but that wasn't the children's wish. They missed their mother and wanted to spend some time with her. Therefore, the kids followed Erica and Matthew back to the Pearl Villa district. The moment they arrived, Matthew went straight to his study to get some work done. After a while, he headed back to the bedroom and heard some noises coming from the bathroom. When he walked in there, he found the 4 children and their mother. The scene in front of him rendered him speechless. While Atkins was getting a basin of water to wash Erica's feet, Boswell stood on a chair to get her a towel. At the same time, Coleman was on his feet behind her, massaging her shoulders and back, as Damien held a glass of juice to Erica's lips. There was no doubt how much she was enjoying their services. When Atkins noticed his father coming in, he requested casually, "Dad, help me carry the basin to Mom. I've filled it with too much water." The basin was so heavy that the kid could barely hold it. Matthew twitched his lips. "Is this my place in this family? Of a servant?" Before he could say anything, Erica handed the juice she was drinking back to Damien and stood up. Then she pulled Matthew over and let him sit down on the chair. "My dear children, listen. Dad is the..." Instead, he said cooperatively, "Drink some warm water if you feel dizzy." "What? Why do I need to drink some warm water if I feel dizzy?" "Warm water can heal any illness," he answered. She pouted her lips. "That's what a jerk who doesn't care about his wife would say. Come on, honey, please give me a massage." "A massage?" The man smirked. "Okay." Matthew put down his tablet and lay his wife on the mattress, beginning to caress her body. The woman was soon screaming with his touch. "No, it's not there.
I'm dizzy."
"Rub my temples." Matthew pretended not to hear her protest and went on caressing her. Naturally, his advances led them to make love. In the end, Erica was lying in the bed exhausted. "Tomorrow night, I want to sleep with my sons." "With whom?" "Any one of them. As long as I don't need to share a bed with you," she thought. The man relentlessly refused. "No way."
Evil D.
"Don't worry. You won't die so easily." At worst, he could give her a night off tomorrow. Erica was so frustrated. Was this man really her husband? The next morning, Erica was still asleep when the kids jumped on her bed. "Sure, Mommy seems tired," Atkins warned. "You're right. We should leave her alone," agreed Boswell. "Okay, but first let's give Mom a kiss," suggested Coleman. "We need to be gentle not to wake her up," said Damien. After the 4 kids kissed their mother gently, they ran back to their rooms in their pajamas to wash up. Matthew was just downstairs patiently waiting for the kids to come down for breakfast. As soon as the sound of their collective footsteps was heard, several maids immediately ran into the dining room with breakfast. Atkins was the first to greet him. "Good morning, Dad." Boswell climbed onto the chair opposite to Matthew and sat down. "Good morning, Dad." Coleman moved his chair next to his dad and said with a smile, "Daddy, I want to sit with you." He wanted to sit next to his father because he was quite fond of him. Every time Matthew looked at Coleman, he could see Erica on him. His facial expression softened and he gently said, "Sure." Carrying an Ultraman toy in his hand, Damien walked to the other side of his dad and mumbled in a low voice, "Dad, I want to sit with you too." "Sure." Matthew smiled. Damien seemed quite satisfied to be greeted with a smile, and he smiled back sweetly as he sat down next to Matthew. Shortly after, they began eating breakfast merrily. When the boys came back, the 4 of them would laugh and talk loudly during meals. Matthew only had to tell them once that it was rude to talk too much during meals, and now they seldom made noise. After a while, Atkins wiped his mouth with a napkin and looked at Matthew, who had already finished breakfast and was waiting for them. "Dad, will you drive us to school today?" On most days, just as long as he was not too busy in the morning, Matthew would drive them to school before going to the company. If he was too busy or he had to go out of town on a business trip, Carlos and Debbie would take them to school and pick them up after as well. At the very least, Sheffield, Joshua, or any other family members would do the job. In any case, Matthew wouldn't trust anyone else with the responsibility of his sons. "Yes, I'll pick you up after school too." In fact, Matthew had no real plans of going to the company today, so he decided it would be the perfect day to drop them off at school and pick them up later in the afternoon. While chewing the last mouthful of bread, Coleman asked, "Dad, can you come to pick us up with Mom?" They had been going to school for a while now, but they had never been picked up by their parents at the same time. Glancing at him, Matthew reprimanded the boy. "Didn't I tell you not to speak with your mouth full?" "How?" Ly bright smile dancing about on her face. However, Matthew looked at the side of the dress and frowned. The slit on the side went above her knees, and her fair thigh was partly visible with her every move. The off-shoulder sweater made her skin look fairer. If it weren't for the slit in the lower part of the dress, he might have been more accepting of this dress. The man simply turned her down without hesitation. Go and change into something else. Okay. Completely disregarding the man's frown, Erica told the saleslady as she walked, please set this one aside. I'm taking this one. Yes, Mrs. Huo. Matthew refuted. No need to pack it. Just try something else. Erica stopped and looked back at the man in confusion. What's wrong? She twirled, slowly bringing her slender arms on her slim waist while her sheer dress flowed in the breeze, twisting around her body. Honey, don't you like it? His deep eyes fell on her collarbones first, and then on her slim waist. Erica immediately noticed the familiar look of desire in his eyes. Her heart skipped a beat, and her face turned red. She muttered to herself, damn it. This bad man thinks about sex all day long. He stood up from the sofa, put his hands in his pockets and walked to her side. With a serious expression he said, you can buy it if you want. But don't wear it outside. What? Why? It's not a suitable look for you. She looked young, just like a teenager who was underage. When she wore those mature clothes, it was as if a child had stolen an adult's clothes. Tensing as her annoyance grew, Erica huffed at his statement in disagreement. It's not that it doesn't suit me. It's just that you're too used to seeing me in sportswear or casual clothes. I can see why you would have a hard time adjusting to my sudden change in style, but that's not really my problem. Matthew rolled his eyes at her. She had an excuse for everything she did. Disregarding the other people around them, Matthew reached out and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, leaning in to whisper, I'll repeat what I've said. You are not allowed to wear this dress in public. Why don't I help you take it off in the fitting room and teach you how to? Fine. I'll go and change. She interrupted him in a hurry. She couldn't stand to face his lustful glare anymore. Erica found herself utterly baffled at how the man could so easily go from buying her clothes to thinking up such dirty thoughts in his mind so seamlessly. Good girl. With a satisfied smile on his face, he let her go and watched her retreat into the fitting room. Much to his surprise, the second dress wasn't very different from the first in terms of style. White lace top with long sleeves and black tight skirt. With his long legs crossed and his back against the back of the chair, Matthew realized that this woman must have done it on purpose. If Matthew were to allow this woman to continue like this, it would take them forever to get out of there with a dress they could both agree on. Matthew sighed and stood up immediately, slowly buttoning up his blazer. Then, without another word, he walked straight towards the woman and started picking up dresses of his choice, while she was busy looking at herself in the mirror. He turned to face the saleswoman and said, Take away everything Mrs. Huo has picked out and don't bring those in front of me again. Yes, Mr. Huo. Erica pouted her lips with disappointment as she reluctantly dragged herself into the fitting room. The clothes Matthew picked out for Erica matched her usual style very well. She changed into an orange casual outfit, which could also make her skin look fairer. After trying on a few outfits, by the time Erica was starting to show signs of impatience, the saleslady had packed more than 10 outfits in accordance with Matthew's wishes. The devious man, however, showed no indications of any impatience or frustration. Every time she went inside the fitting room, Matthew pulled out his phone and started his hand. He would somewhat accept it. Erica was waiting patiently by the car. When the teachers brought her sons out, she greeted the teachers politely. Hello. When the children saw their mother, they let go of the teacher's hands and threw themselves into her arms. Mommy, mommy. For a brief period, their joyful voices and laughter filled the air. The two teachers also greeted Erica with a smile. Matthew made a dramatic appearance as he pushed the car door open and stepped outside. Daddy, Daddy. Coleman got into the car first and then Atkins followed him. One of the teachers told them, Mr. Huo, Mrs. Huo, your sons did a great job today and they were very well behaved in class. You've taught them well. Holding two children in her arms, Erica answered with a little embarrassment. Thanks. They have been paying attention to you at school lately. You've taught them well. Thank you for your hard work. You're welcome, Mrs. Huo. But there is one thing I want to tell you. It's about Damien. The boy seems to be very interested in playing the piano. I think you should look into it a bit more. In fact, the teachers couldn't tell the quadruplets apart, but it was easier for them to recognize Damien, because his face was slightly pale and his body was thinner than his brother's. Erica grabbed the boy and pulled him to her side. Damien, is that true? Damien nodded. Yes, but Mom, it's not a big deal. I was just enjoying the music because the teacher was playing the piano very nicely. The teacher smiled affectionately and said, Thank you, Damien. I will work harder in the future. You're welcome, Miss Sue. As soon as the 4 children said goodbye to the teachers, the vehicle slowly drove away from the school gate. On their way home, Matthew remembered what the teacher said about Damien and looked at the boy who was having fun with Erica. Among the songs the teacher played, which one do you like best? He asked. Damien tilted his head to the right and replied, I like all of them. Would you like to learn how to play the piano? Yesterday he said that he wanted to be a famous star like Debbie and Chantel. Does he actually want to be a pianist but still doesn't realize it? Matthew wondered. Damien blinked for an instant before asking for his father's permission. Dad, is that okay? Matthew looked at his son with a smile that reached his eyes and said, Yes, as long as you want it. Thank you, Dad. The little boy's eyes lit up. He resembled Erica a lot when caught by surprise. In fact, the boys looked more like their mother than their father. After dinner, Matthew took Boswell to the company with him. There, Matthew started to show his son how to do the work. In order to prove how serious he was about what he had said, Boswell paid full attention as he learned from his father. Whenever he couldn't understand about something, Matthew would patiently explain it to him until he got it. Meanwhile, many of the company's employees grew fond of the boy and began to address him as Mr. Huo III since he was Carlos Huo's grandson. Later in the evening, Erica was with her children at home when she unexpectedly received a call from Matthew. I got an emergency in the company, and I can't go home now. Could you bring me 2 documents I have in my safe in the study as soon as possible? Sure. Noticing the unusual urgency in Matthew's tone, Erica quickly got off the bed and told the maid to keep an eye on the 3 children playing in her room. Then she ran to the study. They were still on the phone as Erica followed Matthew's instructions to open the safe. If Matthew hadn't told her, Erica would never have known that there was a safe in that room. Putting her phone on the table, she said, I'm done with the first lock, now what? Turn right once and then turn left 3 times. Crack. Erica heaved a sigh of relief and told the man on the other end of the line. It's unlocked. Take out all the files on the top layer, Matthew instructed her. The moment Erica squatted down to get the D.E. driver's seat window and reached out his hand to grab Erica's hair. Ah! He pulled her hair so tightly that Erica almost cried in pain. Somehow she managed to step on the gas again, this time towards the lawn nearby. Still, the man wouldn't let go of her hair by any means at all. With no other choice but to stop the car, Erica pulled him down from the roof with her 2 bare hands. He fell to the ground but quickly got on his feet and grabbed the door handle. Erica realized she would have to open the door herself and get ready to fight. So she jerked the door wide and fast, causing the man to be thrown back to the ground. Getting out of the car, she asked him, Who are you? However, he did not answer her question. Instead, he stood up and rushed towards her. Erica stretched out her leg and kicked him in the stomach. Due to the pain he felt, the man immediately took a few steps back. Meanwhile, inside the car, her phone kept ringing over and over again. She knew it was Matthew calling. But before she could get to it, she needed to deal with the man in front of her first. Only at that moment, the other man she had already struck down ran over to her as well, and despite her initial thought, she would now have to deal with not only 1 but 2 men at once. At ZL Group, Matthew was truly worried about his wife. He knew something must have happened to Erica after calling her 4 times without getting an answer. Still on the phone, Matthew suddenly stood up from his chair and told Boswell, Stay here. Don't go anywhere before I come back, okay? Boswell agreed seriously. Yes, Dad. Matthew strode out of the office with an earnest look on his face and ordered, Owen, get someone to locate Mrs. Huo's phone now. Next he turned to another assistant. Get the surveillance footage on the way from the villa to here. Yes, Mr. Huo. The two assistants immediately began to act on their orders. It didn't take them long to figure out Erica's location. So as soon as Matthew got the address from Owen, he headed out straight away. The moment he got there, he was greeted with a scene that made him feel both amused and helpless. Right next to Erica's car, there were two men on the ground while she had one foot on each of them. With her arms crossed over her chest, she commanded arrogantly, "Call me my lady." The men wailing on the ground obeyed her promptly. "My lady, who pulled my hair just now? Apologize to me. And then slap yourself in the face twice." The one guilty to have pulled her hair said with some difficulty, "My lady, I did it. I was wrong." Slap. He slapped himself across the face. Matthew sighed helplessly before he walked towards her. "Rika." When she saw him coming over, the furious woman immediately calmed down her nerves. Then she waved at him and said, "Matthew."
"Ah, sorry.
"I almost forgot. I've brought the file you asked." She had been so busy punishing those two thugs that she had entirely forgotten that the reason she left home in the first place was to bring something to Matthew. Erica was about to retrieve the files from her car, but Matthew wasn't interested in them at that moment. He just pulled his wife closer and looked her up and down with his arms around her waist. "Are you hurt?" Erica waved at him.
No, no.
"These two are just newbies. Even a younger version of me from a few years ago could have easily beaten them. I knocked them down with a single punch." Indeed, she sounded so relaxed that it was hard to believe she had just been into a fight. His wife was awesome. She was worthy of an applause. Matthew glanced at the two defeated men on the ground and noticed how Erica had beaten them black and blue. Taking her hands into his, he examined them thoroughly. He found a small cut in the back of her right hand as a thin bead of blood oozed out from the wound. His face darkened. Did they do this? Erica withdrew her injured hand and comforted her husband with a smile. "It's no big deal. When I punched that guy, I accidentally scratched my fist on something metallic he had. Oh. Gee, master, please don't make fun of this kind of matter." Someone else immediately echoed, "Yes, young master, how about you contact your father as a way to help us?" How could a little boy know the words on the document? There was a hint of coldness in Boswell's eyes. Since he was only a 3-year-old boy, he wasn't as intimidating as Carlos and Matthew were, but he wasn't to be underestimated either. Regardless of anyone's approval of him, Boswell took his father's seat and stated rightfully, "My father wrote this document. I'll just read it out loud. Is there anything wrong with that?" A dead silence followed the boy's speech. Page then said calmly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe Mr. Huo III is right. The content was written by Mr. Matthew Huo, who had to attend something urgent and can't be with us at the moment. But Mr. Huo III will only be announcing his father's words. Besides, as Mr. Huo's biological son, he's allowed to represent his father. As long as young master can take it seriously, why can't we give him a chance?" Well, immediately, a lot of discussion started to take place in the meeting room, but Boswell soon thumped his little hand on the table to stop it altogether. "It's just a document. Why are you making a fuss about it? Weren't you all anxious about what will be working next? Whoever objects my reading, stand up now, and be responsible for the loss the company will suffer after this announcement is delayed." The meeting room was quiet again. Who could afford this kind of loss? Even if Matthew stood there today, he wouldn't dare to say he would take responsibility for it. Someone in the crowd quickly changed his tune. "Yeah, you're right. The next step is more important. Go ahead, young master." "True. I think we need to get the big picture. Just a file. Why can't Mr. Huo's son tell us what's in it?" Everyone shut up, even the haters. They'd given him a task, so they decided to listen. Boswell opened the sealed document, skimmed the contents, and then read it out loud. "Senior executives and shareholders, to ensure cooperation with Strange Island Company. The next phase is to purchase its strongest competitor, Forever Poet Company, Limited. That part of the meeting only took 5 minutes. Everyone held their tongues during that time. Only the childlike voice of Boswell could be heard, announcing major decisions that affected more than a dozen companies. After the announcements, the once quiet meeting room was in an uproar. Mr. Huo, that can't be right. Forever Poet Company, Ltd. is a well-known company with a long history. Yeah, traffic on the sales site is at an all-time low. Why did Mr. Matthew Huo decide on that course of action? Page stood beside Boswell, motioning for everyone to be quiet. I don't think we need to question how and why he does things, do you? Really, has he ever let you down? Now we have to carry out the contract with innocence. Based on what Matthew said, this was a done deal. Once the cooperation was declared, dozens of factories would be all over it. While the meeting was in full swing, Matthew drove the car and told Erica, "My phone's dead. Call Paige and ask her to go to conference room 3. She can stall them till I get there." Oh, okay. She did as he asked. It didn't take Paige long to pick up, and Erica relayed Matthew's message. Hearing that, Paige smiled. "Mrs. Huo, please tell Mr. Huo that young master has already announced our contract with innocence." "What? I must be hearing things," Erica exclaimed in surprise. "I wish you were." They were too anxious waiting for Mr. Huo, so boss. Ears forming in her eyes. Did he plan all this from the start? Was the discussion about their marriage just a sham? Was it her in his heart all along? And if so, why did he hide it from her? Did he ever really love Phoebe? The ringtone shattered the still and brought her back to reality. She took the phone from her pocket. "Hello," she said. "I've done some poking around, Miss Irma. The mastermind is in Y City, but that's all we know. We don't know his name or what he looks like yet." "In Y City? That's great. She didn't have to run all over the place looking for him." "I see. See what else you can dig up. Keep me posted." "Yes, Miss Irma." In the evening, when Matthew came back with Boswell, Erica was bathing Damien and Coleman. The two boys splashed enough to leave great puddles on the floor, like they'd had a water war. Erica was a mess, her pajamas soaked through. On the other hand, Adkins sat on a chair next to them, holding a water gun and pointing it at his two brothers from time to time. Coleman kept screaming. The noise was so loud everyone on the third floor could hear it. Boswell ran into the bathroom and wrapped his arms around Erica. "Mom!" Erica smiled and kissed him on the cheek. "You're back. Where's your dad?" "Downstairs. He's on the phone. He said he'd be up here soon." "Well, would you like to take a shower with your brothers?" Erica asked. Shaking his head, Boswell answered, "No. How about my own bathroom?" "Please." "Okay. Ask the nanny to fill the tub for you. I'll be along after I'm done with your brothers." She had so many sons and they had to take turns bathing. Okay. With the nanny's help, Erica finally finished bathing each of her sons. Erica was in the master bedroom. She stared at the man exiting the bathroom, not saying a word. Matthew put on his pajamas and glanced at her. "You should probably grab a shower," he said. "Okay." She nodded and walked into the bathroom, burying the questions she wanted to ask him deep inside her. At night, Erica was lying on the bed playing a mobile game, and Matthew was viewing the news on his iPad. Someone pushed the door of the master bedroom open. Eventually, a boy's head could be seen in the widening gap. He gently called, "Dad, Mom." It was Damien, their youngest son. Erica sat up from the bed and looked at her son, confused. "What's wrong? Why are you up again, Damien?" Standing at the door, an Ultraman toy in hand, he stared at them and said, "I can't sleep. Can I sleep with you guys?" Matthew put down his iPad, got out of bed and walked towards him. Half squatting in front of the boy, he looked at him and asked, "Why?" "Well, I've never done it before and I feel safe with you," the little boy answered bluntly. With a faint smile, Matthew closed the door and carried him to the bed. As soon as Damien climbed into the bed, someone opened the door once more. This time it was Coleman. He screamed and ran to their bed. "Oh yeah, we can sleep with Dad and Mom now." Under the couple's stunned gazes, He quickly crawled into the bed and huddled under the blanket with Damien. The two brothers couldn't help but giggle. Erica was speechless. What a clever little guy. Matthew was nobody's fool, and caught on immediately. You didn't really want to sleep with us, did you, Damien? Coleman put you up to it, huh? He asked in a condescending tone. Yes, Dad. I was scared Mom would spank me if I. Ed with their heads on the same side. The bed would be not wide enough. The only option was for them to sleep with their heads on either side of the bed. Matthew and Erica had to separate and take care of two children each. Putting his arms around Matthew, Coleman blurted out, I sleep with Dad tonight. I get Mom tomorrow. Without even taking a look at Matthew, Atkins and Boswell climbed over to Erica's side without saying a word. Damien looked at his three brothers. He seemed to have no choice. Eyes wide open, he looked at Matthew and said, Dad, let's lie down. Finally, they could drift off to sleep. The family of 6 huddled in the same bed, and the 4 children fell asleep first. Matthew held Coleman in his left arm, while Damien held his other arm and slept soundly. In the dark of night, the smile in the man's eyes deepened. The next day, Atkins woke up first. He sat up from the bed and looked at the scene on the bed with his sleepy eyes. Suddenly, he was a little confused. He remembered that he and Boswell had gone to sleep with his mom last night. When he woke up, he was with his 3 younger brothers, but his parents were snoozing on the other side of the bed. Coleman slept horizontally with his legs on Matthew's and his head on Erica's legs. Before he could figure out why his brothers were there, Atkins pulled his brother away from Erica. Matthew suddenly woke up. Matthew checked the time on his phone. It was just 5:30 in the morning. He sat up quietly as he observed Atkins struggling to move his brother away from Erica and asked, Why did you wake up so early? Letting go of Coleman, Atkins answered, I need to go to the bathroom. Go ahead then, Matthew urged. In fact, he wanted to hold his wife in his arms while he slept for a little longer. The little boy got out of bed in a hurry, but when he passed by Matthew, something occurred to him. Stopping in his tracks, he asked in confusion, Dad, wasn't I sleeping with Mom? Why was I with my brothers when I woke up? Matthew glanced at the boy and replied calmly, Your mom insisted on coming to sleep with me in the middle of the night. You know, she's the only girl in our family. We need to pamper her as much as we can, and I can only sleep with her. Oh, Matthew's answer convinced Atkins enough, so he went straight to the bathroom. Like every other school day, Erica didn't sleep late. She would always wake up with the boys in order to send the 4 to class. That morning wasn't any different. After washing up, Atkins asked Erica as she applied some skincare products on her face, Mom, why did you have to sleep with Dad last night? What? Matthew was passing by when he heard the question but paused only for a second. Continuing to look for his razor, he didn't say a word. Atkins elaborated in a serious tone. Last night, Boswell and I were sleeping with you. This morning I found you and Dad sleeping together. I asked Dad about it, and he told me that you insisted on sleeping with him in the middle of the night. Then you hugged each other and slept together during the rest of it. Erica was rendered speechless. She then glanced at Matthew through the mirror and came to the conclusion that she had indeed spent the night with him. I didn't have to sleep with your dad, she said. Matthew stopped looking for his razor and walked to the woman in front of the dressing table. She seemed lost in thought. You crawled to my side of the bed last night before we slept. Don't you remember? Erica frowned in confusion. Then she shook her head and answered truthfully, No, I forgot. However, if she were to think about it, when she got up this morning, she was indeed at the other end of the bed where Matthew had slept the night before. Did she really climb? All right. How could there be a real Buddha in this world? Also, how could there be real holy water in this same world we're talking about? Were you idiots to believe such a thing is real? We're in the 21st century. Don't you know the reason my wife gave birth to quadruplets is because of our genes? Without giving anyone a chance to react, he added, Some of you even possess a master's degree. Honestly, if I were you, I would find a wall to bump my head into it a few times to sober up. Also, if it's not clear yet, I'll tell you now that it's impossible for me to teach Erica a lesson. She's my wife. Has any of that convinced you already? Or are you still looking for an explanation? If it hasn't, I strongly advise you to remember bringing your brain with you next time you go out. Afterward, Matthew strode out of the reception room. It didn't take him 3 minutes to get rid of a dozen rich ladies from Y City. Paige, who was expecting at the door, couldn't help but burst into laughter as soon as she heard what Matthew said. However, the moment she saw him coming out, she regained her composure and began to follow him. The rich ladies remained in the reception room for a few minutes more. They still wanted to vent their anger, but they wouldn't dare to cause any more trouble after being scolded by Matthew himself. Telling their husbands about it would be useless. Instead of taking their side, they might actually scold them as well. After all, most of their husbands were CEOs in the financial business and depended on keeping a good relationship with Matthew. When the group of women left ZL Group, their faces were twisted into masks of rage. Erica was blissfully ignorant of what else was going on, and continued snapping photos from the balcony of their villa. I still need a drone. But I don't want to dip into the cash Matthew floated me. Let's see if I can take on some freelance work and pay for it that way, she thought. She took out her phone and sent a message to Chantel. Hey, know anyone who needs portrait work? I'll even take on a contract with a company at this point. I need cash and fast. Let me know, okay? She was so short of money that she started to tackle other people's projects for pay. It took a bit for Chantel to reply. Hey, I just got your message. I was shooting my new drama. We just broke for a meal. And I've got a plum assignment for you. Why don't you take pics of me? I've always wanted to be a model for the famous photographer. Erica chuckled. Sounds like a plan. And if we screw up, I can always fix it in post. But I couldn't charge you, you're a friend. And I have to focus on making money now. Tessie and Chantel knew better than anyone how good Erica was at photography. No problem. Just use your professional name EM. People will be lining up in the streets to model for you. But I'll put the word out you're looking for work. The name Erica wasn't well known in the photography industry, but everyone knew EM. Thank you. Love you, dear sister-in-law. Looking at the word sister-in-law, Chantel smiled happily. It had been more than 2 weeks since she saw Gifford. Keeping this in mind, she rang her assistant. I'm heading back home in 2 days. Get me tickets, please. I'll be gone for at least that long. Yes, ma'am, came the assistant's prompt reply. Chantel ended the call and called her agent to let her know. Her agent wasn't okay with it. 2 days? You're in the middle of a shoot. Not to mention the fact that your time off is affecting the work we can find you. Have you thought about that? Your opportunities will be drying up. Why don't we wait a bit to schedule a vacation? The agent was just looking out for her. She knew Chantel had always been short of money, but Chantel shook her head. She had promised Gifford to be home more often. No matter how much money she made, it was not as important as family. Just make sure to let everyone know. Knowing Chantel had made up her mind, Riston said, Come with me. No, I can't leave now. Look, I have a job to do. Just be patient and I'll be done soon. You don't have to earn money this way. Matthew disagreed. Why did his wife have to put up with this womanly man to earn that paltry amount? Erica held his hand tightly and begged. It's not the money, it's my reputation. What if people knew I walked off a job like this? Come on, let me finish. Seeing the embarrassment in the woman's eyes, Matthew sighed helplessly and his heart softened. With a straight face he said, I'll wait for you in the car. I'm leaving in 10 minutes. Okay, I'll be quick. He said 10 minutes. But she could shoot for 20 minutes. The man then left the studio. In the end, Matthew waited for the woman in the car for 39 minutes before he saw her running over in a hurry. When she was about to get in the car, another staff member stopped her to talk about the cleanup process for the photos. More than 10 more minutes passed. When she finally opened the door and got in the car, the man stared at her expressionlessly. After she sat well, he asked indifferently, You value your time pretty highly. Don't you think you should value mine? Putting the camera bag aside, Erica leaned over to hold his arm and said in a low voice, "I'm just busy today. You know, I'm a normal person. I can't just stay home every day, right? Part of it is that I'm bored. And you saw the gloves I'm wearing. I won't hurt myself. Don't worry. You have a comeback for everything, don't you?" He only asked one question, but she told him a lot. Erica chuckled and said, "No, I don't. I promise you that I won't take photos every day. Just occasionally, okay? But don't deprive me of my hobby, please." She pouted, putting her hands together as she begged him. Seeing the pitiful look on her face, Matthew knew he would feel guilty if he denied her request. "Okay, but on one condition. I'll check your clients out and pick them for you from now on." Clients like that effeminate young star from earlier, for example, weren't an option. Erica wouldn't benefit from getting in touch with people like him. "What? But you are so busy." She didn't want to bother him. Besides, when I complained to Chantel, she told me that she didn't mean to pick out that man. It was her agent who arranged it. Next time someone wants to be photographed, she will personally check them out before sending them to me. Although Matthew didn't seem to like the idea very much, he didn't say anything either. At that moment, Erica knew that she had succeeded in persuading him. She then asked, "How did you know I was there?" Rolling his eyes at her, he thought to himself, "She has the nerve to ask? You were not in the mall." He had put his work aside to go to the shining International Plaza and look for her. But the moment he got there, he realized she had fooled him. "Haha, you are so smart, honey. Oh, don't be angry. If you had allowed me to work, I wouldn't have lied to you. So it's my fault." Matthew blurted out what she wanted to say. Well, despite her beliefs, she didn't dare to blame him out loud. No. It's my fault. From now on, I'll tell you in advance where I'm going as long as you don't mind my bothering you." Matthew touched her chin, raising it slightly so he could look her in the eye. "Do tell me in advance." How could he mind it? She was Erica, his beloved wife. Okay, she agreed. Since Erica had vowed to love and cherish Matthew, she would listen to him. Then Erica sat back and closed her eyes, failing to notice when the car headed to the suburb. About 10 minutes later, she looked out of the window and didn't recognize the scenery. She asked curiously, "Where are we going?" "The zoo." His words were short and precise. "What?" Erica was confused. "Why do you suddenly? E-words. Mr. Matthew Huo has adopted and raised the 3 pandas called Lily, Riri and Kaka since they were born. The date of the adoption was written just below." Staring at the 3 names given to the pandas, Erica felt a little strange. However, her brain didn't register the meaning behind them at that moment. She asked Matthew casually, "Did you name them? Why Lily and Riri? These names are so strange. Kaka is fine. But don't Lily and Riri sound almost the same?" she thought. Matthew looked at her but didn't answer her question. Instead, he pointed at one direction and suggested, "You go and ask them yourself if they like their names." "What?" Erica shifted her gaze to where he was pointing and said, "Wow! It's a panda. A big panda. Matthew, look, they are coming." Although that wasn't the first time Erica saw a panda, she never thought she would get so close to one before. She couldn't help shaking Matthew's arm, excited to see the panda in front of her. One of the staff members ran over to the nearest panda and picked it up. With his cheeks flushed from the effort he made to carry the animal, he waved at Erica. "Mrs. Huo, don't you want to hug it?" In his mind, he was afraid that Erica wouldn't be strong enough to hold the panda. Yes. Erica immediately let go of Matthew's arm and hurried to them. "Little cutie, I'm here." Meanwhile, another panda noticed them coming and slid down from the tall tree. Then it slowly crawled its way to the human side, circling around them. The panda house staffer kept eagle eyes on Erica as she held the panda. Although the panda wasn't that big, it seemed like he had handed her a bag of boulders instead. She couldn't lift it. "Oh, it's so heavy." The staff member was on the verge of laughing, but he held it back. "Yes, Lily is 6 years old. That's an adult panda. She weighs about 110 kilograms, much heavier than you, Mrs. Huo.
110 kilos.
Erica's mind was blown. Wow, he's right. She's a lot heavier. No wonder he seemed like he was straining when he held the creature. It took a fair amount of strength to do that. Soon 3 pandas waddled up to Erica. She asked, "Since I can't lift them, can I rua them here?" She used a Chinese internet slang there. Rua meaning that you like something a lot, and you want to play with it. Hua? Matthew asked. He'd never heard that term before. He was now standing next to Erica. Even the staffer was confused by the word rua. Erica then reached out 2 hands and made a gesture to explain, pinching a pretend panda in the air. Yeah, hua. Like this. Oh. One of the staffers got it. He was a younger fellow who often surfed the net. He pointed at the panda next to her with a smile and asked, "Mrs. Huo, sure you want to rua it?" Erica nodded with a smile. "Yes. You can play with it, but I wouldn't get too rough. They look defenseless, but they're not. If anything happens, don't say I didn't warn you." "No problem." Looking at the woman gently touching the panda, Matthew asked the young staffer, "What was she talking about?" The worker racked his brains, trying to find a more suitable word to help Matthew understand. "Mr. Huo, Mrs. Huo wants to. Well, play with it." "Yeah, that's it. Play with it." Matthew seemed to get even more confused. "Yes, she wants to play with the panda." Ignoring the confused man, the staffer turned to Erica and reminded, "Remember, Mrs. Huo, be careful. If you piss it off, it will ruin you instead." "Okay. I will." Erica decided to pinch the panda more before it got angry. Matthew took out his phone and opened the Baidu app. He searched for the word rua and waited a second or two. Only then did he understand what it meant. He put away his phone and shook his head helplessly. He watched the woman play with. "You asked me? You had 2 questions. My yes was the answer to your second question. Is that because your dad doesn't like Phoebe?" As Sheffield said, women like digging up the past and using it against their boyfriends. Erica was stunned. "Why didn't you make that clear?" The man cocked an eyebrow. "Why didn't you tell me Ethan wasn't your kid?" He thought she carried a torch for Ethan's father. After all, she'd given birth to his child. This was pretty early on, though. Matthew didn't want to make fool of himself by hitting on a woman who couldn't love him back. Later, when he knew Ethan was not her child, he didn't know how to confess his feelings. It had become habit to hide them. If she hadn't asked him, he wouldn't have explained anything to her. After all, he had never confessed his love to a girl, so he didn't know the words to use. To him, the matter of love was hundreds of times more difficult than signing a contract worth countless millions. Suddenly, Erica hugged him. "Matthew, you are so annoying. To think I didn't know what I was missing out on. Have you ever thought about what you would do if I married someone else?" No wonder her parents always said she was lucky. They were right. She really was lucky. She had a family who loved her a lot before she got married, and after marriage, she had a husband who loved her deeply and 4 gifted sons. Her life was perfect. With a confident smile, Matthew said, "I always get what I want. And I wanted you." It all depended on his whim. Unconvinced, Erica punched Matthew on the shoulder. "You're so annoying. You didn't tell me anything. It's your fault that I misunderstood you then." If she had known earlier that Matthew had always loved her, she wouldn't have wasted so much time being jealous of Phoebe in the past. Matthew said helplessly, "Yes, whatever you say. It's my fault." Erica also wanted to ask him about the plastic stars he ordered her to fold, but the driver was also in the car with them. She would have to save it for when they got home. Resting her head on his shoulder, she burped and then sighed. "Oh, I really wanted to be a panda. I would eat and sleep all day long. And no matter how fat I was, I would still have someone to love me." Matthew was amused by her words. Weren't they just talking about themselves? Why did she suddenly change the subject back to pandas? "My wife's logic is really confusing. I always find myself trapped in its maze." He couldn't help but smile. "You can eat and sleep all day long like a panda if that's what you want. he cooed. No thanks. Men enjoy women with a good figure. If I get fat like a panda, I'm afraid Narincia will show up at our house tomorrow. Narincia? Matthew was puzzled and then he asked, what does she have to do with it? If you don't like how I look, you will take her home as your mistress one day. All the tenderness Matthew held in his eyes was quickly replaced by wrath. At that moment he wished he could strangle Erica. Did she really think that his love for her was that shallow? Shut up. Don't talk to me now. Erica couldn't help laughing at his angry outburst. Holding his waist, she challenged him in a sweet voice. If my weight reached 110 kilograms, you wouldn't be able to carry me. What would you do then? I would exercise harder, he answered. In 2018, a weightlifting champion lifted 163 kilograms in the snatch and 197 kilograms in the clean and jerk. That man won 3 prizes with a total of 360 kilograms lifted, breaking the world record. If someone could lift that much weight, Matthew believed that he could do the same or even better. Erica, who had no idea that her husband was thinking of her now as a barbell, suggested melodiously, why don't you also put on some weight? In that case, we can be a couple of fat people. We've shared weal and woe, why shouldn't we gain weight together as well? She thought to herself. Okay. Although he had agreed, he was afraid he wouldn't be able. Ill events and didn't know how to return his compliment. Therefore she answered sheepishly, it's fine. I was free anyway. Matthew held the woman in his arms and said, thank you, Mr. Wong. We're leaving now. The moment Matthew came near her, she smelled the strong scent of alcohol emanating from him. But instead of commenting about it, she smiled and nodded as everyone said their goodbyes. By the time they left the hotel, Matthew leaned back in the passenger seat and then glanced at his wife behind the steering wheel. Have you brought your driver's license? I forgot. She didn't take her purse with her when she got out. But don't worry, I have a driver's license. I've been driving for over 2 years now. I won't make the same mistake as before. Matthew closed his eyes and said helplessly, then my life is at the hands of Mrs. Huo. Don't worry. I promise you will get home alive, she said with great confidence. Matthew twitched his lips. Well, I'm glad to know I'll be home alive. But Mrs. Huo, promise me I won't lose an arm or a leg in our way there, okay? He couldn't afford to lose any of his members. After all, he needed his body intact in order to satisfy his wife's sexual drive in the future. Erica chuckled. Fine, I promise you, Mr. Huo. You won't get hurt. Good girl. Matthew sounded like he had too much to drink. However, the smell in the car was not bad, perhaps due to the quality of the wine he had drunk. Finally, the car drove into the Pearl Villa district. Once Erica parked it, she got out of the vehicle and ran to open the door for Matthew. As she helped him out, she warned, slow down. Matthew took this opportunity to wrap Erica in his arms. He put his lips closer to hers and drank deeply. Honey, I feel a little dizzy. His voice was soft and seductive, like music to her ears. She hugged him happily. Come lean on me. I'll help you in. Okay. You're so good to me. The couple finally entered the villa. Erica kicked off her shoes and bent down to take Matthew's shoes off as well. He leaned against a wall for support. Realizing what she was about to do, he yanked his foot away from her. I'll do it myself. He quickly took off his shoes and put on the house shoes. We'd better get you upstairs, Erica said. Let me help you, she continued. We'd better take the elevator. We're both pretty beat. Erica had figured out the best way upstairs, but the man wasn't heading for the elevator. He stayed in the living room. Confused, she looked at the man who stood rooted to the spot and asked, What are you doing? Let's go. Matthew held her in his arms and cupped her cheeks. Honey, do you love me? His warm breath fell on her face. She blushed and said, What do you think? Didn't I already tell him I love him? The man lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. I want to hear it again. His voice was deep and hoarse. The tenderness in his eyes and voice melted her heart. She asked uncertainly, Matthew, is there a reason you're acting like a spoiled kid? He reminded her a lot of Atkins and Boswell when they wanted something from her. They came to her trying to butter her up. They looked gentle but a little cold. She was now sure they got this from Matthew. Coleman and Damien were more like her. They often played it cute and sweet. Embarrassed, Matthew raised his voice and retorted. Spoiled? Seriously. How could he act like a spoiled child? That was not like him. If word got out about that, wouldn't he become a laughing stock? Erica stepped away from him and said, Yeah, you should take a look in a mirror. If you're just trying to get something out of me, I'm not saying it. It doesn't matter anyway, does it? Matthew grabbed her wrist, stopping her right there. It matters to me. Now say it. This woman would drive him crazy sooner or later. Of course he cared whether she loved him or not. Erica snickered. Okay, let's say I do say it. What's in it for me? Seriously. He looked at her clothes and visibly displeased. You know what I mean. How would I know if you don't tell me? She retorted. The man's Adam's apple bobbed and he slowly spat out. The photo. And the bottle of stars, the letter she wrote to me, the lock of hair. Oh. It was not until then that Erica remembered what she had hidden. She had wanted to ask him about those things the day they came back from the zoo, but because he went straight to work, she had never found a chance to ask him. Keeping this in mind, Erica raised her head and asked the man, Why did you take a pic of me while I was still a teenager? Matthew didn't say anything, like a child who didn't know how to explain his behavior. Why did you ask me to fold those stars and say they were for Phoebe? The man still kept silent. Erica withdrew her hands and said, Those things are mine now. Unexpectedly, Matthew reacted quickly and pulled her out of the chair. He looked at the woman with a long face and insisted, Give them back to me. It was a secret he had kept for a long time. When the secret was out, and he hadn't been prepared for it, he went a little crazy. Even if Erica was the only one who knew, Matthew hadn't had any time to psych himself up to admitting anything. He just couldn't accept that someone knew his secret before he was ready to confess it. Erica could see that he was clearly upset, but why should she give them back? They were hers, right? If she didn't know better, she would have thought the woman in the photo was not Erica herself, but someone else entirely, and he didn't want her to know. When Erica found out Matthew's secret, he flipped out on her. He was so desperate to keep it a secret that he lost all sense of reason. To Erica's intense surprise, the woman in the photo was none other than herself. She didn't know what Matthew was angry about. She approached him and asked defiantly, And what if I don't give it to you? His hand tightened around her wrist. The pain made her grit her teeth, but she refused to budge. Fortunately, it was not that painful and she could ignore the pain. The man acted like a 3-year-old child and answered willfully, Give it here. Now. He was like a broken record, repeating that phrase over and over again. He wouldn't say anything else. Erica reached out her other hand to touch his cheek and talked to him in a quiet voice. Matthew, Phoebe was never the goddess in your heart. You never liked her. She's just your best friend's wife. I'm the woman you loved from the start. There's nothing between you and Phoebe, and I can prove it. You don't know how long you've been in love with me, or when you started to fall for me. Do you? After she came back from the panda house that day, she remembered what he said, what his feelings were. He revealed all that in the car. When he heard what she said, Matthew's jaw tightened. What she said was the truth. But I had another man's child. When your dad asked you to marry me, you turned him down. I can think of 2 reasons for that. One is that you don't like others getting involved in your business, and the other is that you didn't want to marry a woman with someone else's kid. In the end, you said yes because you liked me. That love won out over a kid out of wedlock. Erica! His sharp cry stopped her from saying anything more. Matthew's face was pale, but there was no anger in his eyes but shyness instead. Matthew! Erica hugged him and said, I know you don't like to talk about your feelings, so let me do it. It would be great if I could marry you now. After all, I'm a few years older now than when we were married. I'd have a different view of things from that time. Maybe I would know you liked me earlier. But on second thought, I'm glad that we got married years ago. I don't regret. Saying goes, the winner will be the one who laughs last. Erica thought to herself with a wicked grin. He didn't even notice. Because of the sudden arrival of Erica's Aunt Flo, Matthew not only had to give up on the idea of bathing together, but also had to handle her carefully. The next day, because of the cramping, Erica stayed at home all day to beautify Dylan's photos. She never left the house. In the evening, Matthew picked up the 4 kids from the manor. Seeing that Erica was still in bed, Damien immediately knew what was wrong with her. "Mom, is it time for you to drink brown sugar water this month?" But they only knew their mom needed to drink brown sugar water for a few days every month and couldn't take care of herself. They knew nothing else. Yes. Erica nodded listlessly. Her lower abdomen always hurt on the first day of her period. Without saying a word, Damien and Atkins turned around and walked out of the bedroom. Coleman kicked off his shoes and climbed onto the bed. Lying next to her, he patted her on the shoulder and comforted her gently. "Mom, it shouldn't hurt. Let me keep your belly warm." Then he blew on her belly. Erica was amused by his sweet behavior. She gently pinched the tip of his nose. Boswell told the man who came in later, "Dad, you can sleep in my room tonight." Huh. With a faint smile on his face, Matthew thought to himself, "He allows me to sleep in a room I own. Like he has any say. What a little brat." When his dad didn't say anything, Boswell continued, "I think you should experience the happiness of sleeping in your kid's room. All right, I'll let you sleep in my room for tonight. You sleep there and we will sleep with Mommy." Raising his eyebrows, Matthew asked, "And why would I want to do that?" Boswell looked back at his mother, who was half lying on the bed, listening to their conversation. He replied, "Mom needs to be taken care of during this time of the month, and we do that all the time." Matthew hung his coat on the hanger, walked up to the kid and patted his head. "You only need to take good care of yourselves from now on. Your mother has me to take care of her. Go back to your room and sleep." He grinned at his sons. These fellows wanted his wife all to themselves and were trying to drive him out. Boswell was still unconvinced. He tried everything to fight for the opportunity to take care of his mother. He argued, "Mom is completely spoiled by us. She will be super irritable for the next few days and she will need brown sugar water. Dad, you have a bad temper, so you can't take care of Mom. Let us do it instead." Erica almost burst out laughing. She was spoiled by them? She finally spoke. "Boswell, don't make Dad sleep alone. We can all sleep here." However, to her surprise, Boswell refused decisively. Pouting his lips, he protested, "Dad will cheat. Last time he secretly slept next to you after moving us to the other side while we were asleep. He held you all night and slept nicely. It's not fair." His father was always good to them, except when it came to his wife. He acted like a kid himself and often competed with them for her attention. "Dad has his own mom. Why won't he go and sleep with her?" The boy thought to himself. Taking a reproachful glance at his second son, Matthew walked over to him and picked him up. He threatened in a serious tone, "Do you have any evidence to prove that? If you don't, then I will sue you for slander. After that, you will be taken away by the police and will be forced to pay compensation." Boswell was not frightened. "You know we were all asleep and don't have any evidence. That's why you are so." Temperature of the water. It was still a little hot, so he placed it on the bedside table. Then he told Atkins, "You are still young, Atkins. What if you trip and fall? Next time don't do such dangerous things." Damien interrupted, "Dad, don't worry. We always make the brown sugar water for Mom. We can do it." Matthew was slightly stunned upon hearing that. He touched Damien's head and said, "If you burn your little hands, my wife will be very upset." And in turn he would be sad too, for his wife and his child. The kids blinked. Normally Matthew should have answered, "If you burn your little hands, I will be very upset." But instead he had said, "If you burn your little hands, my wife will be very upset." Erica was amused by the 5 of them and laughed. Well, my dear babies. I was okay with you making this brown sugar water for me because my room was close to the kitchen in Toh Village. But it's different now. You need to climb the stairs to the 3rd floor. It's too dangerous. Dad and Mom are worried about you. So let the maids do it next time, okay? The 4 boys nodded at the same time and answered in one voice. Okay, Mom. Matthew sighed. When he said something, the children would argue with him. However, no one refuted Erica's words. They were so obedient. Was that the difference between being a father and a mother? That night, since the children insisted, the family of 6 slept together in the same bed. What Matthew wasn't aware of was that after he headed to the shower, the 4 kids sneaked out and orchestrated a grand plan behind his back. Later that night, Adkins and Boswell went to sleep with Matthew on one end of the bed, while Coleman and Damien slept with Erica on the other end. Obediently, the kids closed their eyes as soon as they lay down. Since 2 of his sons weren't letting him work anymore, Matthew gave up on the idea and went to sleep with them. After a long time, the bedroom was quiet again. Matthew then sat up and got out of bed in silence. He first picked up Damien on the other end of the bed where he was sleeping, and then Coleman.
Ah,
Dad, I caught you. Coleman, who was supposed to be asleep in Matthew's arms, screamed all of a sudden. The other 3 children all sat up immediately. Getting up from the bed, they rushed to Matthew and laughed at him. Dad, you said that we needed evidence before accusing you of anything. We've got it now, Boswell stated. Coleman put his arms around his father's neck and said, Dad, we weren't asleep yet. We only pretended to be so we could deceive you. Damien laughed out loud this time. Adkins held Matthew's leg and accused him. So it was true. It turns out that you really took us away from Mom while we were asleep. During this whole time, Erica had been half asleep until the voice of her children fully woke her up. Sitting up, she asked in a daze, What's going on? Damien ran to turn on the lights, exposing Matthew's livid face to everyone else in the room. The children only laughed louder and louder when they saw their father's expression. They wanted their mother to know they had now the evidence of Matthew's crime. Matthew wanted to put Coleman on the bed first, but the boy didn't let go of him. Instead, he took the chance to complain to Erica. Mom, Dad took us away from you while we were sleeping. Look. He hasn't even put me down yet. After hearing her son's words, Erica burst into laughter. Despite being caught red-handed by his children, Matthew managed to turn his face blank but only on the surface. Deep down, he wanted to grab the kids and slap each one on their buttocks. Casting a cold glance at the 4 boys, he pretended to be angry. How dare you set me up? If the news that Matthew Huo himself was framed by his own son spread, people would laugh their heads off. And Matthew wasn't very fond of this idea.
Y.
The 4 kids looked at each other before Adkins declared, Dad, let's eat first. Since we can't reach an agreement now, we better talk about it later, he thought. Okay, Matthew agreed. Later that night, Y City was bustling. Even though it was cold outside, by 8 or 9 o'clock, the town was still crowded. As Matthew got caught up in a trip abroad for 2 days, the 4 kids were temporarily at Sheffield's house in the care of Evelyn and a group of servants while Erica was out in the city. The woman wrapped herself up tightly to remain protected from the cold. She had a hat, a mask, a sweatshirt, and trousers on. She was careful to specifically wear only black clothes as she walked in a high-end bar through a side door, not wanting to draw any undesired attention to herself. As soon as she stepped into the bar, someone spotted her. A seemingly ordinary man in jeans walked towards her. When he was about to pass by, he whispered, Irma, they are on the 2nd floor. How many people are there? 6. How many of our people have come? The man in denim looked around the 1st floor and answered, About 100 or more. 6 of them are in room 205 upstairs. Okay, you guys stay here. I'll go upstairs and walk around. I'll be right back. Yes, ma'am. Erica walked towards the stairs at the end of the bar and went up. When she reached the 2nd floor, she noticed that it lacked all the noise she was met with on the 1st floor. She found many waiters on standby in the corridor, and next to them, there were a few bodyguards in black in front of one of the private rooms. As soon as Erica opened the fire door, several pairs of eyes looked in her direction. She closed the door behind her as if nothing happened. A waiter came over immediately and asked politely, "Excuse me, can I help you?" Erica was dumbfounded for a moment, then flashed him a charming smile. That was when she remembered she wore a mask and he couldn't see her face. "Room 205, please." The waiter led her to room 205. When they passed by room 206, 3 bodyguards in black snapped to attention and looked alert. After entering room 205 without incident, Erica was relieved by the voices of her henchmen greeting her one by one. Taking off her hat and mask, Erica asked the people in the room to have a seat. Once everyone did as they were bidden, she asked softly, "Found anything yet?" "Not yet. I heard them talking about a dock, but we don't know the location or what's going on there. Check out the photo, Irma." One of her minions handed his phone to Erica. Erica enlarged the pic he took, the result of clandestine activity. She looked at it but didn't recognize anyone. When she was about to give the phone back to the man, her gaze fell on a particular woman in that photo. "Wait, who's that?" She immediately enlarged the photo and recentered it. Erica looked carefully at the woman holding a man's arm. The woman looked familiar, but she just couldn't figure out why. She spent more time looking at it, and the longer she stared, the more the woman resembled Noreen. She gave the phone back to the man, took out her own and called Chantel. "Hey, it's me. You busy now?" she asked. "No, I just finished a shoot. I'm on my way back." Chantel leaned against the back of the seat wearily. She'd taken on too much work to handle. Fortunately, the day after tomorrow was her day off. She could visit her son. "Any idea what Noreen is up to by chance?" Hearing her mention Noreen, Chantel shook her head and said, "When we humiliated her on the cruise ship, Noreen and I have become mortal enemies. I haven't even so much as bumped into her in forever." She really hadn't given her a second thought. She had no clue what TV shows she was on or interviews she gave. "Here's the thing. I ended up at that bar thanks to the intel my brother gave you." Our people snapped a pic of the group. One of them looked like Noreen, but I'm not sure. She wore shades and it was dark out. I figured you might have more. RDS and head to the bar to protect Erica. When Sheffield found Erica, Chantel had just hung up the phone. She confirmed to Erica that Noreen was in that establishment. When Sheffield swaggered into room 205, Erica looked at him in astonishment. "Sheffield, why are you here?" she asked. He sat leisurely on the sofa and said, "Your husband called. From thousands of miles away, he gave me this bodyguard duty. I must have done something pretty bad to Carlos and Matthew in the previous life." Erica rushed over excitedly and asked in a quiet voice, "Does he know?" Raising his eyebrows, Sheffield nodded. "Of course. And he was pretty pissed. Rika, do you know how dangerous those guys are? They kill with impunity." Those people ran in the shadows, while Erica and Chantel were the army of light. And no one knew who was running the show as far as the thugs were concerned. But Erica wasn't dumb. She explained to Sheffield, "I haven't done anything yet, have I? I just want to make sure if it's them. If it's true, I'll call the police or Matthew as backup." She knew what she was doing and what kind of danger she was in. That was why she had people in place downstairs, to help her beat a hasty retreat if necessary. Sheffield looked at Erica up and down and said, "You look like a killer. I thought you came here alone." He made a gesture of rubbing his neck. Erica was amused. "Have you ever seen a killer in sportswear?" "No, I have never seen him before." Sheffield's phone rang. It was Matthew. He answered the phone and called out in an exaggerated effeminate voice, "It's dear Matthew." Matthew rolled his eyes, holding his phone to his ear. "Where's my wife?" he asked on the other end of the line. "Don't worry. She is right here next to me. Safe and sound. You shouldn't worry about her. She just came here to check something out," Sheffield answered. "Well, take her back and put a bodyguard on her." "We'll talk about it when I get home," Matthew said. "You got it." Sheffield didn't hang up the phone. He told Erica, "Let's go, Rika." Your husband asked me to take you home and keep an eye on you. Erica reached out her hand and said, "Let me talk to him." She took his phone from his hand. Before she could say anything, Matthew quickly said, "Don't try to explain anything to me. The only thing you need to do now is to wait for me at home." Erica let out a sigh of frustration. "All right." But she still tried to defend herself by saying, "I have my people upstairs and downstairs. They have my back. I'll be fine." Matthew's voice became colder and colder as he spoke. "Those gangsters have weapons. Are your men armed?"
Fine.
"I'll go home, I guess," she said dejectedly. How could her people get weapons? Most of them, especially guns, were illegal. About the only thing they were allowed to carry was pepper spray, and even that was iffy. Good girl. After they both hung up, Erica returned the phone to Sheffield and sighed helplessly. "You ready to go then?" Sheffield stood up from the sofa with a smile, and the two walked out of the private room one after the other. Coincidentally, as soon as they came out, someone opened the door to room 206. Some people shuffled out. Sheffield met with the head of the group, a mysterious expression on his face. Before the head of the group saw it, it had all but vanished. With his usual smile, he greeted him gregariously. "Wow, what a coincidence, Mr. Wang." Michelle was a little surprised to see him, and to see Erica behind him, but he smiled and responded in kind, "Oh, Mr. Tang. Mrs. Huo, what are you doing here?" The two men shook hands. Noreen looked at Erica in confusion, and Erica pretended not to notice. Michelle's greeting pulled Erica's thoughts back to reality. "Mrs. Huo, doing well, I take it? You haven't aged a day. Where is Mr. Huo?" He also looked behind them to see if Cyan. It was obvious that there must be something important and dangerous that Erica hadn't told him. "Yes, Mr. Huo. Erica drove here by herself." Sheffield threw his car keys to his bodyguard and got in Erica's car, trying to find out what she was going to do. Sitting in the passenger seat, Sheffield fastened his seatbelt, leaned back and asked her deadpan, "Rika, why did you look for those people?" Erica tightened her grip on the steering wheel, but she didn't say anything in the end. Instead, she asked, "Hey, do you think Michelle's involved? I mean, he comes off like a refined scholar, but I think that's just an act." "Well, I don't know. Anyway, don't judge a book by its cover." Michelle's company moved their headquarters to Y City 2 years ago. The Wang Group was doing well there, and now had thousands of branches all over the world. "You talk to him much?" she asked. Sheffield replied, "Yes, but not as much as Matthew does. I think you should ask your hubby about Michelle." "Okay. Well, if there's really something fishy about Michelle, you better stay away from him. I'll ask someone in the gang to dig into his background if you want." "Thank you, Sheffield." Resting his hands behind his head, Sheffield decided to tease her and said, "Rika, why don't you give Coleman to me as a gift in return? That's the best way to thank me." Playing along, Erica nodded. "Okay. Thanks to you, he's talking about finding a wife every day. Maybe I should just let him stay with you and Evelyn." "Hey, Rika, don't try to stir things up here. Let me correct you. I don't need to look for a wife every day because I already have the best wife in the world. Got it? Evelyn would make me kneel on a keyboard again if she heard that." Sheffield made sure to explain himself clearly, even though he knew it was just a joke. Erica laughed out loud and said, "Perhaps I should learn from Evelyn and make Matthew kneel on some durian shells in the future. That man needs to know just how powerful I am." "That sounds like a great idea, Rika. You have my full support. If you need any help, just let me know." Sheffield was amused at the idea of Matthew's misery. In fact, he was dying to see Matthew crying in pain on a pile of durian shells. When they arrived at the Pearl Villa district, Erica went straight to Sheffield's villa to see her sons, but they were already in bed with Godwin, ready for sleep. However, the moment they saw Erica, they jumped out of bed in a split second, yelling her name with excitement. "Mommy!" Gwyneth, who was telling them bedtime stories, helplessly said, "Aunt Rika, they are so naughty when they are together. It's so hard to get them to lie down in bed." Erica turned her face towards the boys, glaring at them angrily, and asked, "Have you been naughty again?" Atkins immediately apologized. Mom, I'm sorry. I'm going to bed now. As soon as he crawled into the bed, the rest of them followed suit and closed their eyes at once, pretending to be asleep. Gwyneth chuckled and shook her head with amusement. Aunt Rika, you're the only one who can deal with them so easily. My voice is starting to become hoarse because I have to keep yelling at them. Erica whispered in her ear. These kids can be very considerate as well. They will listen to you if you pretend to be aggrieved. I see. I think I understand what you mean, Aunt Rika. I'll be sure to try that out next time. When Erica returned home, she found an empty villa, full of nothing but loneliness. She took out her phone from her pocket and called Matthew. Honey, are you asleep?
No.
What's up? Nothing. It just feels very lonely at home without you. All the maids had gone back to their own quarters for the rest of the day, while Erica was hanging from the railings of the staircase, lazily dragging herself up the stairs. Matthew snorted in amusement and said, Really? I thought you were having a good time. If I didn't ask Sheffield to go there, you would still be in the bar, wouldn't you? Well, I had no intentions of hiding anything from you. When I got the news about what she was going to say to him, the call got connected. Matthew always answered her calls on time. No matter how busy he was, he wouldn't miss any of her calls. Rika. The man's gentle voice graced her ears from the other end of the line. The moment she heard him, she burst into tears, failing to control her emotions any longer. Matthew. Erica's voice trembled and her muffled sobs racked against her chest. Matthew, who was just now talking business with a client, frowned and walked to the side, while his client gazed at him in confusion. Rika, what's wrong? He asked in a worried voice. However, the woman could barely utter a proper word without bawling or sniffling like a baby. Matthew could tell that Erica wasn't joking, and that something very bad must have happened for her to be in such a state. This time when he spoke, he sounded quite anxious. Rika, don't cry. Just tell me what happened. I might be dying. Well, I want to die alone. In truth, she didn't want anyone to feel sorry for her. Her words caused Matthew's face to change dramatically. As he walked out of the room, he patiently tried to comfort her. What are you talking about? What do you mean you're dying? Just tell me everything clearly. Erica wiped her face with a tissue and took a few deep breaths to ease her mood. After a minute or so, she explained, I just came from the hospital. The doctor said I have gastric cancer and it is at stage 3. Matthew, I don't want to undergo a partial gastrectomy. It hurts so much. I'm afraid of pain. Gastric cancer? Stage 3? That can't be right. Despite his efforts to remain calm while facing problems, Matthew's voice rose in shock. But it's true. Furious, Matthew denied in a low voice. No way. How could you have gastric cancer? What kind of quack did examine you? Go and tell him that his career is over because I'm going to sue him. He will never be a doctor again in his life. He had been away for only 2 days on a business trip, and all of a sudden, he got the news that his wife had middle-stage cancer. Before he left, she was just fine. How could he believe such nonsense? It's true. I've had a stomachache since yesterday. I went for a checkup today. Let me take a photo of the results for you. Erica knew Matthew was having none of it, and to be honest, she was having a hard time believing the results herself. But what was the point of it? The fact that she had cancer wouldn't change just because they refused to believe it. Send it to me. Matthew ordered and hung up the phone. Next, Erica took a photo of the exam results and immediately sent it to Matthew. The moment he got it, Matthew swiped his finger down the photo, ignoring the bunch of words on the top. Reaching the bottom row, he read the results, which confirmed that Erica had middle-stage gastric mucus cancer. The report was made at the Y-City First General Hospital. The names of the gastroscopy operator and the attending doctor were also on it. Putting his phone away, Matthew took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. As he stared at the view outside the window, he took a drag on the cigarette. When Owen came over, he found his boss smoking. He then whispered to him, Mr. Huo, Mr. Du is waiting for you. Matthew didn't say anything. He simply took another drag on the cigarette. Once it was about to burn out, he managed to suppress the panic he felt in his heart before he stubbed it out in the trash beside him. Finally, he said in a hoarse voice, "Put the contract with Mr. Du aside and book the earliest flight to Y City. We need to go back as soon as possible." Caught off guard, Owen did not resist asking, "Mr. Huo, has something happened in Y City? The contract with Mr. Du will be signed soon." Matthew nodded. "I'll tell Mr. Du about it myself. You arrange a car for the airport right now. We can't wait any longer." Noticing that something serious must have happened, Owen didn't dare to insist more. "Yes, Mr. Huo." The moment he had everything settled, Math read something she had been wanting to ask him. "Matthew. Why did you marry me in the first place?" she asked. Prior to their engagement, Erica asked Matthew why he wanted to marry her, and he said it was to fulfill a request from his father. Unconvinced, she asked him again after they got married, to which he answered, "I wanted to do everyone else a favor and prevent you from causing trouble to another person." Now, 5 years later, she was asking him the same question once more. This time he replied, "Because I love you." With her arms around her legs, Erica buried her head into her knees as she cried and laughed like a fool. After that, the two kept on the line until Matthew got on the plane and was forced to say goodbye. "Rika, wait for me." However, before turning off his phone for the trip, he made one last call to Paige. "Find my wife. You'll keep track of her from now on." Even though Erica promised him she would wait for him, he still feared that the silly girl would suddenly take off to a remote place to die on her own. "Yes, Mr. Huo," said Paige. As the hours passed, Erica was still sitting by the river in a daze. Her phone rang several times, but she didn't seem to hear it. She also didn't drink or eat anything from afternoon to dawn, and then from dawn to evening. "Rika!" A familiar male voice called from behind her. At his call, Erica woke from her daze as she turned around. Not so far away stood a man in a dark suit and a long black overcoat. That man was none other than Matthew. Erica dissolved into tears. The pent-up emotions in her heart seemed to find an outlet. Erica threw herself into her husband's arms and cried bitterly. Matthew took off his overcoat and wrapped it around her. He inhaled her scent and kissed her long hair gently. "Honey, don't cry," he said, trying to comfort her. "You won't die without my permission. If the king of hell wants you, he'll have to defeat me first." Matthew thought to himself. Erica didn't say anything and kept crying. They just stood by the river holding each other tightly. The woman choked with sobs while the man reassuring her. Occasionally, when someone came near, they couldn't help but take a look at them. The sadness of the two people was replaced by warmth and happiness. 10 minutes later, Matthew suddenly said, "You still have your test results with you? Let me see them again." With swollen red eyes, Erica took out the crumpled piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to him. Matthew straightened the paper out so he could read it. On top it said that it was the electronic endoscopy examination report of Y City First General Hospital. He was not in a hurry to read it. Instead, he asked her a question first. "Did they give you anesthetic before the exam?" "Anesthetic?" The woman was confused. "Yes." Erica thought for a while and answered, "No. They never gave her anything for the pain, nor did they sedate her. Nothing." Matthew held her in his arms and asked in a trembling voice, "Silly girl, why didn't you opt for the anesthetic? Usually, these kinds of procedures involve knocking the patient out using some sort of anesthetic. A tube with a camera is inserted in the throat so the doctors can look around the stomach. It's generally painful even when sedated." Erica didn't know what was going on. They never offered her anything. She hugged him and said sadly, "It doesn't matter. They'll have to use it when I go under the knife." Sighing silently, Matthew continued to read the results. There was a long paragraph in the middle consisting professional medical instructions. He could understand most of them. "Did the doctor say how you might have developed cancer?" The woman in his arms shook her head. "I was too sad to ask." "Why not?" "Never mind." He would take her to do the examination again. "Do it right this time, ask questions. No matter what the result was, they would face it together. Erica was still drowning in sorrow. With a cold face, Matthew asked the woman in the bed who was having an infusion, "Where did you get the star fruit anyway?" Realizing that she was in the wrong, the woman tried to make herself as small as possible. "I went to a farmer's market and bought it from an old woman. She ate it all. It was the size of a baby's fist and tasted sweet and sour. But it was not her fault. The old lady said the fruit was fresh." When he heard that, Matthew was really pissed off. His tone became colder and colder. "Don't we have enough fruit at home?" The walk-in fridge at home was always full since Erica and their 4 sons were living in the villa together. They had no end of food, including 20 or 30 kinds of fruits. All right. It's all my fault. I like to eat. Don't get mad at me." Fortunately, she got what she wanted. She was trying hard to control her emotions and stop herself from laughing out loud. The man's sleeves were half rolled up, and he stood by the bed with his hands on his waist. It was obvious that he wanted to settle accounts with her to the end. "Seriously? You're laughing now," he snapped. "Can't help it." "Sorry," she said in a weak voice. Matthew didn't know how to respond. "What do? I can't stay mad at her forever. She's my wife and I love her more than life itself," he told himself. "I need you to write a list of your faults. No less than 1,000 words. Don't go to bed until you finish it," he ordered. "What?" She hadn't written something like that in more than 10 years. Pitifully, she raised her left hand, which in 4 needle was taped to, and said, "How about not?" When Paige came in holding a pair of lunchboxes, she happened to see all this. Trying not to laugh, she told Matthew, "Mr. Huo, Mrs. Huo, I've got your midnight snacks." Erica's eyes lit up. She immediately sat up straight and said with a smile, "Paige, you wouldn't happen to have bought me seafood porridge?" Paige glanced at the man next to her, who still had a long face, and shook her head at Erica. "Mr. Huo said you had a belly ache. I got millet porridge with yam. I hope that's okay, because Mr. Huo asked me to get something light and digestible for you. But I got seafood porridge for him," she thought. With a grim face, Matthew snorted, "If you've got gastritis, seafood porridge should be the last thing you eat. Did you think I'd let you hurt yourself?"
No.
"You don't get it. I wanted to make sure she got some for you." Erica didn't dare admit what she really thought. To her surprise, the man said indifferently, "Well, she did get me some. And it's yummy, thank you very much." Erica lapsed into stupefied silence. A few minutes later, she looked at the man eating seafood porridge next to her and sighed in her heart. He made her watch him eat that on purpose. She couldn't eat so much as a single mouthful of his savory porridge, but she could only eat the bland and tasteless millet porridge. The man seemed to know what she was thinking. He deliberately picked up a piece of sirloin, taking his time looking at it before finally popping it into his mouth. After chewing it at a leisurely pace, he said slowly, "Yes, I did it on purpose. I let you watch me eat, knowing you can't take a single bite." He figured this would teach her a lesson. See if she tried to eat anything without thinking about it next time. She was even more careless than her 4 3-year-old sons. Erica was upset, but she held it in. She had to say, "No matter. It's good. Porridge and vegetables. I can lose some weight too." What else could she say? Matthew was convinced he was right, and there was no use fighting over it. "Well, then eat some more." She pouted, seeing his smug look. "What a jerk. When I get better, I'll show him. I'll grab steaming bowls of hot and sour rice noodles, spicy hot pot, boiled fish with golden pepper. I'll eat them in front of him, too." That night, Matthew wore a long face the whole time. Both went around her, and off to the side working on his laptop. The past few years, Mrs. Chantel Lee, Mrs. Huo and Tessie have been creating their own power base. Matthew was stunned for a second and asked in a quiet voice, "Are you kidding me?" "Never, sir. Their gang is called the Violet Eagles." At first, it was a small group led by a man named Latham Song. Later, Mrs. Chantel Lee took over, and the 3 women began to increase the size and scope of the group. According to reports, the group is several thousand strong. Half of them came to Y City with Mrs. Huo, and the remaining half are spread out in K country and a country. Owen's report on the Violet Eagles was quite detailed. From the investigation, Matthew could see that Erica rooted out Kirk's group and continued to figure out the mastermind behind him in order to avenge Orange. He remembered she went to the bar last night. After getting off the phone with Owen, he called Sheffield immediately afterwards. Fortunately, Sheffield was quite busy with work of his own, so he hadn't gone to bed yet. It was already 3 in the morning. When he saw the caller ID, he answered it and said in a playful voice, "Hey Matthew. It's pretty late. You miss me?" Without further ado, Matthew goes straight to the point. "Who did you see in the bar?" After thinking for a bit, Sheffield got serious and answered truthfully, "Michelle Wang, Noreen Xia, and 3 others I didn't know." "What happened to Erica?" "After doing some digging, I figured out the one she's looking for is probably Michelle Wang." Matthew didn't think Noreen had anything to do with it. She would never hang around with gangsters. If it turned out that Michelle Wang was indeed the mastermind behind Kirk and his gangsters, then there was more to him than everyone had anticipated. Even before ZL Group started to cooperate with Wang Group, Matthew had asked someone to make a thorough investigation on Michelle's background, but they didn't find anything suspicious about him. "You mean Michelle Wang is manipulating the contraband trade in secret?" Sheffield asked. Matthew had told Sheffield about what Erica had been doing in Toe Village to some extent, and as such, he had a rough idea about who she was looking for. "If I'm not mistaken, that's it," Matthew replied with some certainty. The information from Gifford was flawless and accurate. Moreover, Sheffield and Erica did bump into Michelle when they were coming out of the bar. "I also sent people from the gangland to investigate Michelle, but they couldn't find anything on that man," said Sheffield. As he clutched his chin in a pensive manner, the more Sheffield thought about this mysterious man, the more curious he was. He decided to have his people keep a close eye on Michelle, just to ensure the safety of his sister-in-law Erica. "I'll call Gifford and touch base with him. Good night." "Okay." By the time Matthew finally found Gifford on the phone, the latter had already returned to the Lee family's house and walked up to the 2nd floor. There was no one else there with Gifford as his wife was supposed to be back the next day. Gifford answered the phone and whispered, "Why are you calling me in the middle of the night? Why aren't you asleep in the arms of your loving wife? The information you gave Rika. Where did you get it?" "Oh, 2 days ago, I took a group of people to destroy the den of a notorious gang. After being tortured, the group of gangsters told me that they were going to make a deal in a bar in Y City in 2 days. I put 2 and 2 together and realized that I had found the clues Rika was looking for." Gifford stopped at the door of his son's room and quietly leaned against it instead of going inside. "Have your men pay more attention to Michelle Wang, the CEO of Wang Group in Y City. I'm sure you'll find something fishy if you look hard enough." "All right. Got it. Sounds like you're onto something. Just leave it to me and I'll look into it." There was a sense of urgency in Matthew's tone which led Gifford to strongly believe that Michelle was not an ordinary person. Fortunately, Gifford was eager and ready to take up the challenge. Just like that, Matthew, Sheffield and Gifford joined hands to fight. The only people in the living room were Gifford and his son. The moment Hugo saw his mother come in, he threw away the toys from his hands and ran to her. "Mommy!" Chantel picked up her son with little difficulty and kissed him on the cheek. "Good boy." Then she looked at the expressionless man sitting with his lips sealed and awkwardly apologized. "I'm sorry. I was planning on coming back yesterday, but something important came up in K country so Gifford knew what she was going to say next, so he cut her short. "Something important? You mean when you went inside the same building with another man in the middle of the night?" With her son still in her arms, Chantel froze for a moment. Due to her best efforts to suppress the news, Chantel didn't expect Gifford to find out so soon. "No, I just saw the news too. I was just in the same building with Red, but he was staying a floor above me. The paparazzi that photographed her deliberately made it look like she and Red were engaged in a morally questionable activity." Without a word, Gifford came over and took the boy from her arms. So he's in a favored position to get close to you, he said. Chantel had nothing to say. Since she had to visit K Country quite often, Chantel decided to buy an apartment there. She had just stayed there a few times after she bought it. The idea of having to sell the new apartment just to avoid suspicion seemed a little absurd to her. However, the man, who was climbing up the stairs with his son in his arms, suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the woman. Don't people in the entertainment circles often play Weibo or something like that? You should probably come clean about everything on Weibo. The moment the news came out, Chantel was afraid it could have a negative impact on her and the Lee family. Therefore, she immediately requested that the news should be suppressed, resulting in only a few people who saw it. However, if she posted a statement on Weibo now, wouldn't everyone get to know about it anyway? Noticing her lack of response, Gifford got a little angry. What? Is it too hard for you to do that? Chantel shook her head and said, Of course not. I'll do it right now. Satisfied with her promise, Gifford put Hugo on the floor and patted him on the head. Go to your mother. Hugo looked at his dad in confusion. He was in his mother's arms just now. He didn't understand why his father would bring him here and ask him to go to his mother again. Nevertheless, the boy still walked over to Chantel's side obediently. Gifford stood still as he watched Chantel contact her agent. In little time, the actress requested that the photo of her property ownership certificate was sent to her. After that, she called Red. As soon as he picked up, she glanced at Gifford and naturally pulled Hugo aside before asking in a low voice, Red, did you see the news about us? Well, I did. But didn't you have it suppressed already? Some paparazzi are really shameless. They not only took our photos but also made up stories, he said angrily. Well, who owns your house? Here is the thing. She briefly explained the whole situation to Red. He was already a good friend to her because of the relationship between Erica and Orange. Hence, he was aware that she had got married in secret a few years ago. Understanding how much trouble the news brought to Chantel, and that now she would have to clarify it, Red willingly cooperated and sent her the photo of his property ownership certificate. A couple of hours later, she received a text with the photos of the two property ownership certificates. After getting off the shower, she blurred half of the addresses on both certificates and uploaded them on Weibo with the following caption. Hello neighbor. Red, who had been keeping an eye on Chantel's Weibo account, shared and commented on the news as soon as she posted it. Hey neighbor. I'll go downstairs to your apartment and have a free meal one of these days. I hope you won't mind. The whole purpose of the comments and posts were to explain the nature of Red and Chantel's relationship to the public. Turned out Guns Matthew was fast to dodge their attacks. Despite the children's efforts, none of them could hit their father. Yet there were traces of water pellets left on the walls, the floor. Everywhere. Atkins was the first one to surrender. Forget it. This is boring, we can't hit Dad. Boswell looked at his brother and decided to put down his toy gun as well. Coleman, Damien. Atkins is right. Don't shoot. Let's clean up the office. Unwilling to give up, Coleman didn't listen to him and shot his dad 2 more times. Matthew dodged quickly, letting the water pellets hit the floor. Frustrated, the little boy put away his toy gun and promised, Dad, I'll make it one day. Matthew looked at the kids and said, Then you should practice harder. But first, go to the cleaner and get the tools to clean up the office. All right. The 4 boys answered in unison. The 4 kids turned around all at the same time with the guns in their hands. When Matthew couldn't see their faces anymore, they looked at each other. The quadruplets had a tacit understanding among themselves. They could tell what each other wanted with a single exchange of glances. Now, for example, after putting the toy guns aside, Atkins and Boswell suddenly ran towards the man who was ready to greet his wife. Dad, give us a hug. Atkins said. Dad, it suddenly occurred to me that I missed you so much. Boswell confessed. Looking at the 2 kids, Matthew knew they were up to something. He then turned to find Coleman and Damien raising their toy guns. But as Matthew was older and wiser, he promptly understood what their intentions were. Matthew, however, changed his mind all of a sudden and decided to let his sons shoot him. While he held two of his sons in both arms, he smiled as his other two boys aimed their toy guns at him. They each took a shot, hitting Matthew successfully with 2 water pellets. Coleman couldn't contain his laughter as he clapped his hands with joy. "We did it!" Damien followed suit, as he proudly brandished his toy gun towards his father. "Dad, you got fooled by us, didn't you?" The other 2 boys grabbed onto Matthew's shoulders as tightly as they could. Atkins shouted at Coleman and Damien, "Hurry up and get Dad again. Shoot him 2 more times. We won't get this chance again." Boswell grunted and said, "We've got him. Do it now." Much to their surprise, Matthew acted quickly and used his sons to block the shot, causing the water pellets to hit Boswell and Atkins on the butt. This time it was Matthew's turn to laugh, but Erica was quicker than him. When she saw what had happened to the boys, she burst into a derisive laughter. Boswell pouted his lips and complained, "Dad, how could you use your own sons to shield yourself away from the water pellets? We are just kids." Matthew was very amused by Boswell's annoyance and he replied, "Don't forget that you set me up first." To put it bluntly, the boy was just like his mother, always unreasonable. However, Atkins secretly winked at Coleman, who upon receiving his brother's signal did not hesitate to shoot the man on the leg while he was busy talking to Boswell. "Yeah, I did it again." The 4 kids were genuinely proud of themselves for successfully bullying Matthew. They jumped with excitement and rejoiced at their victory over their father. For a brief moment, the atmosphere in the CEO's office became lively and vibrant. After a while, Matthew feigned seriousness and said, "All right, boys. Go get some towels and clean up this mess now." Atkins straightened up and saluted his dad. "Yes, sir." Boswell chimed in as well. "We will not fail our mission." Coleman, however, stuck his tongue out at his father and ran to grab his leg, tugging at him like a spoiled child. "Dad, I don't want to clean up. Can I just ask the cleaning lady to clean this up?" he begged. Damien paused to think for a while. Before Matthew could say anything, Damien pulled Coleman back and said, "I'm sure the cleaning lady has a lot of work to do. Let's just clean this place up ourselves. Come on, Coleman, it's ing." Erica burst into laughter immediately. "Of course not." Matthew sighed and sat down to help his son understand. "Let's compare your wife to the toy gun in your hand. You can play with your own gun as much as you like, right?" "Yes. What if it belongs to someone else? You shouldn't touch something that belongs to someone else without their permission. Right?" Matthew looked at him expectantly. "Right. Good." Matthew gently patted the boy's head. At least, his son was smart enough to understand that. Then Coleman asked another question. "What if I ask for permission? Will I be able to play with their toys then?" "Well, sure." Matthew, however, forgot to add, "But that doesn't apply to women." As such, many years later, Coleman ended up asking one of his friends, "Can I kiss your woman?" His friend, however, thought that he was just joking, so he decided to play along and said, "Sure." Unfortunately for him, Coleman wasn't joking and he kissed his friend's woman. The 2 friends ended up turning against each other almost immediately and engaged in a fierce fight on the spot. After that incident, they hardly kept in touch with each other. Later, that woman eventually became Coleman's wife and his friend's ex-girlfriend. On the day of the autumn sports meeting, in order to allow every child to participate in the activity, Matthew took his 3 friends to attend the game, while Erica cheered for them in the crowd. Joshua had Atkins in his arms, while Harmon was holding Boswell. Sheffield and Coleman were in the same group, while Matthew himself was holding Damien, his youngest son, in his arms. The 8 dashing, handsome men, 4 adults and 4 small boys, participating in the fun activities caused a massive stir at the kindergarten. After one of the teachers uploaded a video of them playing with each other on the internet, the number of followers on her social media account grew at an astounding rate. Netizens all over the city sent private messages to the teacher asking her to upload more videos of the 4 little boys from the Huo family. Some ambitious agent even made the mistake of asking Matthew whether he would allow his sons to make a public appearance at a dinner party. It only took one cold glance from Matthew's eyes for the agent to make himself scarce almost immediately. Just as Matthew had promised after the autumn sports meeting of the four boys, he took Erica to M Country for a few days so she could take as many photos of the aurora as her heart desired. After returning from a refreshing vacation at M Country, Erica went straight to work with her camera. At the studio, Erica kept pressing the shutter, fingers dressed in a pair of white gloves. Move a little to the right. Move, move.
Erika Lee.
The subject of Erica's photography, a ravishing beauty, called out to her angrily. Erica pulled her face away from the camera and replied, "Miss Xia, you are so impatient. I feel bad for all the photographers that have had to work with you in the past. What nonsense are you talking about?" Noreen glared at her angrily. If it weren't for the fact that Dylan's previous group of photos had caused a sensation, Noreen wouldn't have been forced to ask her agent to contact EM. However, it wasn't actually EM that Noreen had a problem with. She was just mad because no one had told her before that the best photographer in the industry right now was Erica. "Do you want your photos taken or not? I don't have time to waste on you. There are still many people who are waiting for me to take photos of them." Erica sneered. The contempt in her words clearly indicated that she did not even want to be in the same room as Noreen, as the two of them were rivals in love. However, Erica couldn't let Matthew lose his face to Noreen for her sake. Erica realized it would be better to rely on herself and figure things out on her own. With an air of arrogance around her, Noreen rolled her eyes at Erica and said, "I'm thirsty. I need to take a break. Somebody, please get me a bottle of water." The male assistant who was on standby next to her immediately brought a bottle of water. Erica was already waiting for her. When she saw the woman coming in, Erica said angrily, "Where have you been? I'm giving you another chance. If you don't want to continue, I'll leave." Noreen's eyes swept over her face. Soon, Erica felt guilty as soon as Noreen took a few glances at her. She covered her guilt with impatience. "What are you looking at? Don't you hear what I said?" An awkward silence permeated the air in the studio. This was the first time anyone who worked with Noreen watched someone else treat her like that. In fact, they had to admit that they felt great when Erica treated Noreen like that. Although Noreen's agent was furious at Erica's attitude, it didn't matter. Since Noreen herself didn't want to fight back, her agent decided to avoid more problems. This time, Noreen didn't argue with Erica. She returned to the front of the camera and continued to shoot with Erica. After an hour and a half, an exhausted Erica put down her camera and waved at Noreen's agent. "I'll go back to edit these photos on Photoshop. I'll give them to you in a week." As she started to pack her equipment in her bag, a bodyguard quickly came over to help carry the camera bag and walked out of the studio. The driver opened the car door for Erica. Just as she was about to get in, she was stopped. "Erica Lee," someone called out. Erica could tell that it was Noreen without turning back. Erica turned around and looked at Noreen in confusion. "Isn't the shooting over? What is it now?" With an unreadable smile on her face, Noreen walked towards her and said, "There's a coffee shop next door. Why don't we go there? I'd like to invite you to a cup of coffee, Mrs. Huo." Noreen invited Erica out to coffee. Since they weren't friends, Erica doubted her intentions. That's strange. She must have some kind of ulterior motive. What's she up to? Erica thought for a bit. She shook her head decisively. "I'm sorry. ZL Group owns too many coffee shops as it is, most of them mediocre. Whenever Matthew is at home with me, he grinds the beans so that I can have a fresh cup. I'm really not in the mood for coffee right now. Even thinking about going out to the average cafe makes me hurl." Noreen was furious. Listen to her. She's literally bragging about her rich husband. Despite that, she continued, "Coffee not your thing? No problem. There's a tea house nearby. No, my husband owns tons of tea factories. After the tea is picked and packed, the bags of tea leaves are piled high like mountains in our warehouses. I never want for tea. But I feel bad for you, Miss Xia. You have to go to a public place like a tea house to drink tea? I would have thought a famous actress like yourself wouldn't have to do that. How about this? Since you've been so nice to me, I'll ask someone to send you a few pounds of our finest tea, so you can see how the other half lives, Erica offered. Flames of fury were burning in Noreen's eyes. Honestly, you're just a terrible bitch. What? A bitch? Moi? Miss Xia, why are you acting like this? Erica said, pretending to be hurt. I offered you some of our best tea and you call me names? Wow. Just wow. I'm not sure what bug crawled in your panties, but that's no reason to take it out on me.
Erika Lee.
Noreen was so angry she forgot that she was a public figure. Her rep could be damaged by losing it like this. She strode over and raised her hand to slap Erica. But before she could do anything, a bodyguard came out, gripped Noreen's wrist tightly and threw her to the ground. He was anything but gentle. Noreen fell to the ground awkwardly, and her eyes were full of defiance. Erica Lee, you'll pay for humiliating me like this. I'll make your life a living hell. Erica walked past the bodyguards, squatted down and looked at her with a smug grin. Oh, I'm shaking in my boots, Aunt Noreen. Don't worry. After we're done here, we're done, period. Find another photographer. Maybe they'll be okay with being slapped around. Then she stood up and got into the car. After the car left, her agent helped Noreen up. Looking at the car zooming away in the distance, she took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, it's me. I messed with Erica just now. She shouldn't suspect a thing. After Michel had said his piece, loud roar came from off to the side. Who's there? Holy crap. I've been made. Erica folded the telescope and threw it to Edward. She jumped from the car with one hand on the roof. She got inside as fast as she could. At the same time, the driver started the vehicle up. When everyone piled in, they turned around and left. But it was too late. The hapless thug stumbled out of the bathroom. His stomach felt better, but he ran into a suspicious car. After finding a suitable hiding place, he made a call. Dozens of people appeared in the darkness and blocked the road. Fortunately, Erica and her associates had removed the license plate of their car before they came here. The lights of the car shone on them, and dozens of people with batons stood in the middle of the road, blocking their way. Erica rolled down the window and looked behind her. The lead car had about the same number of thugs as the car behind them. If there was any difference between the two cars, Erica couldn't see it. The driver was a little nervous and fidgeted anxiously. Irma, what should we do? Erica did some quick calculations. There were only 3 of them in the car, and she couldn't defeat all of them. 10 people was a little unfair, and she'd be outmatched. She decisively ordered, "Slow down, honk, and speed over." Receiving the order, the driver honked the horn and plowed into the crowd. They didn't seem to hear the horn, but they stretched out their arms to cover their sight because of the dazzling light. Edward said to the driver, "Alternate the high and low beams. Do it now." The driver turned on the lights. The high beams were so dazzling that the people in front of the car couldn't open their eyes for a moment. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the driver slowed down and plowed into several other gangsters, knocking them over or sending them scattering. The car was finally home free. The people who were hit by the car rolled on the ground a few times. Because of how slow the driver was going, they were in no danger. But they did suffer minor cuts and bruises. The driver reacted quickly and threw the car into a higher gear. Before the 3 people in the car could celebrate, they saw 2 cars bringing up the rear. They were reinforcements for the thugs, and it was obvious the thugs were coming for them. The driver was forced to speed up again. Seeing one of the cars gaining on them, the driver shouted, "Sit tight." The driver veered left, then right. Unable to shake his pursuers, he braked hard. Erica clenched the handle of the car door quickly, just as the car was hit. Bang! The driver of the other car had no time to slow down and slammed into Erica's car. Unprepared for the impact, he careened off the road, steering wildly, trying to regain control. Both sides of the road were surrounded by the sea, and there was no guardrail. The car rushed off the road and ran aground on the rocks. The wheels were stuck in the rock cracks. That was 1 pursuer down, 1 to go. There was only a single car chasing them. Erica's driver headed for the city again. When they got downtown, they ran a red light. A big red truck was bearing down on them. Fortunately, their car flew past, narrowly missing the truck. The other car was not so lucky. They heard the screech of brakes, the sound of shattering glass, and a loud bang. The truck couldn't stop in time and tore the smaller vehicle to shreds. The 2 people inside were killed on the spot. Having escaped her pursuers, Erica breathed a sigh of relief. She patted her chest to calm her hammering heart. Just then the phone in her pocket vibrated. It was Matthew calling. "Where are you?" he asked as soon as the call was connected. Erica rolled down the window and looked out. "Out and about. I'm on my way home now. See you soon." "Out and about?" he asked. "Yeah." Erica asked, "Are you home now?" She smiled sweetly and said, "Wait for me at home. I'll be right there. I'll be waiting." After hanging up the phone, Erica turned to Edward. "Get rid of this car. Those thugs will figure out who owns this vehicle. I'll wire the money to you tomorrow and why." Ours fell silently along the corner of her eyes, and her voice trembled slightly. A lot of things happened then. He often went to visit Tessie and me after filming or on breaks. He infiltrated the FC group so we could all hang out together. The 4 people in that group also took good care of me. They knew I was pregnant, so they wanted to protect me. Tessie and I were invited to Orange's birthday party. Then something bad happened at that night. I'll never forget what he did back there. It's one of the nicest things anyone's ever done. Kirk and his men were mad at me and started making threats. They had guns and weren't afraid to use them. Orange stopped me from going out there and took the blame himself. Matthew knew what happened after that. Orange went to prison, and before anyone could bail him out, his old disease came back with a vengeance. He died in that cold cell. I swore on his grave that I would find Kirk's boss and bring the man to justice to comfort Orange's soul. Since then I've been trying to find out where they are. I'll track them to the ends of the earth if I have to. After 3 years we finally caught the members of his gang. With your help, of course. And the big bad is still running around free. In order to find him, Chantel and I have spent a lot of time and effort trying to grow our numbers, making new contacts, establishing new supply chains. If you won't let me do this, then that doesn't make me feel any better. I vowed to avenge him. The man wiped the woman's tears and glanced at her coldly. Crying for another man? You have some nerve. Maybe I should teach you a lesson.